Foreword of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Foreword. A letter from Theodore Roosevelt to Captain McDonald. The White House, Washington, December 19, 1908. My dear Captain, I am glad you are to publish your memorials. I shall always look back with pleasure to our wolf hunt in Oklahoma. Yours has been a most interesting life. You are one of the few men now living who served in that warfare against crime and on behalf of order which has well nigh passed away with the old frontier conditions which called it into being. For a number of years you were deputy sheriff, or deputy marshal, or representative of the cattlemen's associations, employed by them to put a stop to cattle stealing and robbery under arms, and you served for 20 years in that unique body, the Texas Rangers. It is a career which henceforth it will be difficult to parallel. With all good wishes, believe me, sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. Introducing Captain Bill. Captain Bill McDonald is a name that in Texas and the districts lying adjacent thereto makes the pulse of a good citizen and the feet of an outlaw move quicker. Its owner is a man of 56, drawn out long and lean like a buckskin thong, with the endurance and constitution of the same. In repose, Captain Bill is mild of manner. His speech is a gentle vernacular. His eyes are like the summer sky. I have never seen him in action, but I am told that then his voice becomes sharp and imperative, that his eyes turn into points of gray which pierce the offender through. Two other features bespeak this man's character and career: his ears and his nose. The former alert and extended, the ears of the wild creature, the hunter; the latter of that stately Roman architecture which goes with conquest, because it signifies courage, resolution, and the peerless gift of command. His nerves are of that quiet and steady sort which belong to a tombstone, and he does not disturb them with tobacco or stimulants of any kind, not even with tea and coffee. In explanation he once said, "Well, you see, sometimes I have to be about 2/5 of a second quicker than the other fellow, and a little quiver then might be fatal." Incidentally, it may be added that Captain Bill, they love to call him that in Texas, is ranked as the best all-around rapid-fire marksman in the state, and for the other fellow to begin shooting is believed to be equivalent to suicide. Add to these various attributes a heart in which tenderness, strict honesty, and an overwhelming regard for duty prevail, and you have in full Captain William Jesse McDonald, formerly Deputy Sheriff, Deputy U.S. Marshal and Ranger Captain, now State Revenue Agent of Texas. It is the story of this man that we shall undertake to tell. During his 25 years or more of service in the field, he reduced those once lawless districts known as the Panhandle, No Man's Land, and, incidentally, Texas at large, to a condition of such proper behavior that nowhere in this country is life and property safer than in the very localities where only a few years ago the cow thief and the train robber reigned supreme. Their species have become scarce and hard to catch there now, and the skittish officials who used to shield them have been trained to stand hitched. The story of a reform like that is worth the telling, for it is the unwritten history of a territory so vast that if moved to the Atlantic seaboard it would extend from New York to Chicago, from Lake Erie to the Gulf of Mexico, its area equal to that of France and England combined, with Wales, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Switzerland thrown in for good measure. Furthermore, it is the story of a man who in making that history faced death almost daily, often under those supreme conditions when the slightest hesitancy, the twitch of a muscle, or the bat of an eyelid, a little quiver, as he put it, would have been fatal. It is the story of a man who time and again charged into the last retreat of armed and desperate murderers, and brought them out handcuffed, the living ones, of course. It is the story of a man who, according to Major Bloxam, in his report of the Brownsville troubles in 1906, would charge hell with a bucket of water. In a word, it is the story of a man who has done things, who is still doing them, and whose kind is passing away forever. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Marcotte. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 2. An old-time Mississippi childhood, the kind of an education for a young ranger, presence of mind early manifested. In those days, when the Mississippi planter was only something less than a feudal baron, with slaves and wide domain and vested rights, with horses, hounds, and the long chase after fox and good red deer, with horn and flagon and high home wassail in the hall. In those days was born William Jesse McDonald, September 28, 1852. His father, Enoch McDonald, was the planter of the feudal type, fearless, fond of the chase, the owner of wide acres and 100 slaves, while his grandfather, of the clan McDonald on its native heath, was a step nearer in the backward line to some old laird who led his men in roistering hunt or bloody fray amid the green hills and dim glens of Scotland. That was good blood, and from his mother, who was a Durham, Eunice Durham, the little chap that was one day to be a leader on his own account, inherited as a clear a strain. The feudal hall in Mississippi, however, was a big old plantation house, built of hewn logs and riven boards, with woods and cotton fields on every hand, with cabins for the slaves and outbuildings of every sort. That was in Kemper County, over near the Alabama line, with DeKalb, the county seat, about 20 miles away. It was a peculiar childhood that little Bill Jess McDonald had. It was full of such things as the homecoming of the hunters with a deer or a fox, sometimes, and these were grand occasions, even with a bear. Then there were wonderful ball games played by the Bogue Cheetah and the Mucklelooshah Indians, exciting shooting matches and horse races, long fishing and swimming days with companions black and white, and the ever-recurring chase with the bloodhounds of some runaway slave. There was not much book schooling in a semi-barbaric childhood such as that. There was a schoolhouse, of course, which was used for a church and gatherings of any sort, and sometimes the children had lessons there. But the Kemper County teaching of that day was mainly to ride well, to shoot at sight, and to act quickly in the face of danger. That was the proper education for the boy who was one day to make the Texas Panhandle and No Man's Land his hunting ground, with men for his quarry. Presence of mind he had as a gift, and it was early manifested. There was a lake not far away where fishing and swimming went on almost continuously during the summer days, and sometimes the small swimmers would muddy the water near the shore and then catch the fish in their hands. They were doing this one day when Bill Jess was heard to announce excitedly, "I've got him, boys, I've got him. You can't beat mine," at the same instant swinging his catch high for them to see. That was a correct statement. They couldn't beat his catch, and they didn't want to. What they wanted to do was to get out of his neighborhood without any unnecessary delay, for the thing he held up to view was an immense deadly moccasin, grasped with both hands by the neck, the rest of it curling instantly around the lower arm. His hold was so tight and so near its head that the snake could not bite him, but the problem was to turn it loose. His friends were all ashore and at a safe distance. He did not lose his head, however, but wading ashore himself, he invited them one after another to unwind that snake. Nobody cared for the job, and he told them in turn and collectively what he thought of them. Then he offered the honor to a little slave boy on attractive terms. "Alec," he said, "if y'all don't come and unwind this here snake, I'll beat y'all to death and cut off your ears and skin you alive and give your carcass to the buzzards." Those were the days when a little slave boy could not resist an earnest entreaty of that sort from the son of the household, and Jim came forward, his face gray with gratitude, and taking hold gingerly, he unwound a yard or so of water moccasin from Bill Jess, who, with the last coil, flung his prize to the ground, where it was quickly killed, it being well nigh choked to death already. But even the great gift of presence of mind will sometimes balk at unfamiliar dangers. It was about this time that the Civil War broke out, and Enoch McDonald enlisted a company to defend the Southern cause. The little boy left behind was heartbroken. His father was his hero. And when, by and by, the news came that the soldiers were encamped at Meridian, a railway station about 50 miles distant, the lad made up his mind to join them. He set out alone afoot, and being used to finding his way in unfamiliar places, he made the journey with no great difficulty, eating and sleeping where opportunity afforded. He arrived at Meridian one morning, and began to look over the ground and to make a few inquiries as to his father's headquarters. There was a busy place where a lot of supplies were being unloaded from what appeared to be little houses on wheels. They were freight cars, but Bill Jess didn't know it. He had never seen a railroad before, and he followed along the track with increasing interest till he reached the engine, which he thought must be the most wonderful and beautiful thing ever created. Then suddenly it let off steam, the bell rang, and the air was split by a screaming whistle. It was too sudden and too strange for his gift to work. The son of all the McDonalds and of a gallant soldier set out for the horizon, never pausing until halted by the sentry of his father's camp. He was permitted to enter, and was directed to the drill ground, where his father, who had been promoted for bravery to the rank of major, was superintending certain maneuvers. The little boy, in his eagerness, ran directly into the midst of things, and Major McDonald, suddenly seeing him, was startled into the conclusion that some dire calamity had befallen his family, and only Bill Jess had escaped to tell the tale. Half sliding, half falling, he dropped from his horse to learn the truth. Then gratefully he lifted the lad up behind him, and continued the drill. Eunice McDonald was only a day or two behind Bill Jess, for her instinct told her where the boy had gone. They remained a few days in camp and then bade their soldier goodbye. They never saw him again, for he was killed at the Battle of Corinth, October 3rd, 1862, charging a breastworks at the head of his regiment, his face to the enemy, as a soldier should die. Footnote: Colonel Rogers of Texas was killed in the same charge. Major McDonald and Colonel Rogers fell side by side within a few feet of the works. End of footnote. The boy, Bill Jess, 10 years old, went after his father's effects, which included 2 horses, both wounded. These he brought home, but his soldier father had been buried on the field, where he fell. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Emigration and Adventure. A boy at the head of a household. Meeting the devil and his wife. An early reform. The boy of 10 was now the head of the household. He had his mother and sister, and most of the Negroes still remained. But he was the man of the house, and was mature before his time. Except in the matter of strength, he was a man's equal. He could do whatever a man could do. Already he was a crack shot, and at the age of 12 he hunted deer and killed them alone. Long before, even during his father's first absence, he had followed runaway slaves with the bloodhounds, and without any assistance had captured them and marched them back to the plantation. It was not a child's work, and we may not approve of it today. But we must confess that it constituted a special training for the part he was to play in after years. The war ended at last, and with it the McDonald fortune. Slaves and cotton were gone. Only a remnant of land, then worthless, remained. Eunice McDonald, widowed with 2 children, her home left desolate by the ravages of war, knew not which way to turn. A bachelor brother, with his face set Texasward, offered to make a home for her in the new land. She accepted the offer, and in 1866 they reached East Texas and settled in Rusk County, near Henderson, the county seat. Here the brother and sister made an effort to retrieve their broken fortunes, with moderate success. All the family worked hard, and young McDonald, now in his 15th year and really a man in achievements, did a man's part on the farm, attending school a portion of the year. His uncle permitted him to earn some money for himself by cutting wood and hauling it to the village, and a part of this money he laid away. Such leisure as he had, he spent in following the hounds, and presently, even as a boy, became famous for his marksmanship. Coon hunting was perhaps his favorite diversion, and frequently with his dogs he threaded the dark woods all night alone. But he had not as yet achieved that perfect fearlessness which distinguished him in later years, and there is still another instance recorded where his presence of mind failed to work. The latter is a curious circumstance indeed, and should be investigated, perhaps by the Society of Psychical Research. He had been out on one of his long night tramps and was very tired next evening when his work was done. Coming in, he threw himself down on the lounge in the hallway and was soon sound asleep. By and by his mother came along and wakened him. "It's bedtime, Bill Jess," she said. He got up, walked out toward the gate, and She supposed he was awake. When he really awoke, he was a mile from there, leaning on the gate of one Jasper Smith, the father of 2 young ladies whom Bill Jess was in the habit of visiting. Realizing where he was and what might happen to him if discovered just there, he set out for home down the wide public road, when suddenly a little way ahead he saw 2 objects perched on the top of the rail fence. At first he thought they were 2 men, and was not disturbed. Then all at once they had left the top of that fence, and in the wink of an eye lit in the road directly in front of him. It was the devil and his wife, McDonald declared. They had horns and tails exactly like all the pictures of the devil I ever saw. Of course, it might have been the devil and his brother. Anyway, they belonged to that family. I got by those things. I didn't debate a minute, but went home as fast as my legs could carry me, emptying my pockets as I ran, which I had always heard the darkies say would keep off witches. There was a short way home by the graveyard, but I didn't take it. I kept by the big road, and when I did get home, I didn't wait to go around to the door, but went right in the open window where my mother was. She said that I had imagined everything, but I hadn't. There was no imagination about it. Curiously enough, soon after this happened, a little flock of school children, passing near the same rail fence in daylight, saw something that scared them so badly that some of them fainted. But by this time Bill Jess had gathered himself, and taking his gun, he loaded it heavily and went devil hunting, however, without success. In spite of this slight lapse, young MacDonald probably considered himself a man now. We have seen that he was already calling on the young ladies, and in the locality where he lived, an ability to drink whiskey was regarded as another manly achievement. There was a small still house located not far from his home, and he got into the habit of visiting it and tasting the output. One day he tasted too much, and did not return either in good season or condition. When his mother prepared to administer punishment, he pulled away from her, and stated that he would not take a whipping. But Eunice MacDonald was not one to condone such rebellion. She put away the rod and bided her time. One night when Bill Jess was fast asleep, she wrapped and pinned him securely in a sheet, and laid on such a thrashing as gave him a permanent distaste both for liquor and disobedience. At another time it was attention paid to a young lady that got him into difficulties. The young lady was the sister of his school teacher, and the latter did not approve of anything resembling attachment between the two. One day the young wooer wrote a letter in school, and passing it down the line, it unluckily fell under the eye of the teacher, who captured and read it forthwith. "I'll settle with you at recess, sir," he said, nailing Bill Jess to the seat with his eye. Bill Jess didn't care to have him settle. He was willing to let the account run right along, and to knock off the interest. He decided not to wait. The teacher had his back to the board, working out something hard, when Bill Jess went away. He didn't rush wildly. He didn't even run, not exactly, but he lost no time tiptoeing out of there. Neither did he go home. He'd gone home once in disgrace, and he remembered what had happened. Eunice MacDonald's combination of sheet and horsewhip offered no fresh inducements in that direction. He walked 20 miles to a sawmill and got a job. Then, by and by, everything blew over. Everybody was sorry, and he returned home to forgiveness and safety. A cyclone hit the schoolhouse for some reason or other about this time and demolished it. Bill Jess, being raked out of the debris undamaged in any particular. Perhaps this was vindication. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. The Making of a Texan. Reconstruction and Treason. Dave Culberson to the rescue. Education, marriage, and politics. But though still a boy in years, being not more than 16, his youth really came to an end now. It was the period of Reconstruction in the South, a time of obnoxious enforcements on the one hand and rebellious bitterness on the other, with general lawlessness in the back settlements. The military dominated the towns, and there were continuous misunderstandings between the still resentful conquered and the aggressive and sometimes insolent conquerors. Young McDonald, with the memory of his hero father, shot dead while leading his regiment against these men in blue, was in no frame of mind to submit to any indignity, real or fancied, at their hands. It happened just at this time that one Colonel Green, a relative of the McDonalds, was murdered by Negroes, who, being arrested, confessed the killing, stating that they had mistaken Green for a mule buyer supposed to have a large sum of money. The men were lodged in jail, but it was believed that, under the carpetbag military law then prevailing, they would escape punishment. In later years, young McDonald was to become one of the most strenuous defenders of official procedure, one of the bitterest opponents of lynch law the state of Texas has ever known. But he was hot-blooded in '68, and the situation was not one to develop moral principles. When, therefore, a mob formed and took the Negroes out of jail and hanged them, there is no record of Bill Jesse having distinguished himself in their defense, as he certainly would have done in later years. Indeed, it is likely that if he did not help pull a rope that night, it was only because the rope was fully occupied with other willing hands. Of course, the military descended on Henderson and set in to discipline it for this concerted lawlessness. The townspeople as a whole, and the relatives of Colonel Green in particular, resented this occupation. Charlie Green, a brother of the murdered man, in company with Bill Jess, presently got into trouble with some soldiers who were deporting themselves in a manner considered offensive, and the result was a running fight with the military in the lead. The soldiers made for their quarters in the courthouse. It would have been proper to leave them alone, then to retire flushed with victory, as the books say, and satisfied. But Green could not rest. He persuaded Bill Jess to stay with him, and they rode up and down in front of the courthouse, occasionally taking a shot at the windows, to punctuate their challenge to warfare. Finally, Green decided that they could charge the courthouse and capture it. He primed himself with liquor for the onset and refused to heed his companion's advice to abandon the campaign. The two ascended the courthouse stairs. At last, with pistols cocked, Green had one in each hand, and with them shoved open the double doors at the head of the stairs. That was another mistake. The soldiers were laying for him just inside, and in an instant later his arms were pinioned, and he was a prisoner. The doors swung to then, and Bill Jess stood outside, wondering whether he ought to charge to the rescue, wait there and be captured, or retire in good order. With that gift of logic and rare presence of mind, which would one day make him famous, he decided to get out of there. He had a plan for organizing a rescue party, and did in fact get a crowd together. But in the meantime, under cover of rain and darkness, the soldiers had taken their prisoner from Henderson, and he was well on the way to Jefferson, where there was a stockade. No attempt was made at the time to arrest young McDonald, though soldiers frequently loitered about his home premises, and with these he had many collisions, usually coming off victorious. He was strong, wiry, and fearless, and he had then, as always, that piercing eye and a manner of going straight at things without flutter or hesitation. Still, he was laying up trouble for himself, for Green's court-martial was coming off, and Bill Jess, who went over to see if he could be of any assistance, was promptly arrested while nosing about the stockade, and landed with his relative on the inside. This was a serious matter. The boy realized that it was, as soon as the gates closed behind him. He realized it still more forcibly when a few days later he and Green were led into the courthouse for military trial, and he took a look at the men who were to prosecute him for aiding in the crime of treason. Nor was he reassured when one of the lawyers present announced that he would defend that boy's case. For there was nothing inspiring about this champion's appearance. Nothing about him except his generosity seemed worthwhile. He wore ill-fitting homespun clothes, smoked a common clay pipe, and his long hair straggled down over his forehead. His shirt collar was carelessly unbuttoned, and his trousers, too short for him, revealed common, home-knit yarn socks. Moreover, his eyes were half closed, and he had a general air of sleepy indifference, which did not disappear until it came his turn to take part in the proceedings. Then suddenly the sleepy eyes became alive. The shaggy hair was tossed back, the clay pipe was laid on the table, and Dave Culbertson, afterward known as an eminent lawyer and statesman, arose and made such a plea in behalf of the boy whose father had died at Corinth and whose mother and sister relied on him today for protection, that only one verdict remained in the minds of his hearers when he closed. Bill Jess was acquitted, but his relative, Charlie Green, was less fortunate. He remained in a northern prison several years before he was finally released. Dave Culbertson afterward represented his district in Congress, and the boy he defended eventually served the son, Charles A. Culbertson, then governor, now in 1909 United States Senator from Texas. It is likely that this bit of experience with hot-headed lawlessness and the result thereof proved of immense value to young MacDonald. From that time forward, we find him a peacemaker, a queller of disturbances, a separator of combatants, even at great personal risk. He had never been a seeker after trouble, and he seemed now to develop a natural talent for preserving the peace. Whenever guns are drawn, and they were drawn pretty frequently, and upon small provocation in that day and locality, he stepped in without hesitation, and the would-be slayers were disarmed by what seemed a veritable sleight of hand. In 1871, when he was 19 years old, he decided to follow a commercial life, and with the money saved from the sale of the wood he had cut and hauled, he took a course in Souls Commercial College at New Orleans, graduating in 1872. Penmanship came easy to him, and upon his return to Henderson, he taught a writing class. Within the year, he was able to establish a small store in connection with the ferry at Brown's Bluff on the Sabine River between Henderson and Longview. Here, with his ferry assistant, he kept Bachelor's Hall, not the most congenial existence, perhaps, for one with his natural leaning toward female society. At all events, he gave it up by and by, and after a brief sojourn in Longview, established himself in Wood County at Mineola, then a newly established and busy railway terminus. This was in 1875, and his venture was a success. Soon he was considered the leading grocer of the town. It was during this period that McDonald made the acquaintance of James S. Hogg, who in later life as governor of Texas was to confer his most useful official appointment, that of ranger captain, thus enabling him to do much of the work which has identified his name with the state's constructive history. Hogg, then a young man, was justice of the peace at the county seat, Quitman, a few miles distant from Mineola, and was also conducting a paper there. He bought his groceries of McDonald, and the account ran along in a go-as-you-please sort of a way. They were good friends and courted together, and it was through Hogg that young McDonald met Miss Rhoda Isabel Carter, a young woman with fine nerve and force of character, just the girl for a Texas regulator's wife. And such, in due season, she was to become, for he married her in January 1876. His friendship for Hogg continued for some time after that, but came to a sudden end one day when Hogg, who had been elected county attorney, with characteristic conscientiousness, prosecuted McDonald and others for carrying concealed weapons. McDonald's possession of such a weapon having been revealed through his aiding in the capture of a gang of boisterous disturbers of the peace. McDonald rose and defended his own case, declaring he had quit business to do his duty as a good citizen, and that he would stay in jail the balance of his days before he would pay a fine. With his usual frank fearlessness, he said some hard things to Hogg in the presence of the court, and though discharged, the two were estranged for a considerable period. Then a truce was patched up, but only for a time. Both were sharply interested in politics and on opposing sides in the congressional convention. They were near coming to blows over their differences, and were only separated by the intervention of friends. It is not pleasant to record this of these two worthy men, but after all they were only human beings and young, and then the sequel makes it still further worthwhile. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 5, The Beginning of Reform. But now came Bill McDonald's first official appointment and service. Living just outside of Mineola was a man named Golden, alias George Gordon, of hard character and the owner of several bulldogs, similarly endowed. Man and dogs became a menace to travel in that neighborhood as they lived near a public road and were allowed at large. The man was particularly quarrelsome and ugly, and was said to have killed several more or less inoffensive persons. He always carried arms, the customary pistol, and a bowie knife, the latter worn in a scabbard down his back. He was an expert at throwing this weapon, and altogether a terror to the community. Bill McDonald would naturally resent the domination of a man like Gordon, and when one day the latter came to town with one of his unruly bulldogs, and the dog set upon and injured McDonald's prized pointer, there was trouble, active and immediate. McDonald's reputation as a good man to let alone was already established at Mineola. He was known as a capable marksman, fearless, resolute, and very sudden. When, therefore, he produced a six-shooter for the avowed purpose of killing the bulldog, its master, who, like every bully by trade, was a coward at heart, interceded humbly for the dog's life, promising to take the animal home and leave him there. McDonald agreed to the arrangement, But for the benefit of the community at large, he promptly applied to Sheriff Pete Dowell for a commission as deputy, in order that, in future, he might restrain officially the obnoxious Gorgen and others of his kind. The commission was promptly conferred, and thus Bill Jess McDonald, quietly and without any special manifest, stepped into the ranks of Texas official regulators, where, in one capacity or another, he was to serve so long and well. But however quiet his enlistment, his service was to be of another sort. Those were not quiet days, and the officer who set out to enforce the law was apt to become a busy person. Gorgen very soon appeared again in Mineola, and after investing in a good deal of bad whiskey, went on the warpath, flourishing a six-shooter and giving out the information that nobody could arrest him. He was in the very midst of a militant harangue when Deputy McDonald suddenly appeared on the scene, and before Gorgen could gather himself, he was, by some magic twist of the wrist, disarmed, arrested, and on the way to the calaboose. He demurred and resisted, but slept that night behind lock and bars. Next morning he refused breakfast and demanded release. Deputy McDonald left him in a mixed condition of reflection and profanity, returning at noon to find him sober, subdued, and hungry. Upon promise of good behavior for the future, he was taken before a justice, where he pled guilty and paid a fine. Then he took his place as the first example of a long line of wonderful cures set down to Captain Bill McDonald's credit today, for he gave little trouble after that, and remained mostly in retirement, to be set upon at last by his own dogs, who inflicted terrible wounds. His death soon afterward was thought to be the result of this attack. But the Gorgen experience was mild enough, after all, compared with the many which followed, and is only set down because it marks the beginning of a career. Indeed, an episode of larger proportions was already underway. In the timber lying adjacent to Mineola, some 300 tie cutters were encamped, supplying cross ties for the INGN road. They were a drinking, lawless lot, and on Saturday nights the Mineola streets were filled with riot and disorder. The city marshal, George Reeves, and Deputy McDonald had on several occasions made arrests, and such enforcement of the law had been regarded by the tie gang as an affront to all. They sent word to the officers at last that they would be on hand in full force on the following Saturday, and that the calaboose might as well go out of commission so far as they were concerned. Saturday night came, and according to promise, the tie cutters were on the street, numerous and noisy. McDonald and Reeves were among them, keeping a general lookout for trouble, not always together. The saloons were full presently, and the men getting constantly more noisy and quarrelsome. Seeing a commotion at the rear of a cheap hotel where a number of the men had gathered, McDonald went over there and found Reeves surrounded. Without hesitation, he shoved a way through with his pistol until he stood by Reeves' side. Reeves had arrested a man, and a general riot was imminent. The prisoner was very drunk and disorderly, and demanding that he be allowed to go to his room before accompanying the officer. Of course, the whole intention was to precipitate a general fight, during which the officers were to be pummeled and battered to a jelly. Catching the drift of matters, McDonald said, "All right, take him to his room if he's got one. I'll take care of this crowd." There was something in the businesslike confidence of that statement which impressed the crowd. And then he had such a handy way of holding a six-shooter. Nobody quite wanted to die first, and Reeves started for the back entrance of the hotel with his man. As they entered the door, the fellow reeled against the casing and fell to the ground. Then a general stampede started, for it was called out that Reeves had struck him. McDonald said, "Stop, you fellers! The fool fell down! I'll shoot the first man that interferes." That was another discouraging statement from a man who had a habit of keeping his word. It seemed to the crowd that an officer like that didn't play fair. He didn't argue at all. Somebody was likely to get hurt if they didn't get that gun away from him. Movements to this end were started here and there, but they didn't get near enough to the chief actor to be effective. Finally, when Reeves and his prisoner set out for the calaboose, the crowd moved in that direction, timing their steps to a chorus of threats and profanity. Reeves and McDonald made no reply until they arrived at the lockup. Then, the disturbers being there handy, the officers began gathering them in, a dozen at a time. It was a genuine surprise party for the tie men. They were too much astonished for any concerted movement, and when invited at the points of those guns to step inside and make themselves at home, they did not have the bad taste to refuse. "Step in, gentlemen. Always room for one more," might have been the form of the invitation, but it wasn't. It was a Bill McDonald invitation, and it was full of compliments and promises that burnt holes wherever they hit anything. The calaboose was full in a brief time, and a boxcar on a nearby switch was used as an annex. By the time it was full, there were no more disturbers. The outer edges had melted away. The woods were full of them. The turbulent tie men of Texas were sober and sensible by Monday morning and allowed to go, under promise of good behavior and upon payment of adequate fines. Mineola suddenly became a moral town. Amusements of the old sort languished. Drunk or sober, it was humiliating to flourish a gun, only to be suddenly disarmed and marched to the calaboose by a man who acted as if he thought he was gun-proof. It was hard to understand. It was supernatural. It was better to go to the next town to nourish the gun. But by this time, Deputy Bilges was not satisfied with the quiet life. He had found his proper vocation, that of active enforcement of the law, and he was moved to pursue it in remoter places. A certain desperate outlaw, a white man by the name of Jim Bean, had committed crimes in Smith County, whence he had escaped to Kansas. There he had killed a city marshal and returned once more to Smith County, which adjoins Wood on the south. The officers of Smith County had surprised Jim Bean and his brother Ed at a small station where they had gone to rob some freight cars, but the two men had handled their revolvers so desperately that they had been allowed to escape, and pursuit of them had been abandoned. This was the kind of game that Deputy Bill always enjoyed hunting. It was worthwhile. He made frequent still hunts along the Sabine River, the dividing line between Wood and Smith, hoping to locate his quarry on the side of his jurisdiction. Perhaps the men knew of these excursions and remained safely, as they believed, on the other side. At last, however, the temptation to cross the line became too strong for a hunter like Bill Jess. The impulse of the ranger was already upon him. He crossed the Sabine River into Smith, with his Winchester on his saddle, and became an official poacher. The river bottom was overgrown in places with tall cane brake, and he had reason to believe that the Beans were hiding and storing their loot in the dense growth. He had heard a rumor, too, that a certain family of swamp dwellers, Negroes, were in league with the men, and, reflecting on the matter, he concluded to visit this house, both for the purpose of investigation and to borrow a shotgun, which he thought might be more useful in a man chase through a thick cane-brake swamp than his rifle. Arriving at the suspected house, he told in the mildest manner a tale of wounded deer not far away, and borrowed a shotgun, as well as the information that the men and dogs of the place were in the brakes. He now began a careful still hunt for his game, and presently came full upon Jim Bean, who was on a horse with a shotgun, guarding some stolen hogs. Bean was a great burly creature, more animal than man, from having lived and slept so long in the woods and brakes. He had been shot at many times, and had been desperately wounded, but such was his natural vitality, and so hardened was he by exposure, that it seemed impossible to kill him. Before Bean could move now, Deputy McDonald had him covered, and commanded him to get off his horse, or he would shoot him dead. Bean obeyed, and McDonald threw his own leg over his saddle and slid to the ground, still covering Bean with his gun. Suddenly, Bean made a dash for a large tree, turning to shoot just as he reached this cover. McDonald was too quick, however, and let go with 2 loads of buckshot, which struck Bean in several places, knocking him down. He then made off in the direction of a slough, toward thick hiding. The shotgun was a muzzle loader, and before McDonald could get it charged again, he heard somebody coming through the brush. It was Ed Bean and some Negroes. He was ready for them by the time they came in sight, and throwing his gun to position, he commanded them to halt. Instead of doing so, they turned and disappeared in the direction from which they had come. McDonald now mounted his horse and started in pursuit of the wounded Jim Bean. He found where he had crossed the slough, and presently came to the desperado's gun, which had been thrown away in his hurry. Bloodstains made the trail easy to follow. Soon a powder horn and then a pair of boots lay in the path of flight. McDonald followed 6 miles to a cabin occupied by Negroes. Bean was not in the cabin, but barefoot prints led into the woods. The manhunter followed them, and finally overtook their owner. It was not Bean. The officer had been tricked. Bean had escaped while his pursuer had been following this false lead. It was dark now, and further search was hopeless. Next morning, the outlaws had vanished from the country. They never returned, and were heard of no more until some time after, when news came from Wise County that both the Bean brothers had been killed resisting arrest. While this episode did not turn out altogether successfully, inasmuch as the game got away, it had a better result in that it effected a complete reconciliation between McDonald and his old and what was to be his lifetime friend, James S. Hogg. Certain jealous officials were bent upon making trouble for the young deputy for overstepping his authority by working outside of his own county, and especially for shooting a man in attempting an illegal arrest. McDonald held that the conditions justified his act and was going to make his fight on that ground. But it never came to a fight, for when the matter was brought to the notice of the grand jury, Hogg, by this time district attorney, went before that body, and regardless of the old animosity between McDonald and himself, and of the fact that they were not yet on speaking terms, declared that if the jury found an indictment against the deputy for so worthy an undertaking as that which, irregular or not, had resulted in ridding the country of a gang of outlaws, he would nolle pros the case. In other words, he would refuse to prosecute. When McDonald heard of this, he went to his old friend at once. "Jim," he said, "you're a gentleman, and I know I want to act right. Let's not be enemies any more," and they never were. 10 years later, Jim Hogg, as governor of Texas, would make it possible for Bill McDonald to bring down criminals in any county of that mighty state. But this is further along in our story. End of Chapter 5. Read by Sean Hatfield, Riverside, California, January 23, 2022.
Chapter 6 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Into the Wilderness. A new business in a new land. A sandlapper shows his sand. Hard times came on in Mineola. Railroad building was at an end. Crops failed. Men who had bought goods on long-term credit could not pay. Bill McDonald, as he was now usually called, had been one to carry long lines of credit for his customers, and he was hurt accordingly. He gave up business at last, and in 1883 invested in cattle whatever remained to him, and set his steps further westward where there was free grass. He headed toward Wichita County, which was almost an unknown land in that day, driving his cattle before him, his young wife at his side, both eager to begin a new life in a new land. To drive cattle across the wild Texas prairies 25 years ago was an experience worthwhile. There were no fences, no boundaries, and few roads. Settlers were far between. The climate in any season was likely to be mild. The air was pure and stimulating. Society, such as it was, had not many conventions. Yet, few and fundamental as were the conditions, they were of a sort to develop sudden situations, and one had to be ready to face them fairly and firmly, or write himself down as unfit for the wild free life of the range. The grass was free, but there were always those who wanted to form a trust of its vast areas, and make trespassers of the smaller men. McDonald had scarcely located his herd and pitched his tent, when two of these magnates notified him that he had better move. It was a bluff, of course, and the man who had been deputy sheriff for half a dozen years and purified a bad community was the wrong man to use it on. He asked, in that quiet way of his, to let him have a look at their titles, and, when they could not produce them, he added that he thought he'd stay where he was. They began to tell him of some of the things that were likely to happen if he did that, but he did not seem impressed by the information. He repeated that he would stay where he was, and that anyone who did not wish to be in his neighborhood had his permission to move on to other free grass. Perhaps they looked him over a bit more carefully then, and noticed the peculiarity of his nose and of his eyes, and the handy and casual way he had of picking off the heads of rattlesnakes and such things, with a 6-shooter, while he talked. At all events, they did not refer to the matter again, and even cultivated his friendship. In a neighborhood where cattle thieves were beginning to be troublesome, a man like that would be handy to have around. They were to have an example presently of his willingness and ability to defend the rights of ownership. A small example, but convincing. It was no easy matter to keep a herd intact in those days. In a land of free grass, where the cost of cattle was chiefly the expense of herding, it was not likely that the moral title to the cattle themselves would be very highly regarded, especially where brands had been obliterated or where a few strays mingled with the larger herd. The outlaw, pure and simple, was bad enough, but to the newcomer with a small bunch of cows, cattle regardless of gender, the vast roaming herd, guarded by a veritable army of punchers whose respect for any law was small enough, was an even greater menace. McDonald knew of these conditions, and when, soon after his arrival, some of his cattle strayed away, he set out to inspect the surrounding herds. After riding some distance, he came upon a large drove, evidently on its way to market. It was about noon, and the men were rounding in for dinner. McDonald started to address a herder, when the man turned abruptly and started off. McDonald immediately began looking through the cattle, whereupon the herder wheeled. "What do you want in there?" he asked roughly. "I was looking for hobbled horses," was the easy reply. The puncher made some surly comment and rode away. McDonald, presently satisfied that his stray cattle were not with that portion of the drove, continued his search further along, and came up with a chuck wagon where dinner was being prepared. Cowmen are hospitable, and the foreman invited him to dismount and join them. He did so, and a little later the surly puncher came in, giving the camp guest anything but a friendly look. In the course of the meal the visitor was asked where he was from. "Mineola," he said, "Wood County." The surly herder spoke up. "Those darned sandlappers, East Texans, are getting too thick out here." McDonald set down his coffee. "The darned skunks and prairie dogs are already too thick," he said. An instant later the puncher had out his pistol, but the sandlapper was still quicker. The puncher was covered before he could bring his weapon to bear. McDonald said, "Turn it loose! Drop it!" The herder still clutched the weapon which he was afraid to raise. The sandlapper stepped nearer to him, and, with a sudden movement, rapped him smartly on the head with the heavy barrel of a 6-shooter. It was a thing that as a deputy he had done often, and it was always effective. The puncher dropped his gun. One of his comrades sprang to his assistance, but was covered and disarmed with amazing suddenness. The foreman interfered now, and the beginner of the disturbance was led away to a brook to have his head bathed and bandaged, whereupon the sandlapper quietly finished his dinner, thanked his host, continued the search for his missing stock, and, when he had found them, set out for home. Meeting a group of punchers among which was his surly friend with a now bandaged head, he expected further trouble. Nothing happened. The sandlapper and his missing cows had the right-of-way. End of Chapter 6. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 8, 2022. Chapter 7 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Commercial Ventures and Adventures. Bill McDonald's method of collecting a bill, and his method of handling bad men. The inclination to commercial enterprise still survived. At the end of a year, McDonald sold his cattle and invested in the lumber business at Wichita Falls. Another railway terminus dropped down in the prairie, with a population of about 2,000 at that time. A little later he established a branch business at Harold when the railway reached that point. 2 big lumber yards were already established at Wichita Falls, and the competition was strenuous. It was a brief experience for McDonald, for he presently yearned for the freer life of the range, and soon abandoned commerce once more for cattle, this time for good. Yet the experience was not without valuable return, inasmuch as it established for him in Wichita Falls, quickly and permanently, a reputation of a useful kind in a country where law and order are likely to be an elemental, go-as-you-please sort. It happened in this wise. There was a merchant in Baylor County, Texas, to whom lumberman McDonald sold a good bill on time. The account ran along until one day the county judge of Baylor, one Melvin, dropped in and stated that he had called to settle the amount for his neighbor. He gave his own check for it, and McDonald supposed the matter had ended. A few days later, the bank returned Melvin's check as worthless. Evidently, the quiet, unobtrusive life which Bill Jess had been living as a lumber merchant had given the impression that he was an inoffensive person who would pocket a loss rather than make trouble, especially with a county judge, who added to his official prestige the reputation of being a very bad man from far up Bitter Creek. However, this impression was a mistake. McDonald ascertained that his customer had really sent the money by Melvin to pay his bill, and considered what he ought to do. Morally, perhaps legally, he could have demanded payment a second time, on the ground that the said customer, being acquainted with Melvin, should have selected a more reliable messenger. But that was not the Bill McDonald way. What he did was to write to Melvin, demanding an explanation, adding in pretty positive terms that he expected immediate settlement. No reply came, and a second and a third letter followed, each getting more definite as to phrase. Then one day, Melvin and certain henchmen from Baylor appeared on the streets of Wichita Falls. McDonald, who had heard of their arrival, suddenly confronted Melvin and delivered himself in whatever terms and emphasis as he had on hand at the moment. Melvin withdrew, gathered his clans, and laid for McDonald in a saloon, where the latter had to pass. Though previously warned of the ambush, McDonald did pass, with the result that, next morning, Melvin settled his bill in full, paid for a glass door that he had broken, and a fine and costs amounting to $65 for carrying concealed weapons. What really happened to Melvin is best told in Bill Jess's own testimony, when that same morning he had, himself, been summoned to answer a charge for carrying concealed weapons, disturbing the peace, and for assault, said action being the result of Melvin's judicial pull. Arriving at the courtroom, the prosecuting attorney asked McDonald if he had a lawyer. "No," he said, "I don't need anybody to defend me for knocking that scoundrel over. I'll attend to my own case, whatever is necessary." The attorney then stated the charge to the court. Bill Jess waited until he was through, and then asked permission to speak. "Your Honor," he said, rising, "I'm a busy man with no time to be fooling around this way with men who give bogus checks and steal horses and such like. But if your Honor will spare about a minute, I'll tell the court what happened." He then gave a history of the lumber transaction and added the sequel as follows. "When I wrote him as strong a letter as I could frame up, and as would go through the mail, he came down with a crowd of what he thought was fighting men, and I met him and tried like a gentleman to persuade him to settle up and to convince him what a dad-blamed rascal he was, which he pled guilty to and didn't deny. Then he gathers his feeble bunch of fighters together, arms them up with 6 shooters, and caroused them in Bill Holly's saloon that I had to pass going home. I met Johnny Hammond, who tried to persuade me not to take that street. Said those fellows were up there and I'd better go in some other direction. I said I wasn't in the habit of going out of my way for such cattle, and proceeded on up the street. When I got in front of Bill Holly's, Melvin and his warriors stepped out. Melvin wanted an explanation of my former remarks, and I gave it to him, and added some more which I would not like to mention in the presence of the court. Then he pulled out a big white-handled .45 six-shooter, but being a little slow with it, I grabbed it by the barrel and hit him with my fist 2 or 3 times, which kind of jarred him loose from his gun. Then I gave him a rap on the head with it and knocked him through Bill Holly's glass front door into the saloon. His pals pulled their guns, but I covered them with the one I took away from Melvin, and they nearly broke the furniture to pieces getting out of there. I didn't see any more of any of them until next morning. Then I looked up the bunch and got a check in full, with interest, for Melvin, and made him pay Bill Holly $5 for his glass door. So far as carrying a gun is concerned, I had one, and I got another from this fella here, who had pulled it on me. I took it away from him and hit him with it, and I have the same here in my possession now, to turn over to the court. Bill just reached down somewhere, and, drawing forth the big white-handled six-shooter, laid it down in front of the court. Then, suddenly turning upon Melvin, who was present, he looked him straight through. "Melvin, is not all I have told the court true?" he demanded. Melvin found himself unable to tell anything but the truth just then. "Yes, sir," he said, quite meekly. McDonald was discharged and Melvin paid a fine as before noted. Following this incident came another, which solidified Bill McDonald's reputation for nerve in Wichita Falls. Bill Holly, the aforementioned, whose name in another part of the state had been Buck Holly, which he forgot when he left East Texas, after getting into a mix-up, during which the other man died, one day absorbed an overdose of his own stock in trade, and set forth to shoot up the town. He went afoot and let go at things generally, emptying the streets and bringing business to a standstill. The city marshal was organizing a posse to take him, and summoned McDonald, when McDonald said, "Give me the key to the calaboose, and there won't be no need of a posse." He took the key in one hand and a six-shooter in the other, marched up to where Holly was practicing on front doors and hardware signs, struck the gun close up under the nose of the disturber, and with his quick magic, disarmed him and set out with him for the lockup. Holly begged and pleaded and was finally locked in a room in the hotel. He broke a window before morning and promptly paid for it by McDonald's request. He made a fairly quiet citizen during the remainder of McDonald's stay in Wichita Falls. Removing to Hardin County was the only thing that saved Bill McDonald from being drafted into official service where he was. Law-abiding citizens with his gifts are scarce enough anywhere, and they were needed in the cattle districts of Texas. There was not much law in those parts, none at all outside of the towns. In the countries bordering on Indian territory and up through the Panhandle, a man had to stand pat, whatever his hand, and hold his own by strength of arm and quickness of trigger. Cow thieves and cutthroats abounded. Officials often worked in accord with them, or were afraid to prosecute. The man who would neither cooperate with outlaws nor condone their offenses was already on the ground and would presently be in the field. It was a wide field and a fruitful one, and the harvest was ripe for the gathering. Hardin County was a tough locality in the early '80s. It had lately been organized, and the settlers were cowmen, cowboys, and gamblers, lawless enough themselves, and another element, which pretended to be these things, but in reality consisted of outlaws, pure and simple. The latter lived chiefly off the herds, driving off horses and cattle, and hiding them in remote and inaccessible places. Often cattle were butchered. Their hides, which were marked with brand and earmarks, were destroyed to avoid identification, and the meat was sold. Men who did these things were known well enough, but went unapprehended for the reasons named. In certain sections of the territory itself, and in no man's land, a piece of disputed ground lying to the north of the Panhandle, now a part of Oklahoma, matters were even worse. In these places there was hardly a semblance of law. Certainly the need of active reform, of an official crusader, without fear and above reproach, was both wide and vociferous. End of Chapter 7, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 9, 2022. Chapter 8 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Reforming the Wilderness. The kind of men to be reformed. Early reforms in Quanah. Bad men meet their match. It was in 1885 that Bill McDonald disposed of his lumber interests in Wichita Falls and at Harold, reinvested in cattle, and set out once more for the still farther west. He had filed on some school land on Wanderers Creek in Hardeman County, about 4 miles from where the town of Quanah now stands, and in the heart of what was then the wilderness. Somewhat previous to this, McDonald, whose reputation as a man of nerve had traveled to Harold, was one night called upon by Ranger Lieutenant Sam Platt to assist in handling a gang of outlaws, known as the Brooken band, that infested the neighborhood. The Brookens had ridden into Harold and were running things in pretty much their own way. Platt and McDonald promptly bore down upon them, and a running fight ensued as the Brookens retreated. About 100 shots were fired altogether, but it was dark, and the range was too great for accuracy. Nothing was accomplished, but the event marked the beginning of a warfare between Bill McDonald and a band of cutthroats, the end of which would be history. It was soon after this first skirmish that McDonald sold out his lumber business and set out for his Hardeman County ranch. As on his former migration, he drove his cattle to the new land, and after the first hard day's drive, camped at nightfall in a pleasant spot where grass was plentiful and water handy. It seemed a good place, and man and beast gladly halted for food and rest. But next morning there was trouble. When preparations for an early start were under headway, it was suddenly discovered that 4 of the best horses and a fine Newfoundland dog were missing. Investigation of the surrounding country was made, and 2 of the horses were found astray, evidently having broken loose from their captors. It was further discovered that the Brooken band had a rendezvous in what was known as the Cedar Breaks, a stretch of rough country densely covered with scrubby cedar, located about 12 miles to the southwestward. McDonald naturally felt that it was again his move in the Brooken game, but it did not seem expedient to stop the journey with his herd and undertake the move just then, so, biding his time, he pushed on to his land on Wanderers Creek, where he established his ranch, fenced his property, built a habitation for himself and the wife who was always ready to follow him into the wilderness. Then he rode over to Margaret, at that time the county seat, and asked Sheriff Gemelli, a good man with his hands over full, to appoint him deputy, that he might begin the work which clearly must be done in that country before it could become a proper habitation for law-abiding citizen. The commission was readily granted, and from that appointment date, that tired feeling which the bad men of Texas began to have when they heard the sound of Bill McDonald's name. Another word as to the kind of men with which an officer in those days had to deal. They were not ordinary malefactors, but choice selections from the world at large. "What was your name before you came to Texas?" was a common inquiry in those earlier days, and it was often added that a man could go to Texas when he couldn't go anywhere else. It was such a big state with so many remote fastnesses, so many easy escapes across the borders. It was the natural last resort of men who could not live elsewhere with safety or profit. There is a story of a man arrested in Texas in those days for some misdemeanor, who was advised by his lawyer to leave the state without delay. "But where shall I go?" asked the troubled offender. "I'm in Texas now." They were the men who had borne other names before they came to Texas, and who were in Texas now because they could not live elsewhere and keep off of the scaffold that Bill McDonald undertook to exterminate. He was willing to undertake the task single-handed, if necessary, and in reality did much of his work in that manner, as we shall see. With his commission in his pocket, Bill Jess was not long in getting down to his favorite employment, that of man-hunting. He began quietly, for he wanted to identify some of the men nearer at hand who were in one way or another connected with the Cedar Breaks gang. Bill Brooken, a notorious outlaw, was the head of the band, and his brother, Feud, was one of its chief members. The Brookens were wanted not only for cattle stealing, but for train robbing and murder as well. A certain Bull Turner was one of their victims. Turner was said to have been one of the Brooken gang at an earlier time, but had abandoned that way of life and made an effort to become a decent citizen. The gang believed he had given information, and somewhat later when he was driving across the country with a prominent stockman, a Hebrew named Lazarus, the Brookens and a half-dozen of their followers suddenly dashed out of a roadside concealment and began firing. Turner was instantly killed, and Lazarus fell over the dashboard in a wild effort to get behind something. The frightened horses, one of them wounded in the foot, ran madly all the way back to town, with Lazarus still clinging to the whiffle-trees. He received no injury, but acquired a scare which was permanent. With the assistance of Sheriff Alley, also short a horse, through the industries of the Brooken gang, and one Pat Wolforth, who was acquainted with certain of the silent partners of the outlaws, and stood ready to give information, several arrests were made, presently, and trouble filled the air. Threatening letters now began to come to the new deputy, warning him against further procedure, promising him death and torture of many varieties if he did not suspend operations. Such letters always stimulated Bill McDonald to renewed enterprise. He redoubled his efforts, and brought in offenders of various kinds almost daily. Cattle stealers began to migrate to other counties. Their friends and beneficiaries grew nervous. Meantime, the railroad had reached Hardeman and the town of Quanah, named for Chief Quanah Parker, son of the historic Cynthia Ann Parker, had sprung up. It was a typical tough place, and certain bad men still at large came through to proclaim vengeance and to lay for the men who were making them trouble. Among these disturbers was one John Davidson of Wilbarger County, on the borders of which the Cedar Breaks gang was located. Davidson was reputed to have killed several men, and was believed to be an accessory of the Brooken band, but was thus far not positively identified, and remained unapprehended. He did not hesitate, however, to boast of his always being armed and ready for men like Bill McDonald, and especially for Pat Wolforth, who was getting good friends and neighbors into trouble. Davidson appeared presently on the streets of Quanah, flourishing his firearms and making his boasts. McDonald suddenly arrived on the scene, and without any parley whatever, stepped quickly up to Davidson and disarmed him so suddenly that the terror of Wilbarger stood dazed, and did not recover himself until he was halfway to the office of justice, where he paid a fine. It was an unusual proceeding. It was unprecedented. The customary thing was a noisy warfare of words, followed by a general shooting, with the bad man in possession when the smoke had cleared away. This new method was prosaic. Davidson couldn't understand it at all. He tried it again the next week, with the same result. He kept on trying it, and each time settled for his amusement with a fine. Why he did not kill somebody he couldn't understand. He never seemed to get in action before Bill McDonald had his gun and was marching him to the captain's office. Finally, he got himself appointed deputy sheriff of Wilbarger and came triumphantly to Quanah with his commission, which he believed would entitle him to carry arms. Met suddenly, as usual, by McDonald and promptly disarmed, he flourished his commission. "That's all right, Bill McDonald, but I'm fixed for you this time. Give me back that gun." McDonald said, "Your commission won't do you much good up here. If Sheriff Barker wants to appoint a man that throws in with thieves, all right, but in Hardeman County we don't have to recognize him." There was never such a stubborn man, Davidson decided, as that fool deputy, Bill McDonald. He decided to wait until McDonald should be absent, and then have it out with Wolforth. When the time came, Davidson brought a gang along with him, and they followed Wolforth about with pestering remarks, until their victim suddenly grew tired of the annoyance and opened fire. This was unexpected, and the gang retired for reorganization. Then some rangers, quartered at Quanah, appeared on the scene, and Wolforth was put under arrest. He was taken before a justice, who fixed his bond at $1,000, which he was unable to raise, because of the dread in which Davidson and his crowd were held. It was just about this moment that Deputy McDonald returned, and the rangers delivered Wolforth into his hands. "What's the matter, Pat?" McDonald asked. His co-worker explained how he had fired on the Davidson gang, though without damage to anybody. "And they put you under $1,000 bond for it?" commented Deputy Bill. "Yes." "Well, they ought to have made it a good deal heavier for your not being a better shot. Never mind, I'll fill your bond all right." And this McDonald did, immediately. The Davidson crowd was still in town, and far from satisfied. Davidson felt that he had support enough now to tackle even that hard-headed McDonald, and he enlisted a big butcher named Williams to stir up the mess. The gang armed themselves with long butcher knives from Williams's shop and started out to hunt up their victim. They located him in a saloon where troubles of various kinds were likely to originate, and the presence of an officer was desirable. Big Bill Williams, the butcher, entered first, and coming near to McDonald, slightly bumped against him. Not wishing trouble, McDonald walked away, followed by Williams, who bumped against him again. Deputy Bill then walked to the other side of the room, which was unoccupied, and when Williams and his crowd started to follow, he warned them not to come any closer. At this, a number of cowmen who were present saw the trouble and stepped in, and Williams and his crowd worked toward the door. Outside, the disturbers gave vent to their animosity for McDonald in violent language and opprobrious names. Suddenly, McDonald himself stepped out among them, and, seeing a piece of scantling about 4 feet long lying by the door, he seized it, and as Williams started toward him, he gave the big butcher a lick across the face with it that flattened his features and put a habitual crook in his nose. The crowd thought Williams was killed, and his supporters began to get out of the way of the scantling. But McDonald dropped it and had out his guns in a moment. "Halt," he said, "every one of you. Hold up there." Then to the rangers who at that moment appeared on the scene, "Search those men for weapons." Search was made, and the long butcher knives, intended for McDonald, came to light. A knife of the same kind was found on Williams. "Now, get a doctor quick," commanded McDonald. "That fellow looks like he's pretty badly hurt." A doctor was found, and Williams was removed. McDonald's wife, then stopping at a nearby hotel, had been an interested, not to say excited, spectator of the proceedings, and now called down a few words of encouragement and approval. Somewhat later, word was brought to Deputy Bill that what was left of the Davidson and Williams crowd had collected in Tip McDonald's saloon, where a brother of Williams tended bar, and these were declaring war to the death. McDonald promptly went down there and entered, with a revolver in each hand. The crowd of would-be assassins, about a dozen or so, took one look, and made a break for the back window, climbing over chairs, counters, and billiard tables, some of them almost tearing the bar down in an effort to get behind it. Deputy Bill held enough of them, with the persuasion of his 2 6-shooters, to give them some useful information in the matter of running a town like Quanah and the surrounding country, as long as he was in office. "You thieves that have been trying to run over this country, and stealing cattle, and shooting the town up," he said, "from now on are going to stop it. And you fellows, like Bill Williams, that are selling stolen beef, are going to stop that, too. If any one of you sells a pound of beef hereafter, without showing me the hide and the brand marks, you'll go behind the bars, and I'll put you there." There was something about the tone of that brief address that made it sink in, and from that time forward, when beef was brought to Quanah, the hide came with it, and they would wake up Deputy Bill McDonald to show it to him as early as 3 o'clock in the morning. As for Davidson, he now became an officer of the law in reality. Satisfied, no doubt, that the Cedar Breaks gang was doomed, he came to McDonald and offered to guide him to the den of the Brookens if McDonald would cause to be dismissed certain indictments which had been lodged against him. McDonald consulted Sheriff Barker of Wilbarger, and the arrangement was made. Davidson then ascertained when his former business associates would be at their headquarters in the Breaks, and the raid was planned accordingly. End of Chapter 8, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 23, 2022.
Chapter 9 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Getting Even with the Brooken Gang. The Brookens don't wait for callers. 127 years sentence for an outlaw. The breaks of the Big Wichita made an ideal cover for outlaws engaged in the industry of stealing cattle and horses. There were plenty of grass and water there, and the ground was so densely covered with scrub cedar as to afford any number of hiding places. Moreover, there were deep gulches and canyons that made travel dangerous to those not familiar with the region. The place was remote and not often molested. Everything being arranged, the raiders set out, Sheriff Barker of Wilbarger in charge, the party including 2 rangers from Quanah. On drawing near the locality, Barker proposed that all but 2 men should halt, several hundred yards from the stronghold, a dugout occupied by the gang when at home. To this Deputy Bill strenuously objected. He wanted to charge forthwith, believing all was in a surprise attack. Barker, however, being in his own county, was in command, and was for more gradual tactics. He added that McDonald's big white hat would attract attention before they could get near enough to charge. 2 men were therefore sent to reconnoiter and report. The rest lay in hiding. Presently, peering through the trees, they saw 2 other men ride up to the dugout and go in. Deputy Bill was all excitement. "There they are now," he said. "Let's go down there and get them." Again he was overruled. In a few minutes a number of men issued from the dugout, mounted horses, and rode away. The first 2 had been scouts and had given warning. At the same moment Barker's 2 men came running back with the information that the Brookens were getting away. "Of course they're getting away," said McDonald. "Do you suppose they're going to wait and hold an afternoon tea when we arrive?" Accompanied by one of the rangers, he started in pursuit of the outlaws, but it was impossible to follow far in that dense, unfamiliar place. Returning to the dugout, they were rejoiced to find Sheriff Alley's horse, so something was accomplished, though the expedition as a whole had failed through overcaution. McDonald now resolved to hunt on his own hook. As deputy sheriff, he was restricted to his own county, but this handicap was speedily removed through Ranger Captain S.A. McMurray, who had him appointed by Governor L.S. Ross as special ranger, with sheriff's rights in any county in the state. His authority was to be still further extended very soon. One day he received a letter from Captain George A. Knight of Dallas, Texas, U.S. Marshal of the Northern District of Texas, asking him to come to Dallas and be made U.S. Deputy Marshal with authority to operate in Southern Indian Territory and No Man's Land, where a man like him was sorely needed. McDonald went down without delay and reported at Knight's office. "I've heard about you and your work up in Hardeman," said Captain Knight, "and I want you for a deputy. But first, tell me, what are your politics?" McDonald did not hesitate. Knight was a Republican. "Captain Knight," he said, "I am the damnedest, hell-roaringest, all-firedest Democrat you ever saw. If politics has anything to do with this appointment, I'd just as well go back." "Well," said Knight, "you're pretty emphatic, but I guess you'll do. Your kind of politics seem to suit your job pretty well." It was only a little while after this that Bill McDonald was also made Deputy U.S. Marshal of the Southern District of Kansas, which enabled him to work in the remaining portion of the territory. And now, with his 4 offices, 2 Deputy U.S. Marshalships, Deputy Sheriff of Hardeman County, and that of Special Ranger, he was qualified to undertake at any time any sort of a manhunt in any territory likely to invite his services. He went after the Brooken gang forthwith, but this time they did not wait for him. His fame was already in their ears. He followed them like a hound on the trail. He never recovered his 2 horses and his Newfoundland dog, but he broke up the gang utterly. He brought in Brooken at last, and got him sentenced for 5 years. Bill Brooken himself escaped to Mexico, was captured there, brought back, and sentenced for 127 years. He has a good deal of that time still to serve. The life work of the boy, who long ago had begun it by hunting slaves in the swamps of Mississippi, was well started now. His name as a thief-catcher was beginning to be known and honored and feared. Yet his more active days, his more valuable days to the community at large, still lay all ahead, and of these we shall undertake to tell. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 10, New Tactics in No Man's Land. Something which resembled a sense of security began to manifest itself in Hardeman and the surrounding counties. There were still cattle thieves, plenty of them, but with their rendezvous in the immediate neighborhood broken up, their work became less deliberate. They harbored now further away, in the remoter places of the Panhandle, in the Cherokee Strip, and in the fastnesses of No Man's Land. From these strongholds they made their raids, which, though more sporadic and less devastating, were still a vast nuisance, particularly along the border counties, where the outlaws could run over at night, raid a herd none too well guarded, and have the stolen cattle hidden in some gully or canyon or break in their own lawless land by morning. No Man's Land was a favorite retreat for cattle thieves. It was that strip of public land that was set down on the map as part of Indian Territory, but really belonged to nobody at all. Different ones of the surrounding states claimed it, and the outlaws owned it, by possession and force of arms. There was no law there, and few law-abiding citizens. What there were hard to find, and they didn't want officers to stop with them for fear of the enmity of the thieves, who were so greatly in the majority. It was a fine, sightly land, with good grass and plenty of water. Level land, some of it, though there was rough country there too, with good places for outlaws to hide. Here they built their dugouts or cabins, established their households, and herded their stolen stock. Some of the cattle they butchered, peddling the meat in Kansas or the Panhandle. Some of the beef they had the nerve and assurance to drive to market, even to ship openly to Kansas City or Chicago. It was necessary that No Man's Land should be reclaimed, and it was partly for this purpose that U.S. Marshal George A. Knight had commissioned Bill McDonald, his deputy. Thus far, all statutory law had been disregarded in No Man's Land. All officers had been defied. When, as had happened now and then, an officer had made his way into that wilderness, he either lost his life or had his revolver and whiskey and tobacco taken away from him and was booted back across the border. It had been demonstrated that Bill McDonald had a convincing way with his words and movements, and that he had a nose for locating cow thieves. Furthermore, it was believed that he would not be likely to submit to any liberties taken with his six-shooter and tobacco, or to indignities of any sort. So, when the Brookens and other established dealers of the range had been evicted from Hardeman and adjoining counties, it fell to Bill McDonald to begin the No Man's Land crusade. He was working over in the Panhandle in 1887 when he learned of a horse that had been stolen somewhere below, and he set out in pursuit of the thief. Such trail as he could find led straight for No Man's Land, and he knew that he was bound at last for that lawless locality where U.S. deputy marshals were favorite victims. He was alone, but this fact did not disturb him. He had always preferred to hunt in that way. There was less chance of frightening the game. When he reached Hutchinson County, which is in the second tier from the North Texas line, he stopped at Turkey Track Ranch and borrowed a buckboard in which to bring home his catch. It was still 75 miles to the No Man's Land line, but buckboards were few in the Panhandle in those days, and this was likely to be the last chance to get one. It is possible that Turkey Track Ranch said goodbye to that buckboard when he drove away, for, while they had heard of Bill McDonald, they also knew of the usual fate of the U.S. deputy marshals who, with or without a buckboard, set out on an invasion of No Man's Land. It was a long, lonesome drive across Hutchinson and Hansford counties, and up through No Man's Land to the waters of Beaver Creek. The trail was not very difficult here, for the thief probably did not expect to be followed, certainly not farther than the borderline, and had made little effort to cover his track. It was toward the end of the second or third day at last that the trail became very fresh, and the man in the buckboard came to a halt and set out on foot to locate his game. As silently and cautiously as an Indian, he crept through the brush until he reached a place where, peering through, he located, some distance away on the riverbank, a camp consisting of 4 men and the same number of horses. His man had found comrades, that was evident, and it was likely they would join in his defense. McDonald lay in the brush, watching them as long as it was light, and then crept closer, trying to identify the horse he was after and which of the men had him in charge. He had no intention of beginning operations that night, for he had long since made up his mind that the proper time for a surprise attack is in the early morning. Men have not gathered themselves then, and have not been awake long enough to be fearless and quick of thought and action. His purpose now was to know his ground exactly, so that with daylight he could act with a clear understanding. He was obliged to wait until daylight before he could be sure of his ground. Then, awake and watching, he saw the different men go to look after their horses. He located a bay horse that answered to the description of the stolen animal and identified the man who had him in charge. He crept back to his buckboard now, got in, and drove up leisurely to the outlaw camp, looking as inoffensive and guileless as any other fly with a horse and buckboard, driving straight into the spider's den. "Good morning, boys," he said pleasantly. "Y'all look mighty comfortable with that fire going. I lost my way and laid out last night. Maybe y'all can tell me something about the trails around here. There don't seem to be none that I can find." They invited him cordially to get down and warm himself, and said they would show him the trail. McDonald stepped out and walked over to the fire, still talking about the country and the weather, working over closer to the man he wanted. The deputy wore a short overcoat, and he had a pair of handcuffs in the left side pocket. He got just in front of his man at last and reached out his right hand as if to shake hands with him. Instinctively, the man extended his own right hand, and at that instant, McDonald's left with the open handcuffs was out like a flash. There was a quick snap, a sudden movement, a sleight of hand movement it was. Then another quick snap, and the horse thief, dazed and half stupefied, stood gazing down at the manacles on his wrists, while Bill McDonald, a gun in each hand, quietly regarded the other three members of the camp. The captive was first to break the silence. "Boys," he said, "what does this mean?" One of the men turned to McDonald. "Yes," he said, "what does this mean? Who are you, and what are you going to do with that man?" "I'm Deputy U.S. Marshal McDonald of Texas," was the cheerful reply, "and I'm going to take this man with me and put him in jail." "What for?" "For stealing that bay horse out there." The outlaw advanced a step. "And you'll just about play hell doing it," he said. "All right, I'm ready to start the game right now," said McDonald. The men whispered a little among themselves. Their saddles were off to one side, and their Winchesters lay across them, all there together. They wore six-shooters also, but they realized who their man was now, and they were careful to make no movement toward them. Presently, one of the men said, "You say you're going to put that fellow in jail?" "That's what I'm going to do." "Well, now, let's see about that." The men were starting in as if to make an argument. One of the party began working a little in the direction of the guns. The idea was to distract the officer's attention for a moment and get the drop on him. It was a good game, but it failed to work in this instance. McDonald brought his guns exactly to bear on the men in front of him. "Throw up your hands," he commanded. "Every one of you, quick! Throw 'em up, you scoundrels!" 3 pairs of hands went up. That command from Bill McDonald has almost never been disobeyed. Perhaps it is in the tone of voice that makes it convincing. Perhaps it is the curious look in those needle-pointed eyes of his. Perhaps it is something more than these, something psychologically imperative. Whatever it is, it has filled the air of Texas with hands, from Red River to the Rio Grande. "Now face the other way," was the next command. The men faced about, their hands still high above their heads. With one six-shooter still on them, McDonald went up behind each man and disarmed him, sticking the revolvers in his own belt. Then he went over and took the cartridges out of the Winchesters. He now marched his men to where the horses were hitched, secured the stolen one, and tied him to the buckboard. Then he ordered his prisoner to get in and proceeded to shackle him to the slats of the vehicle. The other 3 men, meantime, were kept in a group, a rod or so ahead in the direction of Texas. "Now march for Texas, you devils," McDonald said when he was seated beside his prisoner. The procession started, the men complaining that they had done nothing and that he had no right to take them back, even if he were authorized to take the other man. Deputy Bill said, "You fellows have been in the habit over here of resisting and killing officers, or driving them out, and doing as you please. I just want to show you how easy it is to take your kind. Come, move right along there now. I don't know what you've done, but you probably stole all those horses back yonder." The men now began to beg for their horses, complaining that the animals left behind would stay there and starve. McDonald really had no intention of taking them all the way back with him. He had no warrants for them, and besides, he did not care to march in camp with that number unless necessary. His purpose was to get them far enough away so that they would not be likely to try to overtake him and catch him asleep when he should halt for the night. He made no concessions, however, until they were well along toward the Texas line. Then he said, "Now, if you fellows think you can behave yourselves and want to go back and tend to your horses, I may let you go back on that account. But you can make up your minds, and you can tell your friends about it, that I'm not afraid of any of you, and I'm going to clear your damn thieves out of this country. I'm gonna show you that there's one man you won't kill nor run out. Now, will you do what I tell you?" The men protested that they were good citizens, and that if he would let them off, they would undertake missionary work in the cause of law and order. He let them go then, and handed back their unloaded arms, promising them another fate if he ever caught them in mischief. He watched them disappear behind the first rise. Then, whipping up, he made the best time he could for Turkey Track Ranch, where he rested a day, delivered the borrowed buckboard, taking his prisoner next morning to jail. End of Chapter 10. Read by Sean Hatfield, Riverside, California, January 18, 2022.
Chapter 11 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Redeeming No Man's Land. Bill McDonald and Lon Burson gather in the bad men. No man in the wrong can stand up against a fellow that's in the right and keeps on a-comin'. It was natural that other work in no man's land should follow this first experiment, it having been demonstrated that Bill McDonald could go into that infested place and not only come out alive, but bring back his man. Other and more extensive contracts were laid out for him. There were several bad gangs there to be broken up before legitimate settlers could live there, and it was decided that McDonald was the man for the job. McDonald, on his part, was ready for the undertaking, it being of a sort which he found always most congenial. Deciding that it was a good thing to have a reliable partner in the handling of a gang, he selected for his associate another deputy marshal, one Lon Burson of Henrietta, a quiet, athletic fellow with plenty of grit and endurance. "I could always rely upon Lon," McDonald said, in speaking of that period long after. "I believed I knew just what he would do, every time, and he never failed me." It may be added that Burson, on his part, had complete faith in McDonald, and that their ideas of conducting a campaign were in exact accord. They began on what was thought to be one of the worst gangs, a band of 9 who had established, on Beaver Creek, a general headquarters from which they conducted a miscellaneous business in crime, stealing cattle and horses, robbing trains and shooting down bank officials when occasion offered, frequently crossing over into adjoining states for that purpose. McDonald had laid out the plan of attack, which was to arrive on the scene at his favorite early hour, daybreak, and then to do no parleying or long-distance firing, but to charge at once and storm the works. His theory was, and is today, that the criminal cannot stand up against a man who is not afraid of him and does not hesitate. "If you wilt or falter, he will kill you," he has often said, "but if you go straight at him, and never give him time to get to cover, or to think, he will weaken 99 times in 100. No man in the wrong can stand up against a fellow that's in the right and keeps on a-comin'. I made up my mind to that long ago, and I've never made a mistake yet." Here, in homely vernacular, is expressed a mighty truth. Crime is always coward, and cannot stand against the conviction of right. Error cannot survive in the face of truth that does not falter and keeps on a-comin'. McDonald and Burson proceeded in the saddle to Higgins, in Lipscomb County, a station on the Santa Fe Bale Road, and their last base of supplies. Here they chartered a big 3-seated hack in which to bring back their prisoners, should their raid prove successful. They put their own horses to this vehicle, loaded their saddles in behind, and continued their journey. It was toward evening when they arrived in the neighborhood of the outlaw den and camped in a secluded place to wait for morning. The house stood in the edge of the prairie, near Beaver Creek, and was easy of access. It was made of logs and seemed to be a deserted ranch place, probably built by some adventurous person who had long since departed for a locality where there was more law, even if less grass. One of the band, an early riser, had just gone out to round up the horses when the two deputies, mounted, made their approach next morning. He discovered them when they were about 400 yards away and made for the house, McDonald and Burson following at full speed. The outlaw was a little in advance, and his 8 companions were out in front with their Winchesters when the officers bore down on them. "Go round the house, Lon, and come in from behind. I'll tend to them on this side," said McDonald as they dashed up. This maneuver was immediately put into action, and in less than a minute later the deputies were on the spot, their game between them. In another instant, both deputies had slid from their horses and were in the midst of the confused, half-awake outlaws. "Drop them guns. Drop 'em and put up your hands," commanded McDonald, his own gun and Burson's leveled. There was not even an attempt at resistance. The bandits were simply dazed, overwhelmed by the suddenness and vigor of the onslaught. Heretofore attacks, always made by a posse, had begun with scouting and skirmish and ended with a running fight, usually at long range. The plan of 2 mere deputies coming straight upon them and demanding sudden and complete surrender was wholly new. As before remarked, there was something about it terribly convincing, almost supernatural. McDonald kept the men covered now, while Burson secured their weapons. Then handcuffed and shackled, they were marched to the big hack, crowded into it, and driven 50 miles to Higgins, thence by rail to the United States Commissioner at Wichita Falls. McDonald, as usual, was sociable enough with his prisoners, once secure, and delivered to them his customary homily as they drove along. "I just want to show you fellows up here how easy it is to take you," he said affably. "You all have got the notion that you can run this country your own way, and that there ain't any officers that can come up here and make you behave. Now, you all are mighty mistaken. I'm going to put every one of you fellows in jail, and a lot more like you. You know well enough it ain't right to act like you all have been doing, driving off other men's cattle, and robbing trains and shooting men that you had the drop on. You might know you'd get into trouble. The United States has made laws against such business as that, and them laws cover this country the same as anywhere else, and every one of your kind up in here is going to find it out." The gang was landed safely in Wichita Falls. Some of them were eventually convicted. The rest either became better citizens or sought quieter territory for their industries. The cleaning up of no man's land had begun. The work of active reform was not allowed to languish. News of the first successful raid traveled quickly, and State Senator Temple Houston, son of Governor Sam Houston, notified McDonald that the sheriff of Hansford County was in need of assistance to cope with a bad gang, which had a rendezvous just across the border from Hansford, in no man's land. These bandits had been carrying on the usual business of horse and cattle stealing and general highway robbery. Unlike some of the officials, the sheriff of Hansford, though not noted for reckless bravery, was in no way in league with the thieves, and desired only their extermination. His jurisdiction, however, extended no farther than the Texas line, and thus far no state or federal officer had rendered any assistance. As a result, the band, becoming very bold, had pitched their camp just over the line, and had defied arrest, declaring they would shoot the first man that stepped across. When Bill McDonald got the word from Senator Houston, he immediately sent over for Lon Burson, and then proceeded to Canadian Hemhill County, where Houston lived. Here they learned more fully what work was cut out for them, and presently continued their journey over into Hansford, where, from the sheriff, they secured the names of the offenders, as far as possible, and a partial list of their misdeeds. Complaints were now filed against 6 men. The usual commodious hack was secured. Also, a light buggy for possible side excursions, and McDonald of Burson, accompanied by the sheriff as a guide, drove through the gray of early morning to the line which divided Hansford County from No Man's Land. Arriving at the border, the sheriff pointed out where the robber den, a log building, was located, not more than 800 yards beyond. Then he said he would wait there until they got back. "Come right along with us," said McDonald. "We need you to identify the men." But the officer said, no, that the men knew him, and it might alarm them if they saw him coming. Besides, he had no authority over there. "Never mind that," urged McDonald. "I'll risk the consequences, and I'll make you one of a deputy's posse, which fixes your authority all right." But the sheriff still said no, that he didn't care for any more authority than he had, that anything new in that line might make him proud. He said he thought he would enjoy sitting there in the hack, where he would have a good view of what happened to them when they tackled that outfit. McDonald and Burson, therefore, set out in the light buggy, driving leisurely across the intervening space. Arriving near the log house, they discovered that 5 men were up and sitting sleepily on the ground in front of their cabin, their Winchesters leaning against the wall behind them. Evidently they did not look for any attack, and even when they saw the approaching buggy, their wits were not sufficiently collected to suspect that these might be officers, nor could they realize that any 2 men in a buggy would drive over to attempt their capture. In another instant they were covered. "Get up from there and throw up your hands," was the word of greeting they received. "And don't try to touch them guns. The first man that tries it, I'll kill him." The 5 men rose. It was polite to do so. Also, they refrained from offering any discourtesy in the matter of the guns. McDonald now called the roll of the names he wanted, and curious as it may seem, each man answered to his name. 1 man of the 6 wanted being missing, the officers proceeded to handcuff and shackle the 5 captured men and march them back to the hack, where the sheriff of Hansford was waiting. Of course the sheriff didn't believe it was true. He had had such dreams before, and thought he would wake up, presently, at home, in bed. When he convinced himself at last that he was not asleep, he offered to aid in the search for the 6th man. He was well acquainted with the territory trails, and McDonald decided to send Burson to Hansford with the hackload, and to proceed with the buggy and the sheriff after number 6 of the gang who, it appeared, had a place of his own some 20 miles away. Number 6 was out looking after his cattle, about 30 in number, the result of industry, when McDonald and the sheriff of Hansford arrived, and, not expecting official guests, was unprepared. He had, in fact, no more gun than a rabbit, as Deputy Bill said afterward, and his capture was child's play. That night the gang complete set out for Wichita Falls, to be tried later in the United States Court at Dallas. Raids followed each other rapidly. 1 gang of cattle thieves after another was gathered in, and took up the march for Dallas and trial. Outlawing in No Man's Land became an unpopular occupation. Men of more legitimate enterprise began to wonder if the time was not coming, by and by, when they could do business on or within the borders of that territory without the protection of a company of soldiers. The fame of Bill McDonald was on every man's tongue, and those who had not seen him, especially the outlaws still at large, usually conceived him to be a very terrible person, large, bushy, heavy of voice, and fierce of mien. Yet he was just the opposite of all these things. He was slender, quiet, blue-eyed, and gentle of voice. Only he had that gift of command, that look and that manner of speech with lawbreakers which they did not disobey. The time came presently in No Man's Land when his name alone, and a rumor that he was coming, was sufficient to cause the gang to contemplate emigration. Perhaps they believed he bore a charmed life, and it was useless to resist him. If so, they were hardly to be blamed for such a conviction. End of chapter 11. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 26, 2022. Chapter 12 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Some of the difficulties of reform. Frontier law and practice, caught in a norther in no man's land. It is neither necessary nor possible to give a full history of all the raids that, during the brief period of little more than a year, broke up organized lawlessness in that stray corner of the nation and redeemed an abandoned land. The general plan was the same in all. The early morning hour, the hack and the Winchester, the surprise attack, and the pleasant drive home with the guests duly handcuffed and shackled. These were features common to each episode. Though conducted against desperate men, it was a bloodless warfare. Nobody was killed, scarcely a gun was fired. Bill McDonald's career was not to be always like that. There was to be shooting enough, and bloodletting too, but the No Man's Land campaign was peculiar in the absence of these customary attributes of border warfare. Yet, there are one or two aspects of the happenings of that period which may not be overlooked here. As before suggested, the administrators of the law were not always to be relied upon. Some of them were actually in league with the lawbreakers, others were honest enough, but afraid of them. But there was still another sort, who, being both honest and courageous, lacked information. Sometimes this resulted in curious complications, which were annoying and discouraging to an officer. Often the results were rather humorous in their nature. The following is an illustration of frontier jurisprudence. McDonald had heard of a cow thief in No Man's Land who was working on his own hook. A sporadic case, as one might say, and went over to arrest him. He descended upon him in an unexpected moment, and though the outlaw strenuously protested that it being Sunday, the law of arrest did not hold good, Deputy Bill conveyed him across the border and down into Roberts County, where the cattle had been stolen, and where there was a justice of the peace, it being hardly worthwhile to take a single prisoner to Wichita Falls. McDonald's idea was that the justice would have authority to bind his prisoner over until such time as the grand jury of that district should meet and indict him in regular form. Now, Roberts County was a wild, desolate place in those days. There was no town anywhere about, and few people. There had been no previous call for administration of the law of any sort, and up to that time no case had come before this justice of the peace. On the arrival of McDonald with his prisoner, His Honor convened court with a sort of a helpless look. His office was merely a title, so far as he was concerned, and the wide realm of the law was to him an unexplored country. He had a copy of the revised statutes, however, which he now took down and examined, perhaps for the first time. With McDonald's help, he found the section which related to cattle stealing and the penalty. Regular procedure, with indictments and trial by jury, were as nothing to him. He only knew that he had been elected to his office, and that his duty was to administer the law as laid down. He read the law as pointed out, and assumed a judicial severity. "You own up that you stole them cattle?" he said to the prisoner. The prisoner nodded. "Then, as justice of the peace of this county, I hereby send you to the penitentiary for 10 years. McDonald gasped. "Judge," he said, "I don't believe that's quite regular." "Why? Ain't that the law?" "Well, yes, but you see he's entitled to trial, and maybe it would be just as well to bind him over under a good heavy bond, and if he can't raise it, send him to jail over in Canadian until the grand jury meets. Of course, I only mention that as being the usual way of doing things." The justice looked a little disappointed. "Why, yes, of course, if you want it that way," he said. "But the man's guilty, and I thought you'd like to put the thing through as quick and easy as possible, and save expense." "Oh, well, any way to suit you. I'll make his bond heavy enough, anyway." He paused to think, perhaps trying to imagine a sum large enough for a man who had pled guilty to the heinous crime of cattle stealing. "I'll put him under a heavy bond. A good, heavy bond. I'll make it $300. It will be seen that an official who was given to inspirations such as these could become a trial, even with the best intentions in the world. And there were others who added arrogance to their ignorance, and connivance at crime. Nor were the raids into No Man's Land altogether pleasure excursions, even though Deputies Bill McDonald and Lon Burson, with their headlong tactics and general disregard of death, had things pretty much their own way when it came to the final showdown. There were long, wearying journeys in a trailless land, and long night vigils when bone and muscle and nerve were racked and the whole body cried out for sleep. The onset might be swift and reckless, once begun, but the preparation for that moment was cautious and slow and often beset with difficulties. The few dwellers in No Man's Land, really desirous of getting rid of the outlaws, were afraid to reveal their anxiety, to give anything resembling information, or even to offer shelter to the officers. They knew that to manifest any interest on the side of law and order would incur the enmity of the gangs and bring down reprisal swift and bloody. McDonald and Burson realized this, and, however severe the conditions of weather and weariness, faced them rather than impose any risk upon men whose only offense was to dwell among very bad neighbors. At one time the deputies were after a gang of 5 men, wanted for murder and theft, and were driving from Higgins into No Man's Land, with hack and team, their saddles loaded in behind as usual. It was late in the year, now, and suddenly, in the swift Texas fashion, a norther came down, with piercing wind and fine driving snow. If the reader has never seen a Texas norther, or a Dakota blizzard, he will hardly understand their predicament. The wind leaps up in a wild gale almost in an instant. The air, from being balmy, takes on a sudden bitterness that wrings the body and numbs the heart, and pinches the very soul. Then the snow comes, fine and blinding, sharp and hard as glass. No living being was ever created that could survive long in the face of a storm like that. Cattle know when a norther is coming, and find shelter in canyons, or gather into thick bunches in the open, their heads to the center. Birds speed away to the south, ahead of it, or find shelter in hollows and crannies until the demon has passed by. A storm like that always means death. The Texas norther and the Dakota blizzard have strewn the prairies with bones. McDonald and Burson, in the face of such a tempest, tried to press on, hoping to find a shelter of some sort, anything that would break the terrible wind. But everywhere was only the wide prairie, level as the sea and lost now in the swirling drift. Night was coming on rapidly, and unless a place for camp was found soon, their case would be hopeless indeed. It seemed to them that they had drifted for hours, battling against the norther, though it probably was less than 1 hour, when they came upon some stacks of prairie hay, which indicated the habitation of men. Without seeking further, they made for the shelter of the stacks, burrowed themselves and their horses into them, allowing the latter to feed liberally from the hay. There they remained all night and until the afternoon of the next day, the men without food. The storm abated then, and the officers, undiscouraged, pressed on, reaching the outlaw camp late in the afternoon instead of at their favorite morning hour. The surprise was quite as complete, however, for the last thing that those bandits expected was that two officers should suddenly appear out of that white devastation to take them to jail. They were too much astonished to attempt resistance, and were on their way to Wichita Falls that night, following the road which earlier in the year so many of their kind had taken. Indeed, it was this capture, at the end of 1888, that marked about the close of the heaviest work in that particular section. The year's crusade had demonstrated that no man's land was not big enough to hold a band of cow thieves, and two deputies like Bill McDonald and Lon Burson at the same time. It was no encouragement to a band of hard-working outlaws, just as they had got their plant established and things well under way, to be suddenly pounced down upon and put out of business by two men who had no regard for the customary rules of fighting, but just rushed right in with a lot of impertinent orders and an assortment of handcuffs, and always had a big hack ready to start at a moment's notice for Wichita Falls. "What is the use?" one of the freebooters is said to have complained. "A fellow no more than gets started when these damn fools come in and upset everything." What was the use? Such of the No Man's Land fraternity as still remained unhung and out of jail set out for other fields of labor, some of them located in the more barren districts of New Mexico and Arizona. Some of them settled in the further places of what was then known as the Cherokee Strip, where they joined with congenial spirits in that territory and, pretending to be engaged in agriculture, for they were in a more settled country, Indian country, continued their old business at the new stand. These we shall meet again presently, for if they had said good-bye to Bill McDonald, he had not said good-bye to them. It would require new tactics to deal with the new conditions, to identify the outlaw in the pretended agriculturalist, and to get evidence for his convictions. It would require the development of another talent in Bill McDonald's makeup, and that talent was ready for cultivation, as we shall see. End of Chapter 12. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 10, 2022.
Chapter 13 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Rothenberg. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 13. Captain Bill as a Tree Man. The Lost Drove of Lazarus, a Pilgrim on a Paint Hoss, a new way of getting information in the Strip. Meanwhile, the ranch on Wanderers Creek had suffered. Compelled to be absent most of the time, McDonald was unable to give his herd personal protection, and now and again bunches of his cattle were driven off by outlaws from across the border. His brave wife, facing the problem of the wilderness with only a few hired helpers, did her best, but was not always able to prevent these raids. The thieves would seem to have taken a special delight in watching for the time when Deputy Bill was absent and then descending on his herds, mainly for the booty, no doubt, but also by way of retaliation. It was a dangerous thing for them to do, and though they were certain to pay for it in the end, the double temptation of profit and revenge was not to be resisted. But while the ranch did not prosper, its owner was in no immediate danger of bankruptcy. With his success in breaking up the gangs in Hardman and adjoining counties, and in No Man's Land, McDonald's fame had grown amazingly. As a thief-taker, he was regarded as a past master, that an outlaw could neither intimidate nor elude him, and that when he was feeling well, he could whip any number of them single-handed before breakfast, was the current belief. The Cattlemen's Association, a combination of law-abiding ranchmen, one of the strongest organizations ever known, invited his special attention to their herds and contributed a monthly acknowledgment of $150, which with his numerous fees made his income an ample one, often as large as $500 a month, sometimes double this amount. Among the members of the association was Sam Lazarus, who was with Bill Turner when he was shot by the Brookens, and who came into town on the whiffletrees, undamaged, but a good deal shaken up as to nerves. Soon after McDonald's arrangement with the cattlemen, Lazarus was sending a herd of perhaps 1,000 head into Kansas, driving them across the territory. Pat Woolforth, whose name may also be recalled in connection with the Brookens, was in charge of this herd, and when just beyond the territory line, in a very lonely district, met with misfortune. One evening near nightfall, the cattle suddenly became frightened, doubtless through some device of the outlaws, and Woolforth and his men found it impossible to control them. A general stampede followed, and Lazarus's cattle were scattered over the prairies and through the fastness of the strip, a prey to the spoilers lying in wait on every hand. It was a heavy disaster, and there seemed little hope of much in the way of recovery. The spring roundup might gather in a few stragglers, but for the most part the herds of Lazarus were believed to be beyond all hope of restoration. Bill McDonald took no such view of the situation. With Pat Woolforth, he immediately visited the scene of the stampede and began looking for cattle with the Diamond Tail brand, such being the symbol of the Lazarus herd. It was a ticklish undertaking. Some of the cattle had been butchered, and these, of course, were lost. Others had been absorbed by the herds of men who, though not regularly engaged in cow stealing, were in no wise particular as to whose cows they got, and welcomed anything that browsed unguarded on the range. Still others had been collected in pockets, small gullies or canyons, where they were retired from general circulation, guarded as a rule by one or two ostensible cowboys. McDonald began by prevailing upon the honest ranchmen in that section to join at once in a general roundup, by which means a great number of cattle could be collected and distributed to their rightful owners. The result was fairly satisfactory, and a good many of Lazarus's cattle were recovered, though not always without disputes and a display of firearms, especially where the brands had been grown over by the long winter coats of hair. Such cases were settled first and tried afterward. In other words, McDonald and Woolforth possessed themselves of the cattle and then, at their leisure, picked the brand, which is the range idiom for picking the hair from around the brand with a pocket knife, so the brand may be seen. If the brand proved to be other than that of the Lazarus herd, the cattle were turned over to their true owners. When the roundup was over, the cowhunters took up the search in other directions. It mattered little to McDonald and Woolforth where they found the Diamond Tail brand. They took the cattle, peaceably if possible, forcibly if necessary. They conducted the campaign with an enthusiasm and vigor which did not invite argument. Large herds they searched without ceremony, and if any cattle of their brand were found, they were cut out with few formalities and with scant courtesy. When they came upon bunches of the Diamond Tail brand in secluded places, they did not pause to present any credentials except their Winchesters, which they carried always ready for instant action, and set out at once with the cattle, also, sometimes, with the astonished cowboys as well. It was a sudden and energetic procedure, and resulted in the recovery of the greater number of the lost drove of Lazarus. It resulted further in a definite plan by Bill McDonald for the discouragement of cattle stealing in the territory, and for the capture of the most actively engaged in that industry. As set down in a foregoing chapter, the outlaws in the Cherokee Strip were not likely to be congregated in a single rendezvous, as had been the case in No Man's Land, but were scattered as individual squatters through neighborhoods more or less friendly to their business, or at least not bold enough openly to oppose it. Indeed, the back country was very sparsely settled, and the Indians and half-breed whites and Negroes were not especially interested in law and order, even where they were not directly concerned in opposing these things. Along the rivers, the Cimarron, the Canadian, the Wichita, and the North Fork of the Red River, the country was rugged, and the hiding places for plunder were good. The prairies were nice and level with fine land and plentiful grass. White men had no legal right of residence there, except where they were intermarried with the Indians, and those who acquired citizenship in this manner were not likely to be any more desirable than those whose occupation was itself an infringement on the law. "Did they raise anything there, Bill?" McDonald was asked in discussing the conditions long afterward. "Just raised hell," the old ranger answered dryly. Nearly all, however, made a pretense of agricultural employments, for after all, the country, unlike no man's land, was really under a regular form of government. Legitimate settlement was considerable, and there was a semblance at least of law and order. Also, there were towns of considerable size, and railroads, the latter affording liberal returns now and then when some train was waited upon in a lonely place, and the express messengers, mail agents, and passengers were invited at the point of six-shooters to contribute to a highway development fund. The writer of these chapters was himself a resident of Kansas during this earlier period, and he recalls now what an uninterested month it was when an MK&T or Santa Fe or Rock Island train did not come out of the territory with passengers telegraphing home for money and the express and mail cars full of bullet holes. Bill McDonald decided to break up this sort of thing and set about in a way suggested by his own peculiar genius. It was necessary first to identify the men who were really concerned in these various employments, for in a country where all were settlers, even if unofficial ones, it was not worthwhile working at haphazard and bothering men whose only offense might be that of squatting. Investigation must be conducted openly, and yet in a way to avoid suspicion. His gentle manner and seemingly inoffensive personality suited him for just such an undertaking, and he prepared and made up carefully for the part. Returning to Quanah and Wanderers Creek, he bought a paint horse, a spotted pony, an old tenderfoot saddle such as a plainsman would never use, and a book with pretty pictures of fruit in it, a regular nurseryman's plate book, the kind of book fruit tree salesmen always carry. Then dressed as unlike an officer or a cowman or a Texan as possible, with these properties he set out. To all appearances, a genial, garrulous, easy-going tree man, inviting orders and confidences, willing to sit around all day and whittle and swap knives and yarns, and to express any kind of interest or sympathy necessary to encourage a man to tell his business ventures and those of his neighbors. It was a pleasant excursion enough. No fruit tree man had been through that section before. None ever had dared, or perhaps thought it worth while, to go. McDonald's excursion proved that profit awaited the seller of trees who should first make that wilderness his territory. He had expected not much in the way of sales, for he did not imagine that men engaged in driving off and slaughtering other men's cattle, and in waylaying trains and robbing banks, would have any special taste for horticulture. This was an error of judgment. Most of these bad men had been fairly good boys at home at some time in the past, and the sight of these luminous plates presenting fruit of extravagant size and coloring made their mouths fairly water at the thought of its cultivation by the doorway of their own dugouts or sod houses or log cabins. They turned the pages lovingly and lingered over the wonderful plums and pears and peaches, and as they turned they talked, and somehow almost without realizing it, they told a great many things about themselves and neighbors which no well-trained and properly constructed outlaw should tell, even to a sympathetic and simple-hearted fruit tree man, who wrote down the orders and listened and chuckled at some of the yarns, while he encouraged further confidences. He would drift around presently to his customer's former place of residence, and to the reason for his leaving. It was enough for an alert tree man to detect a lack of complete frankness in the replies, especially if the reason had something about a cow or horse in it. that being the usual first admission that the isolation of the Strip had been found congenial for other reasons than those connected with its soil and climate. The tree man did not hesitate to give a generous return for any such confidences, inventing on the spot some of his own for the purpose. The number and character of crimes he confessed to having been accused of in the States would be worth recording in this history if they could be remembered now, but alas, like other gay baubles, they were blown only to charm for the moment, and once vanished, cannot be recalled. The tree man would then fall to abusing laws in general, and the men who enforce them, and end by declaring that he was mightily in love with that particular section, and would stay where there was little or no chance of meeting any of those obnoxious officials, if the boys would consider him one of them and all stand together in time of trouble. Talk like this would open the door for anything. The rest of the interview was likely to run something as follows. Picture: 2 men seated on a log or down on the grass cowboy style, in front of a dugout. One the slim, mild-looking tree man, the other a burly person, very dirty, hairy, and unkempt, bent over a large book of gay pictures, which the tree man leads forward to explain. Nearby, 2 horses are grazing, the Paine horse with the old tenderfoot saddle and saddlebags, the other a very good-looking animal, often saddled and bridled for prompt use. "By gum," nods the big burly individual, staring at a picture of such peaches as grown only in paradise. "Eating peaches like them would be like holding up the Santa Fe Express." "That's what," assents the salesman gaily. "Regular picnic all the time. I suppose you fellers in here have money to throw at the birds after that kind of a job." "Well, not so much after all. Too many have to have a piece out of it. Everybody wants to help. It has to be a pretty big basket of money to cut in 2 more'n twice and leave enough to pay." The salesman shows a sympathetic interest. "Of course," he agrees. "It's too bad to spoil a good bunch of money by making little piles of it. I guess you have to have a good many, though, for a job like that." "Nah, 2 can do it, and there ain't no need for more'n 3. One to take care of the engineer, another to pull down on the passengers, and the other man to go through 'em. It's plumb easy. They give up like sinners at a camp meeting, and the messengers and mail fellers come down pretty easy, too. If they don't, we put a few shots through their cars, and that fetches 'em." "But you had to kill the messenger in that Rock Island job last fall." "Well, I wasn't in that mess. That was another outfit. Them boys are hunting trouble, and they'll find it some day, good and plenty. When I put a job through, there ain't nobody gonna get killed unless they commit regular suicide. You ought to come down here and go in with me. You got a persuading way about you that would make a man give up anything he had and thank you for taking it. It ought to pay you better than riding a Paine hoss over the country, peddling trees. That reminds me, you can give me 6 of them peaches, and a few of them pears and plums, and a couple of cherry trees, and some grapevines, the big yeller ones. Niggerines, I think you said they was." And this was the drift of more than one conversation between the Cherokee agriculturalists and the genial tree man, who certainly did have a persuadin' way in making a man give up anything he had in the way of information. No one could dream that this inoffensive, mild-eyed pilgrim on a Paine hoss could ever make trouble in that wilderness of lawless living and of desperate men. So for several weeks the tree man on his Paine horse with his old tenderfoot saddle and his picture book loitered up through the Strip and over into the territory, on the surface taking orders for spring delivery, and beneath it all locating the different communities of offenders, the individuals of the same, stolen cattle and horses, and securing data of particular crimes. He ended his canvass at Guthrie, a busy frontier point on the Santa Fe, with $2,500 worth of orders for trees which might be bearing to this day if the spring deliveries had been made as planned. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Marcotte. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. The day for Deliveries. The tree man turns officer and single-handed wipes out a bad gang. But McDonald was ready now for deliveries of a different sort, deliveries of the purchasers themselves into the hands of the law. As a preliminary step, he swore out warrants for 8 men, the chief operators in a very bad community located along a small creek between Guthrie and Kingfisher, about 15 miles west of the latter. He then went with his warrants to a deputy marshal at Guthrie and invited his cooperation in making the arrests. The Guthrie deputy looked at him with curiosity, wondering perhaps if this circuit-riding Texas person was in his right mind. Clearly, the fame of Bill McDonald had not yet penetrated into darkest Oklahoma. Then, when he had looked over Bill Jess's credentials and perhaps felt his pulse, he said, "If you can get a company of soldiers to go along, I might undertake that job with you. You don't know that Sand Creek crowd. I do. No 2 men nor 10 men could go up against that outfit and get back alive. Bring a company of regulars over here if you want to undertake that campaign." McDonald argued and related what he had done in no man's land, but to no purpose. A sudden charge might work over there, the deputy said, where the gangs were bunched and were surprised before they were awake enough to fight. But it was different over here. The bad men were scattered a mile or so apart, and while you might get the drop on one, there'd be a lot more left to get the drop on you, and you'd be full of lead before sunrise. No siree, nothing less than soldiers, and plenty of them, would do that job. McDonald went about the town trying to enlist volunteers. He realized that a scattered gang would require time to corral, and that its members would be likely to be awake and busy before he got them all in. He did not want a company of soldiers, for such a force would scare the gang and accomplish nothing. But he did want a few quick, fearless men for this work. Finally, he wired U.S. Marshal Walker at Topeka, Kansas, to come on the first train. Walker came, and McDonald explained the situation. "I've got these men located, and warrants for their arrest," he said. "And now I can't get your deputies or anyone else to give me a hand on the job. It ain't just the sort of thing I want to do alone, for we ought to get several of these men's houses simultaneous like, and I thought you might be able to persuade these boys to come along." "Certainly," said Walker. "That's all right. They don't know who you are. I'm satisfied from what U.S. Marshal Knight of Dallas has written me that you know what you want to do and how to go at it. I'll get the men together and explain the situation." They collected about a dozen deputies and possemen, and Walker explained as agreed. It was no use. The men declared that no small force could go into the Sand Creek neighborhood and come out alive, and nothing short of a squad of trained soldiers would be of any use. McDonald looked them over scornfully. Then he turned to Walker. "If I had as sorry a lot of men as that," he said, "I'd discharge them on the spot. I'll go out there alone, and if I can get a man with nerve enough to drive a hack, and I'll bring back a load of criminals too." This was regarded as a bluff. Walker returned to Topeka, and Bill McDonald's fruit tree expedition began to look like a failure. McDonald, however, was not the sort of person to whom the words bluff and failure were likely to apply. He discovered a man presently who agreed to drive a hack, provided he would be asked to do no fighting and be allowed to remain out of range. "If you ever get him to the hack and tied, I'll haul him," he said, but it was clear that he expected to haul home a dead deputy marshal instead. They set out long before daybreak next morning with a big three-seater, McDonald with an extra horse, and drove to the home of what was considered the most desperate of the Sand Creek gang, a very hard-looking customer who lived with his wife in a dugout in a small clearing. When they had arrived within about 200 yards of the place, the driver declared that he was satisfied with his position and did not think it necessary, by the terms of his contract, to go any closer. It was full early, barely daybreak, and everything was very still. McDonald lost no time, therefore, for a whinny of the horses might rouse the occupants of the dugout, and with his Winchester cocked, stepped across the little clearing, and without ceremony pushed open the door. As he did so, a woman stepped directly in front of him, calling out a warning to someone behind her. In the dimness of the place, McDonald saw a man on a bed in the corner, reaching for a gun which lay on the mattress near him. It was no time for manners. With a quick sweep of his gun, the officer pushed the woman aside and covered the man on the bed before he could bring his weapon to bear. "Drop it," he said. "Drop it, or you're a dead man." There was no mistaking the sincerity of that order. The mild fruit tree peddler was merged completely into the resolute officer with eyes of steel and a crisp voice that uttered words of unmistakable meaning. The gun fell on the bed. McDonald stepped forward and, slipping handcuffs on his prisoner, ordered him to start for the hack and to make no suspicious movements. Arriving at the awaiting vehicle, he invited him to step in and be shackled. "First delivery," he said to the astonished driver. "We'll go on now and make the rest." The next hut was perhaps a mile further along, and the sun was getting up when they arrived. As they approached, they saw the occupant standing in the doorway. He saw them about the same time and suspected trouble. His horse was hitched to a mesquite tree, and making for it, he mounted and fled. McDonald was mounted also and gave chase. The race continued for perhaps half a mile when the officer realized that his man had the better horse and would presently get into the breaks and escape. He dismounted quickly, therefore, and taking careful aim, began to shoot at the ground near the flying horse in such a manner that the bullet striking the earth would go singing by very close to the ears of the fugitive. He had long since discovered that a bullet singing in that way, close to a man's ears, has an impressive and convincing sound. A man hearing a bullet sing by like that would be willing to bet any reasonable sum that the next one would hit him, especially when the command, "Halt, or I'll get you next time," came with it. With the second shot, the disturbed rider brought his horse up suddenly, dismounted, and made motions of surrender. McDonald signaled him to approach, still keeping him covered. He came up in good order and was marched toward the hack, the driver of which headed in that direction now that the danger was over. It was thought that the sound of the shooting might have aroused the neighborhood by this time, and the thief hunters worked more cautiously. There was no need, however. Gunfire was of too frequent occurrence to create alarm in that locality, and the sense of immunity from the law had become too chronic to be lightly disturbed. The desperadoes had been left unmolested so long that they had become established in their security and careless of intrusion. Two men were at breakfast at the next place, and Deputy Bill's Winchester covered them before they fairly realized that they had a morning visitor. These two were handcuffed together and marched to the hack. The driver by this time had picked up a good deal of courage and remained only a few yards behind. As for the outlaws, they were inclined to be sociable, and with the true Western American spirit discerned a certain humor in the situation. "Hello, Jim. You been buying fruit trees, too?" was the greeting of one of the men, already loaded, as the handcuffed pair came in. "What did you get, peaches or pears?" "You go to hell, will you? You'll get a tree with a rope on it before you get out of this mess." "That's all right. You must have bought sour grapes, I reckon, the way you talk." "No, his got frostbit. They'll be all right in the spring. My apple's got a little case of dry rot, too. I wonder how Buck Dillon'll like them blue plums of his'n." McDonald, always good-natured with his prisoners, joined in the bantering. "I'm delivering," he said. "I brought in a nice pair this time," as he loaded his double capture into the hack. Truly, no situation can entirely destroy the breezy Western point of view. The next house lay across quite a stretch of prairie, and the hack and its contents were discovered before the approach was near enough for effective action. McDonald, on horseback, immediately charged, but the outlaw suspected the nature of his visitor, and mounting his horse, raced away, emptying his six-shooter at the pursuer. Riding and shooting backward disturbed his aim, and his bullets flew wild. McDonald also began shooting, to bring him to a halt, not to kill. As the outlaw uncased his Winchester, however, the officer decided that it was time to bring matters to a focus. Dropping to the ground, he knelt and set some bullets singing close to the ear of the fugitive. At first, this had only the effect of making him sink his spurs into the pony, but at the third crack of the gun, and just as Deputy Bill was taking careful aim for a shot that would likely to save the cost of prosecution, the rider dropped his gun back into the scabbard and leaped to the ground. "Well, you've got me," he called as he came up. "Hello, Joe. What you been buying? Prickly pears, I reckon," was the greeting from the hack as he came nearer. The latter half of the remark due to a trickle of blood on the man's ear where the last bullet had sung its warning song a trifle too close. "Must have struck a stone and glanced a little," commented Bill Jess as he looked at it. "I aim to make 'em miss just about 3 inches. They sing nicer when they don't really hit. That either glanced off a stone, or else it's mighty sorry shooting. Dad slap it, that sorter makes me ashamed of myself. Oh well, get in and make yourself comfortable. I want to get along." The boy, who had been born with a gun in his hand, as we say, and could pick cherries with a rifle, was humiliated by anything that resembled bad marksmanship. Still, it was good enough under the circumstances, and was justified by the result. That was a busy day. His favorite hour for working, daybreak, was over now, but matters were going too well to knock off on that account. There were at least 3 more of this gang, and he would get as many as he could. He got them all, in fact, and 1 extra, a bad man who happened to be visiting his brother at a bad time. The houses being a good way apart, and the work being done rapidly and with such system and neatness, the alarm had no time to spread. Deputy Bill knew the exact location of each house, and of course used more caution in making the approaches as the day advanced. He stalked his game like the true hunter that he was, creeping up unnoticed until he had it covered, keeping the hack well out of view, though by this time the driver had lost all concern, except that of eagerness to see the fun, and was disappointed, as were the captured fruit tree buyers when kept out of view. The hack went into Kingfisher next morning with every seat full and the driver sitting on the knees of two prisoners. The Sand Creek Gang, one of the toughest gangs in the territory, in the space of a single day and by a single man, had been retired from active business. From Kingfisher, their captor wired U.S. Marshal Walker at Topeka that he had his men and would proceed with them to Wichita, Kansas, as soon as he had rested a little. Within a few days, the men were being distributed to the various points where they were wanted for an assortment of crimes. When McDonald and his driver returned to Guthrie, the men he had invited to assist had a downcast look. They had heard the news of the Sand Creek Gang. They had heard also from Mr. Walker. Their excuses were many and various, and to a man they offered to join the next expedition. "No," said Bill Jess dryly, "you fellows are a little too slow. My deliveries in this section are all made." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Marcotte. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Cleaning up the strip, Deputy Bill gets stood off, but makes good. Bill Cook and Skeeter. A hell of a court to plead guilty in. The Cherokee Strip campaign was not allowed to languish. An outlaw community about 25 miles north of Kingfisher and 7 miles west of Hennessy on Turkey Creek was raided next. In the course of his tree selling, McDonald had fallen in with a man who was peddling stolen beef. He had learned that this man was operating for the Turkey Creek Gang, and that the beef he was selling was really the property of the Cherokee Strip Livestock Association, which, it may be mentioned, at the time had a lease on the Cherokee grazing lands, for which they paid an annual rental of $100,000. McDonald now went over to Kingfisher and established headquarters, took the beef peddler to Wichita, Kansas, put him in jail, and got on friendly terms with him. Then he gave his prisoner some good fatherly advice about bad company and the usual rewards of becoming the tool of lawless men. The result was a general confession and turning of state's evidence. The peddler of beef lodged information as to the identity of his employers, the exact nature of their business, the hiding place of their stolen cattle, and the locality of a deep water hole where they had sunk the hides in order to get rid of the brands and earmarks. McDonald returned to Kingfisher next morning, swore out warrants for the men named, and with a deputy marshal, who declared himself willing to go, set out for Turkey Creek. They went in a hack as usual, and arrived before daylight at the house of one Charlie Tex, where they thought it likely they might find most of the men wanted. When they entered, however, they found only a man in bed, who declared he had just arrived in that country, that there was nobody at home, and that he knew nothing of the owner's whereabouts. They took him along, however, and proceeded to another house not far away, but found it also empty. The officers now concluded that the men had, in some manner, got wind of their coming and were hiding in the bottoms. They followed away down the creek, breaking through to the prairie again, not far from the Tex house. As they did so, they noticed the man with them apparently trying to signal in that direction. Then they became aware that several men with Winchesters were walking leisurely along the top of the grassy hill, either unaware of the presence of the officers or indifferent to it. McDonald and his associate, satisfied that these were the men wanted, set out up the hill briskly. Their companion discouraged this movement, insisting that they would all certainly be killed if they molested that crowd. They continued to advance, however, and presently the men with the Winchesters, without appearing to have noticed the deputies, dropped leisurely back behind the hilltop. McDonald now started running straight up the hill, while his brother deputy set out in sort of a diagonal flank movement around it. In a moment or two, he had apparently reached a place where he could see the retreating men, for he called out, "Hey, Mac, they're right over the hill. They'll get you sure." McDonald was too interested to stop now. He raced to the top of the rise, his gun presented, ready for shooting, expecting to see the flash of guns as he broke the skyline. Instead, he saw the other men running for Tex's dugout, and noticed that still another fellow was already there, pacing about, like a picket, with a gun. McDonald did not take time to guess at their plans, but kept straight after them, supposing his companion-in-law was following. The men did not pause when they reached the house, but made for a half-built log stable, which formed a sort of pen, and leaping into it, put their guns through the spaces between the logs and yelled at McDonald to stop, swearing they would kill him if he came any further. A brave man is not necessarily a rash man, and to establish bravery is not necessary to throw oneself in front of a moving train or to charge alone a half-finished log stable full of outlaws who poke their Winchesters through the cracks at you and call you names. McDonald discovered now that his partner was not with him or anywhere in the neighborhood, and he concluded to stop and negotiate. One might get an outlaw or two through the cracks, but on the whole, it didn't seem the part of wisdom to play the game that way. He checked his speed when he was about 60 yards from the fort, though he continued to advance in a leisurely walk, talking persuasively meantime. "Now you fellers better have some sense," he said. "You're going up against the United States law, and even if you killed me, it wouldn't make any difference. I've got a posse coming that would be right down on you anyhow. Besides, you'd have the United States Army after you, and they'd take you and hang you for murder. I only want 2 out of your bunch anyway, this time. That's all I got warrants for, and maybe none of you are the right ones. You'd better come out and let me look you over." The men swore they would do nothing of the sort, and if he came a step further, they would kill him. McDonald slackened his pace a bit. Some nervous man's gun might go off by accident. He could talk very well from where he was. "Oh, pshaw," he said. "You fellers wouldn't kill a kitten. 6 of you men behind breastworks to get away from one? Come out where I can look at you. What kind of men are you, anyway?" "Where's your partner?" called the outlaws. "You see him way up yonder, don't you?" Bill just said quaintly. "On that hill. I haven't got a rope on him. I couldn't bring him along unless he'd come. Y'all are acting mighty sorry the way you're doing. Come out of there now and quit this foolishness." The outlaws repeated their refusal and their warning that if he came another step, they would shoot him dead. McDonald took out his watch. "Well, boys," he said, "if you want to make a fight, you might as well get at it. It's time for my men to be here. Your partner I got yesterday said you'd likely try to start something, so I came fixed for such fellows as you. Come, let's see what you can do." McDonald waved his hand as if signaling to his companion half a mile in the rear, and made a start toward the log fort. Before he had taken 2 steps, out of it piled the 6 outlaws and broke lickety-brindle for the creek bottom like a bunch of frightened steers. McDonald ran after them and saw them leap on their horses that they had tethered in the bushes and go tearing down the creek without stopping to look behind. Evidently, they did not doubt for a moment that the deputy had a posse waiting nearby, for they would not be likely to believe that he had dared to face them alone unless assistance was close at hand. Deputy Bill, on his part, was not sorry to see them go, for they had him at a serious disadvantage, and his only backing had weakened. His companion was at the hack when he returned. The one man they had taken in charge had disappeared. Bill just made a few choice remarks, and they set out for Kingfisher by way of Hennessy. The following night, as McDonald came out of a drugstore in Kingfisher, several shots were fired at him from the darkness. He pulled his 6-shooter immediately and emptied it at the flash of the guns, running toward them as he did so. He heard retreating footsteps, but did not follow, as he discovered that he had left his cartridge belt in the hotel. He was satisfied that the attack had been made by some of the Turkey Creek gang of the day before, trying to get rid of him, and resolved to delay no further in putting them out of their business. He enlisted a man whom he knew, one Charlie Myers, and 2 other young men anxious for adventure, and next morning struck the trail which led, as they expected, in the direction of Turkey Creek. They followed it rapidly, and toward evening came upon their game. There was no parleying this time. McDonald headed his force, and they charged with a rush. 3 of the men threw down their arms and surrendered. The others fired some scattering shots as they ran, and they must have kept on running, for they troubled that country no more. The Turkey and Sand Creek gangs no longer existed. Footnote. Somewhat later, when McDonald's work as ranger captain was confined to Texas, another gang did rendezvous in this section. The gang headed by the Dalton boys, formerly deputy marshals, and for a period terrorized the surrounding country. Their crimes were daring and bloody, and their end was sudden and violent. They were shot, one after another, by a brave and accurate liveryman as they came out of a bank they had been looting in daylight in Coffeyville, Kansas. According to Bill Dalton, 2 of the Daltons were United States deputy marshals and lived near Hennessy at the time McDonald was selling trees in that section. End of footnote. It was while McDonald was at Kingfisher that he came in contact with Bill Cook and one Skeeter, both of whom were later to become notorious in matters connected with the looting of banks and trains. The deputy was making some purchases in a store one evening when Cook attempted to ride his horse in the front door. McDonald grabbed the animal's bridle and set him back on his haunches, and before Cook could draw his gun, had him covered and under arrest. Immediately, Cook's side partner, Skeeter, came up swearing vengeance, and was also suddenly disarmed and landed in jail. The incident closed there, but a sort of sequel was to come along a good many years later, as we shall see presently. Meanwhile, the work of delivery by the erstwhile tree man was not delayed. Following the backward track, he gathered up one undesirable citizen after another, until by the end of the season he had established official relations with no less than 50 of his former customers, and the rest had concluded not to wait. The story of the work of that year alone would fill a volume if fully told, but the telling is not necessary. Having planned a campaign along special lines, it is only needful to give one or two examples of Bill McDonald's work to see what the rest would be in that particular field. Each field of labor was different and called for different treatment, requiring as much genius to conceive the method as bravery and presence of mind to carry it out. We have now seen what he accomplished in reclaiming a land so lost that it was called no man's land, and in cleaning up a strip of country infested by desperadoes supposed to be invincible. We have seen that he could do these things with thoroughness and dispatch, and with little bloodshed. The old manner of going in with a big posse and engaging in a general fight in which men were killed on both sides and nothing of value accomplished, he had rendered obsolete. Men politically and personally opposed to Bill McDonald have referred to him in print and in spoken word as bloodthirsty and a desperado. Certainly the reader who has followed these chapters thus far will find it hard to agree with such opinions. That he was fearless almost to the point of rashness we may believe, but that he ever wantonly shed blood, or, with all his opportunities, deliberately took human life, will be harder to demonstrate. "I never was a killer," he said once. "Some fellows seem to want to kill every chance they get, and in a business like mine there's plenty of chances. But I never did want to kill a man, and I never did it when there was any other way to take care of his case." It may not be out of place here to refer to the method of disarming men which MacDonald used. The author has been asked how this sudden and efficient action was performed. His reply is that it is just about as hard to explain as those sleight-of-hand tricks which depend on deftness and exactness of motion, the result of a natural ability combined with long practice. Bill McDonald was born as quick as a cat, and disarming became his special sleight-of-hand trick. He could locate a man's weapon and could daze and disarm him with a sudden movement that even he himself could not convey in words. And it was this performance that saved the lives of many men, good and bad, and oftentimes his own. It was some 6 years after the Kingfisher incident that McDonald was to renew relations with the Cook Skeeter outfit. He had become ranger captain meantime and was engaged in some work in North Texas when he heard of a suspicious gang, heavily armed, camped in a vacant house in the neighborhood of Bellevue in Clay County. Unable to go himself, he sent his sergeant, J. L. Sullivan, his nephew, W. J. McCauley, and another ranger named Bob McClure to investigate. Before the rangers reached the house, a picket discovered them and set out to give warning to his associates. The rangers overtook and captured him, but by this time they had been discovered by the occupants of the shanty, who began firing through the cracks in the walls. The rangers promptly returned the fire and charged, shooting as they came on. The fire became very hot, but McCauley, who had many of the characteristics of his Uncle Bill, kicked in the door, though the bullets were coming through it from the other side. The outlaws now took refuge in the loft and began shooting down through the floor, the rangers shooting straight up from below. The rangers would seem to have had the best luck in this blind warfare, for one of the men above was wounded, another had his gun shot from his hand, and a third had his hat shot through. One of them came to the opening presently and offered his six-shooter as a sign of surrender. 4 were captured, including the aforenamed Skeeter, but Bill Cook, though a member of the gang, was absent at the time and escaped. The captured men were taken to Wichita Falls, and one of them, a young fellow named Turner, turned state's evidence through McDonald's persuasive probing and detailed their plan for robbing the Fort Worth in Denver, next day giving a list of their crimes. Skeeter and the others were taken to the United States courts at Fort Smith for trial and pleaded guilty. Skeeter was given 30 years, and upon hearing the verdict, now made his famous remark, "Well, this is a hell of a court for a man to plead guilty in." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by DanielMaddux. Texas Ranger Service and its origin. The Massacre of Fort Parker, Cynthia Ann Parker's capture, Rangers and what they are for, their characteristics and their requirements. The early history of Texas was written in blood and fire. Her counties preserve the names of her martyrs. Parker, Coleman, Crockett, Fannin, Travis, Bowie, and 100 others have the map for their monument. Their names are given daily utterance by those for whom their deeds have little meaning. In the beginning, after the Indian tribes, friendly at first, became hostile, the warfare was almost solely with the savages. For a full half-century, every settler who built his campfire on the frontier did so at the risk of his property and his scalp. Those who established homes and settlements must have been a daring race indeed, for raids upon horses and herds were always imminent, and massacres were as regular as the seasons. We have already mentioned in these chapters the name of Chief Quanah Parker, still living, for whom the town of Quanah, Texas was named. Quanah Parker's mother was Cynthia Ann Parker, a little white girl captured by the Tehuacano Indians during a raid on what was known as the Austin Colony in 1836. A brief story of that raid will serve as an example of 1,000 others of a similar sort. The Austin Colony settled in what is now Grimes County, and consisted of something more than a score of persons, including women and children. The Indians who dwelt in the neighborhood seemed friendly enough, until a small party of unknown settlers came along and attempted to steal their horses. Immediate trouble was the result, and the loss of Tehuacano friendship for the entire settlement. When the reader considers what follows, I believe I shall be forgiven for hoping that those newcomers who stirred up the first trouble received the sort of a reward which only an Indian would know how to confer. As the Austin colony consisted chiefly of the Parker family, a rude fortification which they erected was called Fort Parker, a name that today still suggests something of a shuddering horror to those who have heard its history. It was a fair May morning when that history was made. The early risers noticed that a body of restless Indians had collected within about 400 yards of the fort. A white flag was hoisted by the savages to signify their peaceable intentions, and a warrior approached as if for conference. Benjamin Parker, commander of the fort, went out to meet him. He came back presently with the word that he believed the Indians intended to fight. He returned, however, to the hostile camp, where he was at once set upon and literally chopped to pieces by the savages, who then with wild yells and blood-curdling war whoops charged on the fort. Some of the inmates had already left the stockade. Others were trying to escape. John Parker and wife and a Mrs. Kellogg were overtaken a mile away. Parker was killed and scalped, his wife was speared, and Mrs. Kellogg was made captive. Other members of the colony were butchered right and left, and mutilated in the barbarous fashion which seems to give an Indian joy. Silas Parker was brutally killed, and his 2 children, one of whom was the little girl, Cynthia Ann, were carried away. A Mrs. Plummer, daughter of Reverend James W. Parker, attempted to escape, carrying her little son in her arms. A huge painted savage, begrimed with dust and blood, overtook her, felled her with a hoe, and seizing her by the hair dragged her, still clinging to her child, back amid the butchery and torture of her friends. She and the others who were living were beaten with clubs and lashed with rawhide thongs. That night, such of the captives as remained alive, and these included 3 children, were flung face down in the dust, their hands bound behind their backs, while the Indians, waving bloody scalps and shrieking, danced about them and beat them with their bows until the prisoners were strangling with their own blood. Later, they took the infant child of Mrs. Plummer and slowly choked it before her eyes. When it was not quite dead, they flung it again and again into the air and let it fall on the stones and earth. They then tied a rope around its neck and threw its naked body into the hedges of a prickly pear, from which they would jerk it fiercely with demoniacal yells. Finally, they fastened the rope to its neck and to the pommel of a saddle, and rode around and round in a circle until the body of the child was literally in shreds. The poor fragments were then thrown into the mother's lap. For some reason, the little girl, Cynthia Ann Parker, received better treatment and lived. She grew up an Indian, forgot her own race and tongue, married a chief, and became the mother of another chief, Quanah, surnamed Parker, today a friend of the white race. It was the massacre of Fort Parker and events of a similar nature that resulted in the organization of the Texas Rangers. The Rangers were at first a semi-official body, locally enlisted and commanded, with regulations and duties not very clearly defined. Their purpose, however, was not in doubt. It was to defend life and property, and their chief qualifications were to be able to ride and shoot and stand up against the warfare of bloodthirsty savages. Exterminate the Indians became a watchword in those days, and the warfare that ensued and continued for 40 years can be compared with nothing in history, unless it be with the fierce feuds of the ancient Scottish clans. Early in 1836, Texas fought for and gained her independence, the only state in the Union to achieve such a triumph. On the following year, the Texas Congress recognized the Ranger movement and authorized several persons to raise Ranger companies to scour the country and annihilate marauding bands. Indians and low-class Mexicans, greasers, often consorted, and the work, desperate and bloody, continued along the ever-widening and westering frontier, up to within a period easily remembered today by men not beyond middle age. Many names of those early Rangers have been preserved in Texas annals and in local song and traditions, and it would take many volumes to recount their deeds. Jack Hayes, James and Resin Bowie, Bigfoot Wallace, Kit Ackland, Tom Green, Mustang Gray, of whom the song says, "At the age of 16 he joined that jolly band and marched from San Antonio out to the Rio Grande." These and 100 others are names that thrilled the Texan of that elder day, and they are still repeated and linked with tales of wild warfare and endurance that are hardly surpassed in the world's history of battle. A.J. Soule, himself a ranger in the early 70s, when Indian outbreaks were still frequent and disastrous, speaking of the ranger equipment, says, "We had to furnish our own horses, clothing, and 6-shooters. The state furnished us with carbines, cartridges, provisions, etc., and we got $50 a month." It will be seen from the foregoing how different the Ranger service and regulations were from those of either the federal or state troops. Unlike the Army, they wore no uniform, and they provided, for the most part, their own equipment. They differed from state and county officials in that they were confined to no county or portion of the state, but could range wherever their service was needed, and with little or no direction from headquarters until their mission was accomplished. It will be clearly seen that men constituting such a band must be not only brave and quick and accurate with firearms, but must be men of good character and high, firm principle as well. It is the moral qualification, more than any other, that has given the Ranger organization its efficiency and power. A force, however small, composed of men who can shoot straight and are brave and who believe in the right, is well nigh invincible. The Rangers, originally organized for a great and sacred purpose, the defense of homes, went forth like knights, inspired by lofty motives and high resolves, and during whatever change that has come in the aspect of their duties, the tradition of honor seems to have been preserved. Indeed, they have been from the beginning, not unlike the knights of old who rode forth without fear and without reproach to destroy evil and to redress wrong. Speaking further of Ranger equipment, Soule says, "In the first place, he wants a good horse, Strong saddle, double girded, a good carbine. This was before the day of Winchesters. Pistol and plenty of ammunition. He generally wears rough clothing, either of buckskin or strong, durable cloth, and a broad-brimmed hat of the Mexican style, thick overshirt, top boots and spurs, and a jacket or short coat so that he can use himself with ease in the saddle. And the author adds, a genuine Texas Ranger will endure cold, hunger, and fatigue almost without a murmur, and will stand by a friend and comrade in the hour of danger and divide anything he has got, from a blanket to his last crumb of tobacco. So much for the Ranger and his origin. As the years went by and the Indian was conquered or driven away, the Ranger's work changed, but his personality remained the same. The Ranger of 70 years ago is the Ranger of today, only his duties have altered. Long before the conquest of the savages, a new element of disorder had entered the field. The desperado, who had stirred up the first Indian troubles, had survived and increased to plunder his own race. The new and sparsely settled land invited every element of lawlessness and every refugee of crime. Local authorities would not or could not contend with them. It was for the Rangers, now much reduced in numbers, to solve the problem of destroying the disturber in their midst, as they had driven the savage enemy from their frontiers. They were made peace officers and became a mounted constabulary, their duties being to quell disorders, to prevent crime, and to bring criminals to justice. It was new work, less romantic than the wild Indian warfare of the frontier, work full of new dangers, and what was still worse, it was work which, instead of inviting the encouragement and enthusiasm of a community, was of a sort to incur its displeasure, for the desperadoes of a neighborhood were either the heroes or the terrors of it, and in either case, to molest them was likely to prove unpopular. So it was during this new order of things that the Ranger Service had to contend not only with the offenders, but sometimes with the very people whom they were hoping to protect. This made the work hard and discouraging, as work always is hard and discouraging when it is done amid enemies who wear the guise of friends. How well they have succeeded is told in the official reports. W.H. Mabry, Adjutant General of Texas in 1896, says in his report for that year, referring to the Rangers, "This branch of the service has been very active and has done incalculable good in policing the sparsely settled sections of the state, where the local officers, from the very nature of the conditions, could not afford adequate protection. Including the meanderings of the Rio Grande, we have about 3,000 miles of frontier line. Part of this borders on a foreign country with different customs, law, and language. Only a river fordable at most any point intervenes. But for the Ranger force, specially equipped for continued rapid movements, this borderline would be the rendezvous for criminals of nearly every description and class." General Mabry then sets down the fact that the Ranger Service has increased the state revenues by something like $400,000 for the year through the protection of leased frontier state lands which otherwise could not be inhabited and would yield no return in either rental or taxes. In concluding, he adds, "It is true that the frontier force does not and could not cover all this territory, but the fact that they exist and are scouting over every foot they can travel prevents organized bands from being established along this borderline. They are circumscribed by no county limits, can easily and rapidly move from one section to another, and criminals do not care to invite their pursuit. Specially equipped for continued rapid motion, they take up the trail and follow it with the persistency of the sleuth hound, until the criminal is either run out of the country, captured, or killed. In every train robbery which has occurred in Texas, the robbers have been either captured or killed whenever it was possible to carry the Rangers to the scene so they could take the trail. The broad expanse of sparsely settled territory in this state would offer easy opportunity for such crimes, if it were not for the protection given by our mobile and active Ranger force." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 17. Captain of Company B, Ranger Force. Capture of Dan and Bob Campbell. Recommendations for a Ranger Captain. Governor Jim Hogg appoints his old friend on the strength of them. It will be seen from the foregoing, and from the chapters already published of these memoirs, that a man like Bill McDonald would be well qualified for ranger service. Already he had been appointed a special ranger in Company B, commanded by Captain S.A. McMurray, but his duties as U.S. Deputy Marshal in No Man's Land and in the Cherokee Strip had been his chief work. Nevertheless, he had, on occasion, engaged in bandit hunting in his own state during this period, either alone or in company with other officials, usually with good results. An instance of this kind was the capture of Dan and Bob Campbell, which occurred about the time of his concluding the Cherokee Strip campaign. With his wife, MacDonald was on the way from Connor to Fort Worth when, at a switch now known as Iowa Park, they met a special, standing on a sidetrack waiting for them to pass. It was the sort of train that is made up for an urgent purpose, consisting only of an engine and a single car, and MacDonald recognized upon it the sheriff of Wichita Falls, also the marshal and others of a posse, evidently out for action. Upon inquiry he learnt that the Campbell boys, two well-known desperadoes of that time, were believed to be somewhere in the neighborhood, preparing to waylay a train. A good reward had been offered for the Campbells, and the sheriff and his men were considerably moved. MacDonald asked if they would like his assistance, and being assured that they would, sent word back to his wife by the conductor of the down train that he was going to catch some bad men, and boarding the special, already impatient to start, took the back track towards Burke, a small station where the outlaws had been seen. When they reached there, it was MacDonald's wish to procure horses and begin the search at that point, but the sheriff and his posse thought better to proceed to Harold, some 20 miles further along, in which direction it was supposed the bandits had travelled. Leaving word at Burke that they were to be notified in case of any fresh discoveries, the officers again boarded the special, and upon arriving at Harold found a telegram that the outlaws had been seen entering a thicket not far from Burke. Horses and a freight car in which to load them were immediately secured, and the train was back to Burke. Here the officials separated, the sheriff directing MacDonald and the guide who had located the burglars, with a man selected from the posse, to go in one direction, while the sheriff with the remainder of the posse took another course. The general plan being to round in on the thicket where the outlaws were supposed to be concealed. Arriving near the place, Deputy MacDonald and the two men with him discovered two horses hitched in the brush, undoubtedly the mounts of the two Campbells. It was certain now that the quarry was nearby, and the three men waited a little for the sheriff and his party to come up. It became evident, however, that their tactics were of a different sort. The posse was scattering out as if they were deer hunting, taking stands at various distant and semi-distant points, evidently expecting MacDonald and his companions to go in and start up the game. MacDonald noticed now that his guide was not armed, and was therefore of no further service. Turning to his other companion, he said, "I don't like this kind of performance. I'm in favor of charging straight in on them." His companion seemed to agree to this plan, and without further word, Deputy Bill put spurs to his horse, charged straight into the thicket, and suddenly found himself almost on top of Dan and Bob Campbell. Without a breath of hesitation, he leapt to the ground, levelled at the former, who was already in the act of shooting, and commanded him to drop his gun. The order was obeyed, but Bob Campbell, who would seem to have been asleep, reached for his six-shooter, and though commanded not to touch it upon penalty of death, paid small attention to that order. He did not attempt to fire the weapon, but lay there on the ground with it raised, defying his would-be captor with language that was both violent and uncomplimentary. MacDonald now suddenly realized that he was alone, that his companion had failed to join in the charge. Bob Campbell realized this too, and became momentarily more defiant. Then, All at once, help arrived. A dentist who had joined the sheriff's posse had observed Deputy MacDonald's single-handed charge and now came bravely to his assistance. The Campbells both surrendered then, for the posse was not far behind. They were taken to Wichita Falls, where the sheriff promptly claimed credit for the capture, also the reward. Later, the Campbells broke jail, but were eventually recaptured and served a long sentence. Events of this sort kept Bill MacDonald's name fresh in the Texas mind and made him seem peculiarly eligible for regular service. The resignation of Captain S.A. McMurray, who had long and bravely commanded Company B, became his opportunity, and he hurried to Austin to try for that command. His old friend James Hogg was now governor of the state. Since the settlement of their differences so long before, there had been no discord of any kind, and each had admired the other's career, proud to remember the friendship. Arriving at the capital, MacDonald was shown into the governor's room. Greeting him, he said, "Well, I hardly know what to call you, since you got to be governor. I don't know whether to call you Jim or Mister. I'll have to call you governor, I guess, as I want to get a place." They shook hands cordially. Governor Hogg said, "What is it, Bill? What can I do for you?" "Why," said MacDonald, "I came down to be ranger captain, to take McMurray's place in Company B." Hogg looked at him reprovingly. "Why didn't you let me know sooner?" he said. "There are 2 other applications for the place, both from good men, with long petitions and fine endorsements." The applicant for position forgot his old friend's title. "Why, Jim," he said, "I never thought of it until a day or 2 ago. I didn't have time to get endorsements, but I can get 'em if you want them. I've been working mostly in no man's land and the territory lately, but I've done work in Texas too, and I can get about any kind of endorsement you want." Hogg laughed. He had a robust sense of humor. "By Gatlins," he said, using his favorite expression, "that's all right, Bill. You have already got the best endorsement I ever saw." MacDonald looked puzzled. "I don't understand," he said. "I didn't know anybody knew I wanted a place." "All the same, you have got the endorsements," insisted Hogg. He turned to his desk and got out a bundle of letters. "Look over these," he said. "You probably know some of the writers." MacDonald took the letters and read them one after another. They were from well-known criminals, their lawyers, their friends, and their associates. They had been received by Hogg while he was Attorney General, and each was a protest and a complaint against MacDonald, declaring him to be a ruthless and tyrannical official whose chief recreation was hounding good citizens for the sake of revenge or glory, enforcing laws that were not on the statute books, adding that it was not unusual for him to put said citizen in jail or in boxcars, declaring further that he sometimes hitched them to posts with chains, and that he was a menace to legitimate settlement and society in general. MacDonald looked over some of these documents and grinned. "That's so, Jim," he said. "I do put 'em in boxcars when they enter jail. The way I used to do back in Mineola, you recollect, when the jail was full? And I lariat 'em out with a chain and a post when they enter boxcar handy. But I don't reckon they're innocent." Hogg nodded. "By Gatlins, these endorsements are good enough for me," he said. "They carry the flavor of conviction. I appoint you Ranger Captain on the strength of them." MacDonald returned to Quanah with his appointment as Captain of Company B, Frontier Battalion. The headquarters of the company were at Amarillo in the southern part of Potter County, near the Randall County line. This was almost the exact center of the Panhandle, and in a locality sparsely settled, untamed, and lawless. Since the early days of ranging, there had been not much change in ranger regulations and equipment. The character of the work, however, had changed, and the force had been reduced in numbers. Company B consisted only 8 members, all told. These were supposed to range over all that vast section known as the Panhandle, and were subject to orders that might take them to any other portion of the state where their assistance was needed. The Rangers were peace officers, their duty being to assist the local officers rather than take the initiative and predominate. In the Panhandle, however, and in many other portions of the state, the Rangers were obliged to lead, for the reason that the local officers were either incapable, indifferent, or incriminated, as we have already seen. The Ranger camp at Amarillo, besides the 8 men mentioned, consisted of tents, furnished by the state, a wagon and mule team, a hack, and 2 pack mules. Each ranger furnished his own horse and arms. The state paid for food and ammunition, also for transportation when necessary. In Company B were enrolled Sergeants J. M. Britton and W. J. Sullivan, Privates John and Tom Platt, Jim Green, John Bracken, and John Bishop. Also somewhat later, W. J. Macaulay, MacDonald's nephew, a daring youth, then about 18 years old, but a natural plainsman, dashing and fearless, an ideal ranger. Expeditions were always made with horses. When the distance was far, the horses and pack mules were shipped to the nearest railway point, sometimes by special train, an engine and car being secured for such excursions. This train would stop at any point required. The horses and pack mules were jumped from the door of the car to the ground, sometimes a distance of several feet, and when the point of attack was close by, this wild little army would sweep across the prairie or through the bushes. The pack mules, loaded with cooking utensils and tinware, often clattering ahead riderless, but seeming to know by instinct where to go, braying with tail in air, constituting an advance guard of reform. It would seem that such a charge might have given the alarm and frightened every outlaw within a radius of several miles. But as a matter of fact, these charges were generally planned and undertaken with great secrecy, and the sudden clamour of such an approach was likely to create an amazement which did not subside to the point of action before the time for escape had slipped by. Speaking of it afterwards, Captain MacDonald said, "That infernal racket seemed to jar the nerve of a criminal, for I never knew a pack mule charge where the men we wanted seemed to have either spunk enough to put up a good fight or sense enough to get away." End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. An exciting Indian campaign. First service as Ranger Captain. Biggest Indian scare on record. It was in January 1891 that Bill McDonald received his appointment as Ranger Captain, and his first official service was not long delayed. He arrived at Amarillo about midnight, and was received with congratulations, for the news had traveled ahead of him. He was tired, however, and the hour was late, so he presently slipped away to bed. He had hardly fallen asleep when he was rudely awakened and handed a telegram which stated that the Indians had made a raid across the border and were killing and robbing in Hall County, near Salisbury. Captain McDonald read the telegram and laughed. There had been no Indian troubles in Texas for a number of years. White renegades there were in plenty, but Indian outbreaks had long since ceased. "I guess the boys are trying to have some fun with me on my first night," he said, and turned in once more to sleep. But a few minutes later another telegram came, and another, this time from the superintendent of the railroad company, a Mr. Good, whom McDonald knew as a man not given to practical joking. The ranger captain dressed himself, hurried over to the telegraph office, and got the operator there to talk over the wire to the operator where the scare had originated. He learned that it seemed to be genuine, and that everybody was leaving the neighborhood. The operator at Salisbury ended his conversation with, "Goodbye, I'm going now myself." Captain Bill still could not believe it a genuine Indian incursion. Hall County was in the second tier from the territory line, and the Indians would have had to cross Childress County to get to it. He did not believe that they would undertake to do this, or that they could have accomplished it without previous alarms. Still, it was his duty to investigate. He got a special train, loaded in men, horses, and pack mules, and set out on a hunt for Indians. It was about 100 miles to Salisbury, and they reached there early in the day. Not a soul was in sight anywhere. The inhabitants were hidden, some in dugouts, some in haystacks, some in the tall grass. Here and there, as the train pulled in, McDonald saw a head stick out from a sod house far out on the prairie, then suddenly disappear, like a prairie dog dropping into his hole. He set out to interview some of these wary settlers, and learned that the Indian alarm had been given by a man, a new settler just arrived in the country, who had ridden his horse to death and lost one of his children, having left him far behind somewhere, in his wild eagerness to escape the savages who, he declared, were burning and scalping not far away. Captain Bill found this man, and after a little talk with him, was convinced that what he had seen was nothing more nor less than some cowboys on a roundup, disporting themselves around their campfire at night, as cowboys will, dancing and capering in the mad manner of young plainsmen whose ideas of amusement are elemental, and whose opportunities for social diversions are few. The man and the neighborhood, however, remained unconvinced, so it was decided to visit the scene of the disturbance. Horses, men, and pack mules unloaded themselves from the freight car and went racing over the prairie, the pack mules, as usual, plunging and braying with tail in air, their tinware clattering in a manner calculated to put a whole tribe of Indians into a panic and send them capering across the eastern horizon into their own domain. But there were no Indians. It was as Captain Bill had thought. A gang of cowboys, the evening before, had rounded up some cattle, killed a beef, carried it to their camp near by, where they had built a great fire and roasted it, doing a wild war dance of celebration and shooting off their six-shooters in their prodigal expression of joy. Viewed from a little distance, through a sort of mirage condition, which had exaggerated the whole effect, the scene to the newcomers was a horrifying picture of savages about a burning home, with the inhabitants fleeing for their lives. The man who had just moved in had stampeded for his own safety and started a general alarm, which did not subside even when the cowboys themselves came in and testified to the truth. The panic spread throughout that section of the country, and other reports of Indian outbreaks were circulated, becoming magnified until it was believed that the Indians had broken out and were making a general raid on the Panhandle. The inhabitants of one town south of Amarillo threw up breastworks, got behind them, and put out pickets in preparation for the arrival of the Indians. Every man seen loping across the prairie was reported as an Indian, and all this happened as late as 1891, when there had been no Indian outbreaks for years, and when there was scarcely a possibility of anything of the sort. It was a big joke, of course, afterward, but it seemed no joke at the time, and it was Bill McDonald's initiation as captain of Company B. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. A Bit of Farming and Politics. Captain Bill and His Goats. The Carshed Convention. There were to be plenty of real alarms soon enough, with plenty of desperately hard work. Before taking up this part of the story, however, it may not be out of place to dwell briefly on certain other labors and interests incident to this period in Captain McDonald's career. The ranch on Wanderer's Creek, conducted for the most part by his plucky wife, remained one of his possessions, and in time became not unprofitable. McDonald was one of the first to break land in that section, and when he put in a sowing of wheat, it was thought that he had gone daft. But the following year, when the plowed land turned off a crop of from 20 to 30 bushels to the acre, those who had been first to scoff were likewise the earliest to imitate. Captain Bill now became chief promoter in a plan for the irrigation of this fruitful soil, the water to be obtained by damming Wanderer's Creek. Several years later, two men of influence and substance, Cecil Lyon and Joseph Rice, gave able support to this project, with the result that thousands of acres of grazing land became fertile farms, the cowman's domain passing into the hands of tillers of the soil. The town of Quanah reflected the steady agricultural increase, and what had been an antelope range when McDonald and his wife first drove their herds to that region became a bustling city, in due time law-abiding, with a population steadily increasing to this day. The mention of the McDonald herds opens a way here for recording an incident connected with the stocking of the Wanderer's Creek range. McDonald and his wife had decided that they would raise goats as a sort of by-product and begin business in this line by introducing a flock of considerable size. However, it was a mistake. The goats were a great nuisance. They would be feeding quietly on the range, when suddenly, without warning, they would be seized with an impulse for violent exercise, and would break away and go racing over the prairie for 7 or 8 miles, to the breaks of the Pease River, where it was very mountainous and hilly, altogether in accord with the goat's idea of landscape. All the horses on the range were in danger of being run to death chasing goats, getting them together and bringing them back to the range. Finally, it got to be a regular occupation, when there was nothing else to do, to head for the Pease River and chase goats. One of the men came in one morning when Captain Bill happened to be at home, and asked, "Well, Cap, what shall I do today?" "Oh, I don't know. Go chase goats, I reckon." "All right, but if you want me to do that, you'll have to get you some goats. I rode all my horses down a couple of days ago, hunting for them in the breaks, and there ain't a goat to be found within 40 miles. "D the goats," said Captain Bill. "I don't care much for goats anyhow." There had been about 200 of them, and for several years afterwards hunters from other states in these wilds used to bring down mountain sheep and antelope, which bore strong resemblance to the flocks which had once been Captain Bill's. It was not long after Captain Bill's appointment as ranger captain that the state political campaign came on. He had never lost his interest in politics since the first awakening in the old Mineola days, when he and Jim Hogg had been ranged against each other, ready to shed blood for their candidates. Now Hogg was governor, and a candidate for re-election, with Bill McDonald ready to show what he could do in the way of gratitude for favors past and present. The convention for the nomination of the state officials was to be held at Houston, and there was a good deal of excitement, as the opposition was likely to be strong, with nominations closely contested. McDonald resolved to be on hand and ready for any condition or emergency. Arriving in Houston, he learned upon investigation that the supporters of Hogg's opponent, George Clark of Waco, had laid a plan to pack the convention with Clark's friends, to occupy it so fully, in fact, that it would be impossible for the regular delegates to get seats. This would make it necessary for them to meet elsewhere, and would cause them to be regarded as bolters from the regular convention. Upon satisfying himself that this was to be the program, Captain McDonald promptly went to his old friend and other leaders, and proposed to take charge of matters. As captain of the Rangers, he was under the governor's orders, and with Hogg's sanction, he could use his own methods of preserving the peace and for the prevention of scrambling and riot. The convention was to be held in the car shed, a very large building which had been seated for the purpose. It had a wide entrance to admit cars, and it could easily have been filled and crowded by a mob. Captain Bill's plan was to put a good, capable fence across this wide opening, leaving a narrow passageway for a gate, which would be completely guarded. No one unable to show credentials as a delegate would be permitted to enter until the delegates were in and seated. Governor Hogg approved of the idea and issued an order accordingly. There was no delay in carrying it out. Captain Bill got some men together, worked all night, and by sunrise the wide gateway of the car shed had been narrowed down to the little wicket gate of official admission. It was a complete surprise to the opposition. The gang that had arranged to rush and pack the convention regarded the barrier and the men delegated to defend it with amazement and profanity. They began with epithets, and these they followed with more tangible missiles, such as umbrellas, old shoes, and handbags. In another part of the state they might have attempted the use of more effective ammunition. As it was, they were obliged to confine themselves to protests more spectacular than effectual. The regular delegates filed in and were seated. Then the crowds were permitted to enter in the usual way, whereupon another convention was immediately organized in the same hall, with another chairman on the same platform, and for a time 2 conventions were running side by side. Captain McDonald was finally called to the platform to preserve order. There was a lively scene. The Ranger was kept busy keeping the 2 factions separate, taking away their knives, a few pistols, canes, umbrellas, and such other weapons and missiles as they attempted to bring into action. The final result was that both Clark and Hogg were nominated at the same time in the same convention and by the same political party, though the Clark followers were styled anti-democrats and bolters. Hogg was re-elected in due time by a good majority. The episode passed into history as the Car Shed Convention. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Daniel Grant Peterson. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Taming the Pan-handle. The difference between cowboys and bad men, and how Captain Bill made cow stealing unpopular. The Texas Panhandle is the portion of the state which lies directly south of what was no man's land, extending from parallels 100 to 103, east and west. Its shape suggests its name, and its name suggests limited areas of waving grass, vast roving herds, cowboys and ponies, both of the unbridled variety. Bad men whose chief business was to start graveyards and the glad prevail lawlessness that prevails when worlds are new. Not so many years ago, the Panhandles was distinctly a world apart and a new one, with no man's land on the north, Indian Territory on the east, and New Mexico on the west. Civilization could come only from the south and did not come very fast. Indeed, there was still plenty of territory in the southward to be subdued, 2 or 3 tiers of counties, in fact, before the Panhandle would be reached. So it was placed apart in isolated fertile land, justifying the assertion of a tramp that he had lost $100,000 there in 1 year and not having cattle to eat up the grass. The cattle came in due time, fighting back the Apache and Comanche, protected by rangers from Fort Griffin, accompanied by stockmen of every nation, cowboys of every grade, and criminals of every breed. That was a wild epoch, chaotic and picturesque, at a time of individuals' administration and untempered justice. It was also a time for a mighty domain. Ranches there were as big as some kingdoms. One of the XIT covered a good portion of the northern part of the Panhandle. Another, the Matador, spread itself into 5 counties. When settlement became thicker, there was a ranch houses not more than 25 to 30 miles apart. Official allotment of the lands that was made. Then there was a good gobble. The big stockmen fenced everything with little regard for boundaries and less for the law. With such examples as these in high places, it is not strange that a general indifference for legal rights and positions prevailed. Next to the cattle raising, cattle stealing was the chief industry. The cowboy proper was not concerned in such work. He was likely to be clean-handed, straightforward, and even if reckless, individual, honest according to his lights. True, loyalty to his employer might render him a trifle indifferent as the branch that marks when strays mix with the herd, but as an employer and not the cowboy who profited by such laxity. The cowboy was the retainer that would fight for his ranch and would die for it when circumstances seemed to require such a sacrifice. And the increase of the ranch herd by any means of short actual raid and theft was a custom which bore no relation to disrepute. But individually, the cowboy was likely to be the soul of honor and good nature, troublesome only on holidays when he was moved to ride in the near settlement, drink up all the whiskey he could buy, and then, with the 6-shooter drawn, go carrying up and down the streets, shooting in random directions, explaining meantime with noisy, repetitious adjectives that he was a bad man. A very bad man from very up the creek. On such inspired occasions, he would sometimes exclaim, "Hide out, little ones! Dad's coming home drunk!" After which he would let go a round of ammunition, and the inhabitants of that neighborhood, regardless of size, would proceed to hide out and admonished. Sometimes the whole group of cowboys would engage in this pastime, whereupon the rest of the town disappeared and sat in cellars or flattened themselves under beds until the cyclone passed by. It was such a manner that the cowboy found relaxations and social joy. He was not a bad man in spite of his decoration. He was not really hunting for trouble and would be the last to kill without offense. Footnote: The Kansas City Journal recently printed in the following cowboy song with comments offering it a side light on cowboy life and character. The journal said, "The night guards of the cattle or horse herds were wont to sing to their charges as they slowly rode round and round them, keeping watch. If cattle stampeded and were then brought together again, began moving in a circle, which the punchers called milling, and on all occasions of fear uneasiness among the stock. The boys sang to them, and it had a quieting effect. These night riders were perfect horsemen, and seasoned to the trail and range. Their hours were endless. The calls upon them for endurance were almost beyond human strength. Picture a night on a lonely prairie, wild, disconcerting. Horse elements, a stampede among half-wild cattle, and it is not hard to know the task that the cowboy confronted. It is something fine to think in such hours of danger the cattle could be crooned back to normal quiet. Out of such occasion were the cowboy songs born. Then follow the words of The dim and narrow way. Last night as I lay on the prairie, looking up in stars in the sky, I wondered if ever a cowboy would go that sweet by and by. I wonder if a cowboy would go that sweet by and by. The trail to that fair mystic region is narrow and dim, so they say. By the broad road that leads to perdition is posed and blazed all the way. While the broad road that leads to perdition is posted and blazed all the way. They say there will be a grand roundup, where the cowboys like cattle must stand, to be cut out by riders of judgment, who are opposed and know every brand. To be cut out by the riders of judgment, who pose to know every brand. Perhaps there will be a stray cowboy, unbranded by anyone nigh, who will be cut by riders of judgment and shipped to the sweet by and by, who will be cut out by the riders of judgment and shipped to the sweet by and by. In a footnote. The truly bad man was of entirely different makeup, always posing and sometimes accepted as a man of valor. He was in nearly every case merely a boaster and a coward. He would kill when he got the drop on his man, and he built his reputation upon such murders. He passed as a cowboy when he merely a cow thief, as a hero when he was only an assassin, driven into a corner that he would fight, but his favorite method was to slay from ambush. It was seldom that his reckless discard for human life, including his own. The Panhandle was full of bad men in early 90s. Most of them had graduated from other schools of crime found here a last resort. Some of them, a good many of them, had obtained official positions and were outlaws and deputies by turns, or worked conjunctively as both. As a rule, they were in one way and another associated with a gang. Local authorities, even when conscientious, was poorly equipped to cope with such an element, and it was for Company B Ranger Force consisting of 8 men with quarters at Amaretto. Captain W. J. McDonald commanding to police this vast wilderness and to capture and convert or otherwise tame its undesirable citizens. Some of them would not wait to be captured. Some, of course, could not be tamed alive. Others, and these were not a few, would be able to wield official influence through which they would escape conviction regardless of the evidence. Soon after McDonald's appointment, he was notified of a marauding band that across in Hutchinson County was committing the usual crimes. They had burned the hay belonging to a ranchman on Turkey Creek, several hundred tons in quantity. They had cut his wire fences. They had killed cows for their calves, butchered beef cattle, and cut out brands. In a word, they had conducted a business of cattle stealing and general depredation on a larger scale. Taking a portion of his force, Captain McDonald went over to investigate. There seemed to be a good deal of mystery concerning the identity of the offenders, but a mystery of that sort does not stand very good chance when it is operated upon a man with eyes like those of Captain Bill and with a nose and a pair of ears of his particular pattern. In a short time he had identified one member of the band and a young man prominently connected in that section. This young fellow, a dupe, no doubt, of professional cow thieves, was glittering reputation as bad men had dazzled him, was the son of an able and reputable lawyer, a member of a state legislature. The son, supposed to be a cowboy, had become, in reality, an outlaw. Captain McDonald took him in charge one day, questioned him, and secured sufficient evidence to file a complaint. The prisoner was turned over to the sheriff of Hutchinson County, and Captain Bill pursued his investigation. He located a bunch of stolen calves, herded in the breaks of the Canadian River, guarded by another member of the gang. He brought a man who had lost a number of milk cows and calves to identify the calves. No very difficult matter, for the man declared that he knew them as well as he knew his own children. The cows had been killed for their calves, and the latter had been hobbled and necked. After locating the calves, Captain McDonald investigated the canyons, and after several days found the cows that had been shot and killed. One after another, the missing bunches of cattle were located, and the members of the band were brought in and lodged in jail. The case against them was clear. They had found with the stolen property. Some of them did not even attempt to make denial. Their examining trial was held at Plymouth, the county seat of Hutchinson County, and the settlers gathered from far and near for the event. The trial was held in a big barn of a courthouse, and the prisoners were bound over to the district court. The Rangers were preparing to take them to Panhandle City, where there were safer and more commodious quarters, when the sheriff, who had already distinguished himself by setting free the prominent young outlaw first captured, appeared and demanded the prisoners, on the ground that being sheriff of that county, they could not be removed without his consent. The ranger captain promptly informed him that, sheriff or no sheriff, he had shown his disqualifications for office, and that these prisoners would be taken to more secure quarters than he seemed to be willing to provide. The officer departed, and presently mustered a crowd armed with Winchesters. Then he appeared once more before Captain Bill, produced the law, which under proper conditions might have supported him in his demand, and again declared that he would have these prisoners, or that there be bloodshed and several ranger funerals. Captain Bill promptly called his men together. "We are not going to stand any foolishness," he said. "If an attempt is made to take these prisoners, cut down on anyone who takes a hand in it. Come, let's move on now, and get these men in jail." The crowd that had gathered expected battle, then and there, but nothing of the kind took place. The sheriff's armed bluff had been called. Later he obtained a right of habeas corpus, but it was not effected for the reason that the men that had committed under bond. And all events, it was not effected as long as McDonald and his rangers were in charge of the jail. It was now evident that conviction of these offenders was not to be expected in that county. Most of them had official influence of one kind or another. In fact, there appeared to be nobody except those whose property had suffered who seemed concerned in bringing these bandits to justice. With such overwhelming evidence, McDonald was determined, if possible, to secure their punishment. He kept them in jail several months and eventually was instrumental in getting their cases distributed and sent to other counties for trial. Even so, they managed to evade the law. through influence of one kind or another and the cooperation of officials, former associates, perhaps in the business of crime. Their cases were one by one dismissed. In spite of this miscarriage of justice, the general effect of McDonald's vigorous persecution was wholesome. The members of that band either left for the far isolation or decided to reform. The case is given, one of many such, as an example of what the honest official had to contend with in early panhandle days. Sometimes, indeed, justice was even more openly and briskly sidetracked. Once, when Captain Bill had caught a notorious cattle thief red-handed, brought him to trial, and secured his conviction by jury, the judge, instead of passing sentence, took the law wholly in his own hands, and administrated it in a manner rather starting for unexpectedness and originality. He delivered an elaborate orientation, which no one in the courtroom comprehended in any large degree, himself included, perhaps, and then read a lengthy decision concerning captures made upon the high seas, closing with his own decision to the effect that the clause covered this particular case as perfectly as if it had been made for it, and that the entire proceedings were irregular, irrelevant, without warrant, and without effect, concluding his amazing declaration with the statement that the prisoner was discharged. Cases like these would have discouraged and disgruntled a man of less resolution and character than Bill McDonald. To him, such things meant only renewed determination, strong in the knowledge that unless he happened to be killed, he would eventually make criminals scarce, and corrupt or weak-kneed officials unpopular in that section. He gave neither rest nor respite to those who broke the law in that field, or to those who warped and disfigured it in the courts. Individually, in groups, he brought the bad men in and filled the jails with them, and the boxcars, and when neither was handy, he larinated them out, set a guard, and rode off after more. When he failed to convict in one court, he tried another, and when he found an honest official, he kept him busy. In a recent letter written by Colonel W.B. Kemp of San Antonio to Edward M. House, one of the best-known citizens of Texas, the writer says, "When he, Captain McDonald, was captain of the Rangers in Texas and doing his most effective work, I was district attorney of the 35th Judicial District in the Panhandle, and I learned to love, respect, and admire this fierce officer, who always placed duty before his own life. In those days, the frontier of Texas, it was almost worth a man's life to uphold the majesty of the law. And the 5 years of such experience I had in doing so teaches me the value of such men as Captain Bill McDonald. History should hand down his name for the coming generations aside of heroes of the Alamo and San Jacinto." Footnote: that Captain McDonald and his little force had an entire supervision of the vast district is shown by Adjutant General Maby's report for the 1896. End of footnote. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit libraryvox.org. This is recorded by Daniel Grant Peterson. Chapter 21. What happened to a man who decided to kill Bill McDonald? It was strange, indeed, that McDonald did not happen to get killed for those buzzy days of the early 90s. One of the favorite vows of tough panhandlers was to shoot Bill McDonald on sight. But the reader will remember that there was a suddenness and vigor about Bill McDonald's manner and methods that was very bad for a vow like when the moment for its execution arrived. Still, there were those who tried to make good, and one of those duly assessed came near being successful. He would have succeeded, no doubt, if he had had time. This man's name was John Pierce Matthews, who became simply John Pierce after its owner had got the drop in a steamboat captain one day in Louisiana and shot him dead. He took the new name with him to the Panhandle, where due time he got the drop on another man, somewhere up the northern tier of counties, with the same result. This was a good while before he came down to the Childress County and got to be sheriff. But there were those who had not forgotten, and among them was Captain Bill McDonald. Then stopping at Wichita Falls, Matthews, or Pierce, as was called, frequently came down to the falls for first speed and once made application to join the secret society. McDonald was a prominent member of that society, and Matthews did not get in. This stirred animosity of Matthews. He began to clean his six-shooter daily and to practice sudden and accurate firing when he knew it would be necessary in case of a showdown. By and by there was a sheriff's convention at Houston, and on the boat excursion between Houston and Galveston, Matthews spoke disrespectfully to the governor Hogg, who was on board. McDonald, who was also present, promptly called Matthews to account, and a general settlement might have been reached then, and there had been well-meaning. But misguided friends of both parties not interfered and spoiled a very pretty sheriff's picnic newspaper story. As it was, Matthews kept owning his pistols and practicing, meantime enlisting the sympathy of friends whom he confided that some day when he had a little leisure that he was going to look up Bill McDonald and kill him, suggesting that they be present and take a hand, they being the sort naturally interested in such an enterprise. Matthews also had another enemy, one Joe Beckham, sheriff from Motley County, an officer of his own kind who presently got as short as possible on his counts, absconded and set out for Indian Territory. Matthews had no right to go outside of his own county after a fugitive, and no business in this matter in any way, as he wanted Beckham only for a misdemeanor, whereas he was charged in his own county with a felony. But Matthews had an itch for Beckham in his own accounts, so he picked up another enemy of Beckham, named Cook, a citizen of Motley with an ambition for Beckham's office, and two came with a peaceful attitude and fair words to Quora, where Captain Bill was then stopping, requesting a loan of a ranger to go over the territory after the defaulting officer. McDonald refused, but said he would send a man as far as the territory line. Ranger authority not extending beyond that border. He did send one ranger, McClure, who, being strongly persuaded, overstepped in the same instant his authority and the state line, captured Beckham, whom he lost, though a right of habeas corpus fell into a plot devised by Matthews and Cook to get rid of him, and was finally brought back to Quora by Captain Bill, who drove 100 miles on a bad night to get him out of the mess, after which McClure was a wiser and better ranger. Beckham, meanwhile, had fallen victim to remorse, or more likely to have promised immunity, and now hurried over to Quora to give himself up again to Ranger McClure. Captain Bill being absent from Quora at the time, Beckham asked to be taken to Matador, county seat of Mosley, for a trial, and begged McClure to see him through Childress, where he expected to be killed by Matthews and Cook. McClure assured Beckham that he would see him safely to Matador, and they were set out by rail for Childress, at which point they would take a team for Monte County seat. Matthews was on hand at Childress. He demanded Beckham of McClure to refuse to deliver his prisoner. Matthews then started to organize a posse to take Beckham. Word of this came to McClure, who promptly gave his prisoner a revolver and told him to help defend himself. Matthews and his crowd now tried to enlist the cooperation of Sheriff Cunningham of Abilene, who, as soon as he understood the situation, resigned from the Matthews force and offered to assist the McClure contingent. McClure thanked him, but said he guessed he'd go along to Matador, now with his prisoner as his team was waiting. Captain Bill was in Matador when Ranger and prisoner arrived, and Beckham was jailed without further difficulty. Cook got appointed sheriff by a commissioner's court, but the district judge refused to accept him and select a man named Moses for the job. Whereupon Cook refused to resign, and Captain Bill was sent over to turn him out, which he did with promptness and vigor. On his way back to Qua, waiting for a train in Childress, Matthews appeared and demanded that McDonald dismiss Ranger McClure on general charges connected with Beckham episode. McDonald mildly but firmly refused and spoke his mind pretty freely on the subject, all which had fueled the old resentment which Matthews nursed in his bosom for Captain Bill. If Matthews wanted to commit suicide, he began preparing for it now in the right way. He gave it out openly that he was going to wander through Qualla some day and kill Bill McDonald, just as a matter of pastime. As he sent word to the same effect by any of Captain Bill's friends, that he found it going that way. Perhaps he thought these messages of impending death would unnerve the ranger captain and interfere with his sleep. That was a bad judgment. Bill McDonald needed only the interception of the little pistol practice like that to make him sleep like an angel child. "I didn't talk as loud as he did, nor as much," Captain Bill said afterward. "I reckon I thought I was afraid of him." Matthews had really cut to work out for himself. However, he had enlisted help for the occasion. He was satisfied with his target practice and condition of his firearms, and he had taken wearing a plug of tobacco or a Bible or something solid like that in the coat pocket just over his heart, about where one of Bill McDonald's bullets would be apt to strike, providing the ranger happened to get a bead on him, though he had planned it against that too. It was in December 1895 at last that Matthews and his pals came down to Corna for the declared purpose of killing a ranger captain. It was a cold, dreary day, and they visited one saloon after another, getting a supply of courage for the job and explaining what they were going to do. Then they took to following McDonald, always in a group, evidently waiting for the proper opportunity, confident enough that McDonald would not take the offensive. Finally, however, they pressed him so close that he suddenly turned and told them to quit following him or trouble would ensue. Perhaps it did not seem a good place to do the job, there being no sort of protection. Perhaps there was something disquieting in the matter of Captain Bill's warning. They dropped away for the time, and McDonald gave the matter no further thought. Men threatening to kill him was an item on every day's program. It was near dusk of that bleak day, and McDonald was on the railway station, sending an official telegram to his men in Armero, when an old man named Crutcher, whom McDonald knew, came in to word that Matthews wanted to see him and fix up matters without any more trouble. Captain Bill regarded Crutcher keenly. Evidently, he was sincere enough. "John says he wants to see you up and fix everything right," repeated the old man persuasively. Captain Bill finished writing his telegram and sent it. Then, turning to old man Crutcher, he said in a slow, mild way, "Well, that all sounds mighty good to me. I never want any trouble that I can help. Come on, let's go find him." They left the depot and decided toward the town. As if they did so, they saw the sheriff of Hardin County, whose name was Dick Coffer, and Matthews and two of the latter's friends coming to meet him. Sheriff Coffer was a step ahead of Matthews when they started across the street. Old man Crotcher, in a friendly way, put his arm through McDonald's as they advanced. When they were about 4 or 5 feet between the groups, all stopped and there was a little silence. Then McDonald said, "Well?" And Matthews answered, keeping Coffer a trifle in advance, "Well, what is it, Bill?" Captain Bill began quietly. "I understand," he said, "that you have been trying to say some pretty hard things about me, and that you are going to wipe the earth with me. Is that so?" Matthews edged a trifle near Coffer. "No," he said, "I didn't say that. But by God, I'll tell you what I did say," and at the same moment pointing his left index fingers in McDonald's face, while his right hand slipped in the direction of his hip pocket. Captain Bill saw the movement, and his own hand dropped to the side of the overcoat pocket where in winter he carried a part of his armament. Matthew's practice in drawing, for some reason, failed to benefit him. His gun seemed to hang a little on the scabbard. A second later, he had jerked it free, stepping behind Coffer, and fired at Captain Bill over a sheriff's right shoulder. But the slight hitch spoiled his aim, perhaps for the bullet missed, passing through McDonald's overcoat collar. Through the range of it was so short that the powder burned his face. The game could be now considered open. Captain Bill, with a quick movement that was between a skip and a step, got around Coffer and let go 2 shots in quick succession at Matthews. But in the latter's breastpiece was a success. Both of McDonald's bullets struck within the space of a 50-cent piece. Just above Matthews' heart penetrated a thick plug of the Star Navy, found a heavy notebook beyond it, and stopped. With a thought process which may be regarded as cool for such a moment, Captain Bill realized for some reason he could not kill Matthews by shooting him on that side, and shift his aim. Matthews, meantime, had again dodged behind Coffer, who was now dropped flat on the ground where it was quieter. Captain Bill was bending forward at the time, trying to get a shot around Coffer, and as the latter dropped, Matthews fired, the bullet striking McDonald on the left shoulder, raging down through his lung and small of his back, traveling 2/3 the length of his body for lodgment. The Ranger was knocked backward but did not fall. Matthews quickly fired again, but McDonald was near enough now to knock the gun aside with his own, and the ball passed through his hat brim. Aiming at Matthews' other shoulder, McDonald let go his third shot, and Matthews fell. Meantime, the 2 deputy assassins had opened fire, and one of them had set 2 bullets through McDonald's left arm. To these he gave no attention till Matthews dropped. Wheeling now, he started to cock his gun, when he received another ball, this time in his right shoulder, along which it traveled to his neck, thence around the windpipe to the left side. His fingers were paralyzed by this wound and made an effort to cock his gun with his teeth. But there was no further need, for with the collapse of Matthews and his co-murderers fled wildly to cover behind the depot, nearly upsetting the boxcar in their hurry, as the spectator remarked. Captain Bill walked a few steps to the sidewalk. There was a post there, and holding to this, he eased himself to a sitting position. A man ran up to him. "Cap, how about it?" "Well, I think I'm a dead rabbit." They gathered him up and took him to the drugstore, and they took Matthews to a drugstore across the street. By and by, they carried Captain Bill home till the doctor came to hunt for the bullets. "Don't fool around with that one in my neck, Doc," Captain Bill said. Go after the one in the small of my back and let out the blood. There's a bucket of slushing around in there. The doctor obeyed orders. It was proper to gratify a dying man. Now, Doc, the ranger captain said when his operation was over and the surplus cover had been removed, now I'll get well. And Rhonda McDonald, his nervy wife, who had arrived on the scene, echoed this belief. If Bill just said he will get well, he will do it, she declared. But this was minority opinion, and the night when it was rumored that Captain Bill would not pull through, there were threats in the case he didn't. The two men who had trained with Matthews would be strung up without further notice. Some word of this was brought to Captain Bill, perhaps as a message of comfort. Don't you do it, boys, he said. I'm going to get well even if I don't. I want the law to take its course, and I'm opposed to lynching. Matthews died in a few days. He was removed to the Childress and died there. Before his death, he was sent word to McDonald. You acted man, although, was his message. I'm only sorry I can't see you and apologize. Tell him I'm doing all right, was the answer returned, and I hope that you'll get well. The mending of Captain Bill was a slow process. For about 2 months he was laid up, and then with his life he sojourned for a time at a sanitarium. After that he was once more pale and stooped over, but ready to eager for action. In time he was apparently as fit as ever, though, in truth, the physical repairing was never quite complete. End of chapter. Chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. What Happened to Beckham? An outlaw raid and a ranger battle. Joe Beckham ends his career. Meantime, the cause of the final and fatal difference between Matthews and McDonald. Joe Beckham, former sheriff of Motley, was out on bond, disporting himself in picturesque fashion. He got a change of venue, and when his case came up in Baylor County, Cook, his old rival and now his successor, by election, started over to testify, whereupon Beckham met the train and promptly shot Cook dead as he struck the platform. Beckham then mounted a fast horse and cantered away into the territory, where he joined in organizing a new gang made up of old offenders with a view to doing a wholesale general business in crime. In this gang were Red Buck and Hill Loftus, both justly celebrated, also Kid Lewis, later hung. They established headquarters in a neighborhood thought to be comparatively safe, since Bill McDonald's work had been confined to Texas, and opened business with every prospect of reaping the natural reward of perseverance and industry. They began by making a general raid on what is now Electra, Texas, where they cleaned out some stores and knocked a storekeeper on the head, after which they looted a country store and post office kept by one Al Bailey, then rode away in the direction of their territory headquarters. Company B, Ranger Service, was promptly notified, and Captain McDonald, not yet able to undertake a hard chase, sent his nephew Macaulay and Jack Harwell and 2 other rangers to join the sheriff of Wilbarger County at Electra in the pursuit. The rangers quickly struck the trail and had followed 40 miles toward the territory at a hard gait when they spied a dugout not far ahead. At the same moment they met an ostensible cowboy, a line rider, he said, on his rounds. The dugout, he told them, was his, and that they would find something to eat there. The party hurried on in the hope of food and warmth, for with the coming of evening it had grown very cold, and snow was beginning to fall. They were a little surprised to see a light in the dugout, but pushed on toward it, when suddenly a volley of shots rang out from that cover, and 3 horses dropped dead. Not one of the riders was injured, and they promptly returned the fire. Then followed a regular exchange of shots, which kept up to some extent all that bitter cold, snowy night. When morning came, only Macaulay and Harwell of the Ranger force remained in action, the others having been driven by the cold and storm to find shelter. The dugout was silent enough now, but Macaulay and Harwell, nearly dead from exposure, were in no condition to charge it alone. They were without horses, and set off for Wagner's ranch 25 miles away, afoot. Red River lay between, and when they arrived there, the prospect of wading that icy current was miserable enough. Nevertheless, they did it, arriving at Wagner's ranch, frostbitten and almost dead of hunger. The others had reached there several hours earlier. When all were in condition again, they returned to investigate the dugout. The place was deserted. Red Buck, wounded, as they learned later, with Hill Loftus, had been able to get away. Also, Kid Lewis, for whom a telephone pole was already waiting at Wichita Falls. Joe Beckham lay stretched out upon the floor, dead. End of chapter 22, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 11, 2022.
Chapter 23 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. A Medal for Speed. Captain Bill outruns a criminal and wins a gold medal. We are not through with the Panhandle, but we will relate here an incident which belongs outside of that district, though within the period. It seemed always a part of Bill Jess McDonald's peculiar fortunes that wherever he went he found work suited to his hand. He had been in Fort Worth on official business in this instance, and boarded the northbound train just as it was pulling out of the station. As he did so, he noticed 2 disreputable-looking characters crowding against a well-dressed old gentleman, and an instant later heard the latter exclaim, "I have been robbed!" At the same moment the 2 toughs started to leap from the car steps. Captain Bill's presence of mind responded promptly. His 6-shooter was out with small delay, and seizing one of the men, he called to the other to halt. The man detained made an attempt to strike his captor, who promptly bent his gun over his head, mildly at first, then with force, bringing the offender to his knees. The ranger captain now pulled the bell cord, brought the train to a standstill, turned his prisoner over to a policeman who had appeared on the scene, and set out in pursuit of the other thief, who by this time had obtained a healthy start. Captain Bill is built like a greyhound, with long hind legs and a prow designed for splitting the wind. The thief was active and making good time, but he was no match for a ranger of that architecture. The distance between them closed up rapidly, and after a race of over a mile, the fugitive, having reached what was known as Niggertown, dived into one of the houses, causing a regular stampede among the inhabitants. Men, women, and a rabble of little pickaninnies fell out in every direction. Captain Bill, now close behind, added to the excitement as he plunged in, only to find the room vacant. A quilt, however, hung across a second doorway, and stepping over to it, his 6-shooter ready for emergency, he drew the hanging quickly aside. As he did so, he was confronted by a man standing on a chair, holding in his hand a bottle filled with some transparent liquid which he was in the act of throwing. The crack of McDonald's revolver was followed by such a sudden collapse of the would-be vitriol thrower that the ranger captain thought he had wounded him seriously, though his intention had been merely to disable the arm in action. Investigation showed, however, that the thief was only frightened, that the ball had grazed his arm, also his ear, cutting a hole through the rim of his hat. Securing the vitriol as evidence, Captain Bill marched his man back to where he had left thief number 1, only to find that the inexperienced policeman had allowed him to escape. He did not trust him with his second capture, but personally saw him safely locked up and then set out for home by the next train. Not long after, a package arrived one day in Amarillo, and upon being opened, it was found to contain a handsome gold medal, contributed by a prominent jeweler and others of Fort Worth. This decoration was engraved with Captain McDonald's name and official title, and an accompanying letter stated that it was awarded as a token of appreciation of his efforts in bringing criminals to justice and as a premium for his superior swiftness of foot on a 1.25-mile track. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. 24. Captain Bill in Mexico. Mexican thieves try to hold up Captain Bill and get a surprise. Mexican police make the same attempt with the same result. President Diaz tries to enlist him. The First National Bank of Quanah failed in 1893, and one of the head officials, wanted for embezzlement and forgery, made his escape to Mexico, where he was arrested. Governor Hogg immediately made requisition for him, and Captain McDonald was detailed to bring him back across the line. Accompanied by one of the bank directors, McDonald set out for Mexico, only to find that his man had been set free and was then making his way to remoter hiding. It was no difficult matter, however, to trace him, and the ranger captain presently overhauled him and put him in jail, there to await certain red tape formalities incident to the deliberate Mexican official methods. Having a good deal of time on his hands, Captain Bill spent it in sightseeing. It was interesting enough, but he could not understand why he used up so many handkerchiefs. They seemed to disappear from his pockets in some magic way, and no matter how many he set out with, he presently found his supply entirely exhausted. He realized at last that this curious condition was not due altogether to accident, nor to carelessness on his own part. Laying in a fresh stock of handkerchiefs, he strolled warily along, seemingly unconscious of those who loitered near him, apparently absorbed in sightseeing. Presently, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a Mexican passing near him, make a quick movement with his hand, and caught a glimpse of white passing from his pocket to that of the Mexican. His sudden grab so startled this industrious person that he did not even attempt flight. Captain Bill thereupon promptly recovered his handkerchief, which he found had been lifted with a slender wire hook, an effective implement in busy and skillful hands. Without any further preliminaries, he set out for the jail with his prisoner, but meeting an American acquaintance to whom he explained the situation, he was advised to proceed no further with the case. "If you take him there, they will lock you up with him," he said. "Well, I guess they won't," said McDonald. "They certainly will," insisted his friend. "The law here is to confine the witness with the prisoner, and there's no telling when you'll get out." Captain Bill reconsidered, whirled his prisoner around, gave him an impetuous kick or two, and some advice, which perhaps reached his comprehension, though in an unknown tongue. The man fled. It is not known whether he took the advice or not. Captain Bill's adventures in Mexico were not over. A few nights later he visited a large casino where gambling was conducted openly, and mildly diverted himself by taking a hand at bucking the national game, monte. He played in luck, and the stakes became high. His winnings grew to a considerable sum, and there were greedy eyes in the group who watched his play. When he left the place at last and descended the stairway, he noticed that two men seemed to be following him. As he reached the dim hallway below, he stopped. They stopped also. Captain Bill was pleased. This was a game he preferred even to monte. He had played it so much oftener. He stepped out into the middle of the street, where he would have a clear field of observation, and set out leisurely, as if he had not noticed anything wrong. The men following gained upon him, one dropping a little to the rear, the other working his way to the front. As they reached a dark locality, the man in front began to drop back a little, evidently getting ready to close in, while the one behind stepped up a little more lively, until he was about on a line with Captain Bill, who now noticed him throw back his serape as if to free his arm for action. No longer in doubt as to what they meant to do, the captain brought out his .45 with a swing that landed the barrel of it with full force on the head of the man in front. Wheeling, he covered the other, who, seeing his companion drop with a thud, promptly fled, the ranger captain close behind. They raced down the dim street, and the Mexican, trying to keep his eye on his pursuer and turn a corner at the same time, ran into a stone wall and nearly knocked his head off. Captain Bill was satisfied with the game as it stood, and set out for his hotel. He was not to arrive there, however, without further complications. The commotion of the foot race had aroused a squad of police, a poor lot in greasy white uniforms, and these bore down upon him now with a good deal of excited talk and gesticulation, none of which he understood. Apparently they thought he was a bloodthirsty person who was in the habit of knocking men over the head with his gun and chasing others into stone walls for amusement. He explained in the best Texan he could muster that the men had been trying to rob him, but it was no use. They insisted by signs that he must come with them. When he shook his head in refusal, they began reaching for their long revolvers, which they wore in clumsy holsters. Captain Bill knew this game also. He had played it in No Man's Land, in the Cherokee Strip, and he was still playing it in the Panhandle. It was his favorite and daily occupation. Before their guns were halfway to any effective position, he had them covered, and in tones that were universally understood, even when they convey words of strange meaning, he warned them to desist. Men are in the habit of obeying Bill McDonald under such conditions. The Mexican police obeyed him, and when he indicated that they were to march in front of him, they did so in a formation at once orderly and well maintained. He directed them toward the Hotel Guadaola, where he was stopping. Arriving there, he explained to the guard, who understood English, what had happened, and instructed him to convey the information to the police, with his thanks for their courteous and prompt attention, and a request that they should meet him at the office of President Diaz at 10 o'clock the following morning. The guard undertook to do this, and the police went away,
dazed and muttering. They were on hand next morning at the President's office when Captain Bill arrived. During his sojourn in the city, McDonald had come in contact a number of times with President Diaz, and a pleasant friendship had sprung up between them. Diaz, who has an excellent knowledge of English, heard the captain's explanation now with a good deal of amusement, and after dismissing his policeman with some paternal advice, he presented Captain Bill with a pass which gave him the freedom of any portion of the city at any hour and under all circumstances. The friendship between Diaz and Captain Bill ripened into something like intimacy now, and a few days later the Mexican president, in discussing the nation's troubles with Guatemala, invited the ranger captain's opinion of the situation and of the force in the field. "Well, Mr. President," said Captain Bill, "I don't think much of your Mexican soldiers, but I could take a squad of Texas Rangers and go down to Guatemala and clean up that outfit down there, capture their finances, and bring their government to terms in 24 hours. The Mexican president's eyes showed his approval of this scheme. "I think a good deal of your Texan rurales," he said, "but they have killed a lot of our people, too." Captain Bill nodded. "Only the kind that needed killing," he said. "Very likely," assented Diaz, then added a moment later, "Captain, I propose that you enlist with us for the purpose you mentioned just now, and bring over 500 of your Texas cowboys to assist in the undertaking." Diaz waxed enthusiastic over this idea. Captain Bill was not unwilling to enter into the scheme. The matter went so far as to get into the newspapers, but at that point it came to a sudden end. Governor Hogg and Adjutant General W.S. Mabry, a fine soldier who later died in the Cuban War, did not propose to have their ranger captain go off on any such filibustering expeditions, and promptly nipped the whole matter in the bud. Captain Bill stayed for a considerable time in the Mexican capital, for his companion, the bank official, fell very ill, and the captain turned nurse to pull him through. He very soon became a well-known figure in the city, being often pointed out as the man who had taken a squad of police in charge, who was going to bring his rangers down to whip the Guatemalans, and whose skill with the six-shooter was nothing short of miraculous. This last belief was in some manner sustained one day when he visited a shooting gallery in company with an American dentist, who had taken pleasure in showing him the sights of the quaint old town. "Captain, suppose you shoot at these targets as rapidly as you can and see how many you'll miss," he said, when they were inside. Without hesitation, McDonald drew his revolver and opened a perfect fusillade, hitting a target at each shot. Two Mexicans who were practicing in the gallery made a wild break for the open air and safety. Soldiers and police came running in excitement and confusion to discover the cause. It was all over by this time, and the officers, seeing only Captain Bill and the dentist, stood gaping, waiting an explanation. "It is nothing," said the dentist, in Spanish. "My friend the captain was only practicing a little to keep his hand in." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 25. A New Style in the Panhandle. Charles A. Culberson pays a tribute to Ranger marksmanship, Captain Bill in a plug hat. It was during the Panhandle period that Charles A. Culberson, son of the Dave Culberson who nearly 30 years before had cleared the boy, Bill Jess McDonald, from a charge of treason, was Attorney General for the state of Texas. Captain Bill was at Quanah one day when he received notice from Culberson that the latter was anxious to locate the 100th meridian, preliminary to beginning a suit against the United States to test the claim made by Texas for Greer County, now a portion of Oklahoma. The Attorney General invited Captain Bill to accompany him as guide and bodyguard, knowing him to be familiar with the district and capable of taking care of such an expedition. They left the railroad at Vernon, Wilbarger County, proceeded in a buckboard to Doan's store on the Red River, and crossed over into Greer County. It was a pleasant drive across the prairies, and Captain Bill, who felt in good practice, beguiled the time by bringing down prairie dogs, running rabbits, sailing hawks, and the like, using his six-shooter with one hand and his Winchester with the other, riding along as they were, without stopping. To Culberson, this performance was amazing enough. "Captain," he said, "that beats anything I ever saw. Why, I believe you could throw a nickel up in the air and hit it before it touched the ground." MacDonald smiled in his quiet way. "Do you think so?" he said. "Well, I reckon I might, but I wouldn't want to waste a nickel that way." Captain Bill then gave a few exhibitions of what he really could do in the way of shooting, and Culberson declared without hesitation that there was not such another marksman in the state of Texas. The Attorney General was enjoying himself immensely. They camped that night, and next morning were continuing their journey toward Mangum, the county seat of Greer, when they began to meet men and women on horseback, evidently getting out of that section of the country without much waste of time. Captain Bill inquired the reason of this exodus, and was told that a cowboy had killed an Indian over on the North Fork of the Red, and that the Indians were getting on their war paint, preparatory to making a raid, Comanches and Kiowas. "General," said Captain Bill, "I'll have to look into this thing. You can go on to Mangum with the team, and I'll get me a horse and go over and take a hand in the trouble." "Not at all," said Culberson. "You've undertaken to see me through this trip, and I'm not going to let you desert now, Indians or no Indians." "But I've got to, General. This is a pleasure trip, and that's business. Them devils are going to start something over there, and it's my duty as a ranger to investigate it." Culberson laughed. "Now, Captain," he said, "you know very well that all you want is to get over there where there's a chance to give a shooting exhibition. You've got tired of hawks and prairie dogs and want to try your hand on Indians." A new arrival just then furnished the information that the offending cowboy had been jailed at Mangum, and that the Indians were likely to storm the jail. This settled the matter, for ranger duty and inclination now lay in the same direction. MacDonald and Culberson drove as rapidly as possible toward Mangum, then about 50 miles away, changing horses once on the hard journey. The town was well nigh deserted, as nearly everyone who could get a gun was gone to the scene of the killing. Captain Bill, therefore, established himself as guard of the jail where the cowboy was confined, and waited results. Nothing of consequence happened. The country quieted down. Culberson and Captain Bill presently returned to Quanah. But a few days later, when the Attorney General had arrived in Austin, Captain Bill received a package by express, prepaid. On opening it, he was stupefied to find that it contained a plug hat of very fine quality. It was the first silk hat in the Panhandle, where the soft, wide-rimmed cowboy Stetson predominated, and it took more courage to wear it than to face an assault with intent to kill. But Captain Bill was game. He was a brother-in-law to the church, as he said, his wife being a member, and the following Sunday he put on the silk hat and accompanied her to meeting. Their seat was up near the front, only a step from the pulpit, a good thing for the minister. Otherwise, nobody would have looked in his direction. As it was, all eyes were aimed toward Captain Bill and his hat. The congregation had seen him come in with it in his hand, and they could still observe the wonder, for it would not do to put so fine a piece of property on the floor, while to set it toppling on his lap would be to court disaster. It seemed necessary, therefore, to hold it in his hand, raised a little, and at a distance from his body, in order that by no chance movement the marvelous gloss of it should be marred. The people of Quanah who attended church that day were glad to be there. They are still glad. They do not remember the sermon they heard, but they do remember that hat. Even the minister wandered from his text in his contemplation of that splendid exhibition. Those of Quanah who remained away from service on that memorable Sunday have never entirely recovered from their regret, for it was their only opportunity ever to see Captain Bill in a plug hat. When services were over, the congregation crowded about for a nearer view. Cowboys stood up on the backs of the pews to look over the shoulders of those in front of them. Homesick women who remembered such things back east shed tears. Many wanted to touch the precious thing, to stroke its silken surface, and among these were little children who insisted on rubbing the fur the wrong way. Captain Bill got out at last and headed for home. Once there, the gift of the Attorney General was reverently damned and laid away. Somewhere in a secret stronghold, deep buried from mortal eye, it exists to this hour. End of chapter 25. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona on the 22nd of February, 2022.
Chapter 26 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Preventing a prize fight. The Fitzsimmons-Marr fight that didn't come off at El Paso, and why. Captain Bill takes up for a Chinaman. Culberson became governor in the course of time, and remembering Captain Bill's peculiar talents, was wont to rely upon him for special work in any portion of the state, where nerve, determination, and prompt, accurate marksmanship were likely to be of value. During February 1896, a national sporting event, a ring contest between Bob Fitzsimmons and Pete Marr, was advertised to take place at El Paso, a busy city dropped down on the extreme western point of the Texas desert on the banks of the Rio Grande. Governor Culberson, speaking for himself as well as for the better class of citizens in his state, announced that so long as he was in office, Texas would not go on record as a prize-fighting commonwealth, and that the fight would not take place. Thereupon there came a crisis. Certain interested citizens of El Paso had made up a purse of $10,000 to bring this event to the Paris of Texas, and these and their friends were filled with indignation. Dan Stewart, prominent in Texas sporting matters and promoter of this particular event, issued a proclamation which bore not only the announcement that the fight would take place as advertised, but a picture of Dan himself. Also, it was declared that there was no law in Texas which would prevent prize fighting, and the preparations for this particular event continued. Whereupon Governor Culberson promptly called a special session of the legislature to pass a law which would be effective, and Adjutant General Mabry ordered the State Ranger Service to assemble at El Paso to see that this law was enforced, it having been widely reported that Bat Masterson, with 100 fighting men, would be present to see that the fight came off. Then, when it was rumored that the contest would take place in either Old or New Mexico, the boundaries of both being near El Paso, President Cleveland ordered the United States Marshal of New Mexico to proceed to the vicinity of El Paso and guard the isolated districts of that territory, while the governor of Chihuahua took measures to discourage the enterprise in that state. Things began to look pretty squally for the sporting fraternity, both in El Paso and at large, and they were mad clear through. The city council assembled and passed a denunciatory measure, condemning the governor for asking for rangers, the adjutant general for sending them, and the rangers for being present. It was of no use. The rangers went quietly about the streets, paying no attention to unfriendly looks and open threats as they passed along. Efforts were made by the principals and their friends to elude the rangers, but with no other result than that a ranger was appointed as a special bodyguard to each of the pugilists, while a third, Captain McDonald, became a temporary associate of Dan Stewart. They had nothing particular to do, these rangers, except to be companionable and pleasant, and to stay with their men. Wherever Stewart and Marr and Fitzsimmons went, their official attendants went with them, and even if not always welcome, they were entertained with sufficient courtesy, for the person of a ranger is sacred. Besides, he is reputed to be quick and fatal. Such sport became monotonous. The pugilists and their friends gave up the El Paso idea, and, still accompanied by the rangers, took the train from Langtree, a point where the Southern Pacific Railway touches the Rio Grande. The state of Coahuila lay across the river, and Langtree itself was at that period a proper gateway to a pugilist's paradise, its law being administered by one Roy Bean, Justice of the Peace and saloon keeper, whose sign read, "Mixed drinks, law west of the Pecos." It is said that Bean's drinks were about on a par with his law, and that the latter was administered with a gun. He tried court cases, granted divorces, and handed down decisions without the trammel of a jury or other assistance. Once, when a citizen killed a Chinaman in his place, Bean consulted the statutes, and finding nothing in reference to the murder of a Chinaman in his saloon, discharged the prisoner as having committed no offense. At another time, when a man walking across a high bridge over the Pecos had fallen and broken his neck, and the matter was brought before Bean, the dispenser of law west of the Pecos discovered that the pockets of the unfortunate contained a six-shooter and $41 in money, whereupon he fined the dead man $25 and costs for carrying a concealed weapon, and appropriated the $41 and the six-shooter in settlement. A whole chapter could be written about Bean and his official service, but this is not the place for it. It is the place, however, for another incident concerning a Chinaman, a case in which, though tried west of the Pecos, the Chinaman's rights were sustained. The train bound for Langtree with the pugilistic party and rangers aboard stopped at Sanderson, a small wayside station in the desert, for lunch. Everybody was hungry and hurried over to a Chinese restaurant for something to eat, and the Chinese waiters scurried about to serve them. They were doing their best, but it was not easy to satisfy everybody at once. Next to Captain McDonald sat Bat Masterson. Bat has since given up all his reckless ways and become a good citizen, but at that time he was training with the unreformed and not feeling very well, anyhow. It seemed to Bat that a Chinese waiter was not getting around as promptly with food as he might, and he set in to admonish him. The Chinaman replied to the effect that he was doing his best, whereat Masterson decided to correct him with a table caster. Captain Bill had been sitting quietly, saying nothing, but as Masterson raised the caster, the ranger captain clutched his arm. "Don't you hit that man," he said. Masterson wheeled. "Maybe you'd like to take it up." Captain Bill regarded him steadily for an instant. "I done took it up," was his quiet answer. The caster was put down. Masterson reflected silently while he waited for his food. Perhaps that was the beginning of his reform. Arriving at Langtree, Stewart, Fitzsimmons, and Marr were escorted to the Rio Grande, where with all their fraternity they crossed over to Mexican soil, and the fight was pulled off in good order. It was a good fight, as fights go, and Fitzsimmons won with a knockout landed on Marr's jaw. But it did not take place on Texas soil. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. The Wichita Falls Bank Robbery and Murder. The absence of Captain Bill and his rangers from the Panhandle was construed by Kid Lewis as an invitation to rob a bank. He selected the City National of Wichita Falls for his purpose, and, with a partner named Crawford, rode up to that institution one day about noon, and entering, demanded the bank funds. Cashier Frank Dorsey, failing to comply with that demand, was shot dead. H. Langford, bookkeeper, was wounded, and the vice president of the bank escaped by having in his left breast pocket a small case of surgical instruments. This deflected the ball which otherwise would have entered his heart. The robbers then secured whatever money was in sight, about $600 in gold and silver, ran out the back door, mounted their waiting horses, and galloped away. The citizens were by this time alarmed, and a number set out in pursuit full speed. There was a running fight, during which Lewis's horse was shot, but an instant later he was clear of it, and, leaping behind Crawford, the two went plunging away double until they met an old man driving into town with a single horse. This they appropriated forthwith, leaving their pursuers a good way behind. Still further on, they crossed Holiday Creek and came to a field where a man was plowing. They now abandoned their blown horses and, at the point of a gun, took his heavy Clydesdale team and once more dashed away, making for the Wichita River. Their pursuers gained on the clumsy animals and fired several more shots at the fugitives, then decided to return and organize a posse, which they raised in short order. This posse followed the track of Lewis and Crawford beyond the Wichita River to a place where the robbers had taken to the thick brush overgrowing the river bottom. Here, the trail was lost. Captain McDonald, returning from the Fitzsimmons-Maher contest via Fort Worth, had got as far as Bellevue in the adjoining county when he was met by a telegram containing the news of what had happened that morning at Wichita Falls. He immediately wired the authorities at the falls to have horses in readiness for himself and men. The Rangers reached the city about 2 in the afternoon, and mounting the horses already waiting, dashed away in the direction the robbers had taken. With him, Captain Bill had Rangers Macaulay, Harwell, Sullivan, Queen, and McClure, the tried picked men whom Lewis and Crawford had been most anxious to avoid. The horses were picked, too, for speed and endurance, and went at a wild, headlong gait, almost too headlong for safety. A small creek that had become a bed of mud lay across the road, and Captain Bill's horse, stumbling on the brink, sent him headfirst into the soft mixture, which literally daubed him from head to foot before he could get on his feet. His men thought for a moment that he was killed, but he rose, spluttering and swearing, wholly unhurt, though fearfully disfigured, and with no time to remove his disguise. Instantly mounting, he galloped on, a sight to behold, the others respectfully restraining any tendency to mirth. Presently they met the local posse coming back. The posse had given up on the chase, but was able to furnish information. Captain Bill and his rangers learned where the robbers had disappeared and pressed on in that direction, the posse following. It was now getting toward evening and would soon be dusk. It was desirable to make an end of matters by daylight, if possible, and the rangers wasted no time. They picked their way rapidly into the thick undergrowth of the bottoms, and suddenly, at a bend of the river, discovered the Clydesdale horses tied close to the bank. Their riders were believed to be close by, and the rangers expected to be fired on at any moment. Without waiting for any such reception, they charged in the direction of the horses, with no other result than that Ranger Sullivan broke a stirrup, fell, and, with a fractured rib, retired from action. Lewis and Crawford had abandoned the horses, and their trail led down to the river bank. The Rangers also left their horses at this point, for it was hard going. MacDonald now took Queen and Harwell, one on either side of them, their guns in readiness, while he gave attention to the trail. The light was getting very dim where they were, but Captain Bill is a natural trailer and followed the tracks without difficulty. Here and there they found stray articles which the men had dropped in their flight. Finally, the tracks led to the river, where it was evident the bandits had crossed. It was February, and the water was very cold. Captain Bill had not yet recovered from the terrible bullet wounds received in the fight with Matthews 2 months before, and was bent and debilitated, but he did not falter. With Queen and Harwell he plunged in and waded the icy water chin-deep to the other side. Twice more the trail led to the river and crossed, and twice more MacDonald and his men waded that bitter current, holding their firearms above their heads, their bodies literally numb with cold. It was a severe experience, but, as Captain Bill said afterwards, it removed a good deal of his mud. MacDonald now made up his mind that the robbers would be likely to cross a road that had been cut through the bottoms and head toward the territory, which they were evidently trying to reach, believing the Rangers would not follow them across the line. He called to one of his men, Ranger McClure, who appeared just then, a little distance away, to get all the force he could and guard that road, while he, MacDonald, with Queen and Harwell, would continue to beat the brush and search carefully through the bottoms. At that moment, Lewis and Crawford were near enough to hear this order, and the realization that it was Bill MacDonald and his Rangers who were on the trail gave them a sudden and more severe chill than the icy water they had waded. They had been heading for the territory, as MacDonald suspected, but decided to change their course toward a creek that ran parallel with the river. On their way to it, they were obliged to cross an open field, and though by this time it was night, between 9 and 10 o'clock, a full moon had risen, and they were discovered by the men guarding the road and fired upon. They returned the fire as they ran, but no damage was done on either side. Meantime, MacDonald and his two companions, nearly perishing with wet and cold, having come upon a house in their search, had stopped to try for a cup of hot coffee. At the sound of the shots, they rushed out. A horse was hitched at the door, and Captain Bill leaped into the saddle and hurried in the direction of the alarm. As he approached, he saw in the moonlight a crowd, the local posse, gathered on the little hill overlooking the wheat field where the robbers had crossed. The ranger captain fully expected to find the captured or dead bandits in that crowd and called out as he came up, "Boys, where are they? Where are the robbers?" They pointed in the direction of some brush about a quarter of a mile away. "They went in that creek bottom over yonder." "Well, then, what in the devil are you all doing up here?" Somebody answered, "You must think we're damn fools that go in there after those fellows. Of course we didn't go in there, and don't intend to." "Well," said Captain Bill, "I'm going, and if any of you fellows want to go, come ahead, but I don't want any man that don't go willingly." Ranger Macaulay had ridden up. "You can't get away from me, Uncle Bill," he said. The two loped off in the direction of the thicket, but presently found their way barred by a wire fence. Leaving their horses, they made a circuit around the enclosure, and soon struck what seemed to be a road leading into the bottom. Hurrying along, they came upon Ranger McClure, who had been in charge of the posse when the shooting had occurred, and had set out alone to locate the robbers. "Hello, Bob, where are they?" asked Captain Bill as he and Macaulay came up. "Right over there, Cap. They ran in the brush over by the yonder big tree." "Well, boys, we've got to get them. We'll charge in there." They pushed rapidly into the bushes without further parley, MacDonald heading for the tree, Macaulay and McClure spreading out to the right. Captain Bill made straight for the big tree pointed out by McClure, his gun ready for quick service. It was a still, moonlit place, but brushy and full of shadows, and not easy going. The crack of Winchesters might be expected at any moment. Suddenly the captain found himself confronted by a creek, and looking across saw two men with guns squatting in the weeds. They appeared to be on the point of raising their guns to fire, but, with MacDonald's appearance and his sharp command, "Hold up there!" made from behind his own leveled Winchester, they were unable to complete the action. Their guns dropped into their laps. They seemed stupefied. "Throw up your hands," was the next order. The hands went up. "Get up from there!" One of the men found his voice. "We can't, Captain. Our guns are laying across our laps cocked. They'll go off if we get up." "Get up or I'll turn you over." They rose hastily, their guns sliding to the ground. "Back off there now and face the other way." They obeyed like soldiers on drill. Captain Bill stepped into the creek about 3 feet deep and waded across. He noticed a bag, doubtless containing the stolen money, and observed that the robbers had laid their cartridges out on a log for convenient use. At that moment, Macaulay and McClure came hurrying up, apparently ready to shoot. "Hold up, boys, it's all right," said MacDonald. "I've got 'em." Macaulay and McClure waded across and assisted in searching the prisoners. A purse of gold was found in one of the men's pockets. The sack on the ground contained silver. "Now let's get out of this," said MacDonald, "and get where it's warm." "You're not going to make us wade that cold creek, are you?" said Lewis, shivering. "Look here," said Captain Bill, "if you don't get across there and pretty quick, I'll duck you head first. You've made me wade water up to my neck all the afternoon." They crossed then, the 5th time in the cold water that day for MacDonald, and made their way to where he and Macaulay had left their horses. Here they got a rope and bound the prisoners, their arms behind them. Captain Bill then called to the posse, still waiting in the road a quarter-mile away, listening for the sound of the shots that would probably bring down Rangers. "Come on, boys," he yelled, "we've got 'em." So they came lickety-brindle, but presently stopped. "Captain, are you sure you got 'em?" "Yes, I've got 'em, and I've got 'em tied. Come on, there's no danger now." The crowd tore through the brush to get over there, and some of them began abusing the captured men, declaring that they had murdered the best man at Wichita Falls, and furnishing a graphic outline of what would happen to them in consequence. What they said was all true enough, maybe, but the saying of it seemed in rather poor taste to Captain Bill. "Look here," he said, "these men are my prisoners now. You let them alone." He marched Lewis and Crawford over to Mart Boger's ranch, where they all got some hot coffee and something to eat. Boger also supplied a wagon in which to haul the prisoners. It was MacDonald's first intention to take the men to Henrietta for safekeeping, but against his judgment he was persuaded to take them to Wichita Falls. He gave orders, however, that none of the crowd should leave, as he did not wish the news of the capture to travel ahead of them, realizing that a mob of citizens would be likely to gather. On the way to the falls, the Rangers fell into conversation with Lewis, and Macaulay and Harwell discussed with him the fight that he and Hill, Loftus, and the others had made that night in the dugout when Joe Beckham had been killed. Lewis explained how he and Red Buck and Loftus had managed to slip away without being seen. Then McDonald said, "Boys, how was it you didn't shoot me a while ago when you saw me coming through the bushes? You all had your guns cocked and ready, and you knew you'd be hung anyway if you got caught. You saw me first. Why didn't you shoot?" "Cap," said Lewis, "we thought you were out of the country and wouldn't get back before we could get to the territory. When we heard you giving orders and knew who it was, we lost our nerve, and when we saw you, we somehow got paralyzed." When the procession had arrived within a mile or two of the falls, Captain McDonald, realizing that someone had doubtless slipped away and carried the news, sent one of his men to have the jail door open in order that there might be no delay in entering. His suspicion was correct, for the news had traveled, and though it was then about 2 o'clock in the morning, several hundred men were congregated about the jail when the Rangers with their prisoners arrived. Captain Bill rode ahead and opened the way with his gun. "Give room here, men," he commanded, and the way opened. Lewis and Crawford were marched into the jail, Rangers Macaulay and Queen being left to guard the door. The prisoners were taken to cells, carefully searched, and locked in. Captain McDonald then descended to disperse the crowd, which had grown noisy and ugly in its demand for the prisoners, and was apparently making ready to attack the jail. Captain Bill addressed this assembly. "Boys," he said, "I reckon you all are my friends, and if you are, you'll go home now and go to bed. My Rangers and I captured these men, and they are our prisoners. We've got them locked up, and they'll have a fair trial. You men didn't capture them, and you have nothing to do with them. They're unarmed now and can't defend themselves. But if you make an attack on this jail, I'll give the prisoners their guns, and we'll lick this crowd. I command you to disperse immediately. If you don't, we'll begin business right now." The mob dispersed. Some of the leaders wanted to call Captain Bill away to discuss matters, but he would have none of it, and cleared the grounds. Then, in spite of his wet, cold, weary condition and the terrible wounds received less than 3 months before, he stayed with his men on guard until morning. Then a message was brought to him that Hill Loftus had been concerned in the robbery, and that he was hiding in a dugout near town. Knowing that Loftus and Lewis trained together, Captain McDonald did not discredit this report, or suspect that it was part of a ruse to get him away from the jail. He ordered a horse from the stable at once and made ready to start. "Aren't you going to take your men with you?" asked the men who had brought the word. "No," said Captain Bill. "I want them to stay here. But Loftus is a bad man and will have the advantage of you being in the dugout." "That's all right, I can take care of him, but I do want somebody to come and show me the place." A man volunteered to do this, and rode with Captain Bill to a dugout some distance away in the edge of town. The place was empty, but another man appeared just then who claimed to have seen Loftus leave a little while before, taking a northerly direction. Still unsuspecting, Captain Bill set out at full speed, but after riding 3 miles and seeing no sign of Loftus or his trail, he rode back to Wichita Falls. At the edge of town he was met by his nephew, Henry Macaulay, with news that everybody who could get a gun had marched on the jail, and that no doubt Lewis and Crawford were already hung. Captain Bill did not wait for another word. A mob of several hundred men had gathered about the jail, wild with excitement, determined to have Lewis and Crawford and to lynch them forthwith. Suddenly, this multitude saw Captain Bill bearing down on them, his Winchester in position for business, and fury in his eye. "Boys," he called to his Rangers as he dashed up, "have you still got the prisoners?" "Yes," they called back, "they're still in the jail." Captain Bill wheeled on the mob. "Now," he shouted, Damn your sorry souls, march out of here and get away from this jail, every one of you, or I'll fill this yard with dead men. He had his Winchester leveled as he spoke, and those who considered themselves in range made a wild, hasty effort to get into some safer locality. Captain Bill swung the point of his gun a little so it covered a good many in its orbit, and nobody knew when it might go off. They knew if it did go off, it would hit whatever spot he selected, and nobody wanted to own that spot. The crowd moved. Some of it hurried a good deal, and Captain Bill helped things along with language. He escorted the mob well into town. The ranger captain now prepared to move the prisoners to Fort Worth, but was notified by the district judge that this could not be done, that any attempt to do so would result in general trouble with the citizens of Wichita Falls. McDonald protested that the citizens had already shown that they were unable to take care of the prisoners in a legal way. The judge said, "I will appoint 25 men to guard the jail." "You mean you will appoint 25 men to keep me from taking Lewis and Crawford away?" McDonald said. "No, only to help you guard them. But if you have a guard of 25 men, you don't need the Rangers." The judge argued for the moral support of the Rangers. McDonald informed him that it was impossible for his force to remain in Wichita Falls, guarding prisoners, that other work was waiting for them, that there was already a requisition for them at Quanah, that furthermore they had been away from their headquarters for 2 weeks, besides being wet and cold and worn out from exposure and want of sleep. "Let the others go, Captain, and you stay," urged the judge. "Judge," said Captain Bill, "you know I'm all shot up, and it's the first time I've rode any, and what with yesterday and last night and today, I'm about used up and likely to be sick. Now, if you can't take care of those prisoners with your guard, all right. If you think you can't, I'll take them to Fort Worth where they'll be safe. But I'm going to get out of here tonight unless you get an order from Governor Culberson for me to stay. It ain't far to the telegraph office, so only about 30 steps. You can go and wire him if you want to. If he says for me to stay, I will, of course. But otherwise, I'm going. I've done my whole duty now. When I get prisoners in jail and guarded, my duty ends. Your guard of 25 men with your local officers can hold that jail if they want to. I could hold it alone." No order came to the Rangers from Governor Culberson, and they left that afternoon when the local guard had been duly installed. That night, the mob once more marched on the jail, and in spite of the armed guard and the sheriff, deputies, and constables, Lewis and Crawford were taken from their cells and hung to telephone poles, close to the bank where they had committed their crime. Citizens of Wichita Falls complained to Governor Culberson that Captain McDonald and his Rangers had gone away, leaving the prisoners to the mercy of the mob. Culberson wired to McDonald, and receiving the facts in reply, commended him throughout. A reward of $2,000 for the capture of Lewis and Crawford was paid by the two banks of Wichita Falls. The local posse divided it into 32 equal parts, in which they generously permitted the Rangers to share. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 28. Captain Bill as a Peacemaker. He attends certain strikes and riots alone with satisfactory results. Goes to Thurber and disperses a mob. During the years that ended the old century and began the new, from about 1896 to 1902 or later, there occurred in Texas a series of strike and mob disorders of various kinds. To quiet troubles of this sort is the special province of the Ranger Service, and as the Panhandle became more trouble, more range-broken, as one may say, Captain Bill McDonald and his little force were summoned to points far and near to put down disturbance and to check agitation. It was not long after the bank murder at Wichita Falls and the capture of Lewis and Crawford that Captain McDonald was summoned there again, this time to investigate a strike on the Fort Worth and Denver Railroad. Things were in bad shape at the falls. Trains were not allowed to run. Engines were not permitted to move. Riot and bloodshed were imminent. Captain Bill did not think it necessary to take his men. He went up to Wichita Falls alone, and learning where the main body of the strikers were assembled, went over there. They had gathered in a hall and were holding a secret meeting when he arrived. The captain knocked on the door. A doorkeeper came but refused admission. "I'm Captain McDonald of the Rangers," said McDonald quietly, "and I'm here to talk to you men and see what the trouble is. You're all here now, and I think I'll talk to you together." The doorkeeper went away and reported, and presently returned. "Where are your Rangers?" he asked. "I didn't bring any. I don't need any. I'm a pretty good single-handed talker myself." There was another consultation inside, and the door opened. Captain Bill went in with a friendly greeting for everybody, given in his genial, natural way. Then he got up where he could see his audience. "Boys," he said in his slow, friendly way, "I understand you all are acting mighty sorry over here, interfering with business, and making out like you're going to tear up things generally. Now, you know me, and you know that I don't want anything that ain't right. And if a man behaves himself, I'll try to get him what's right if I can. I suppose you think you have a grievance, and perhaps you have, but you'll never get it settled this way. And it's my business, as you all know, not to have this sort of work going on. You have a perfect right to quit work, but you haven't any right to keep other men from working, or to injure people's business, or to break up property. Nothing good can come out of such doings. I didn't bring any of my men along because I didn't believe I'd need 'em, and I don't think so now. But of course, if this thing goes on, I'll have to bring 'em, and then it will be too late to talk all friendly here together as we're talking now. I'm well acquainted with President Good of this road, and I know you can't get anything this way. And if you take my advice, you'll go back to work and tell him your troubles afterward. Now, boys, that's all I've got to say, and I reckon if you listen to it, you'll come out a good deal better than if you listen to one or two men that for some reason of their own are trying to stir up a lot of trouble, and will be in jail before night, as like as not." Captain Bill went down on the street, and the crowd soon followed. A good many came to him and expressed willingness to go to work. Here and there he talked to a little group in his friendly, earnest way. The strike at Wichita Falls was over. From Wichita Falls, McDonald went over to Fort Worth, where there was similar trouble, but learned that a more serious situation existed at the Thurber coal mines in Erath County. The miners were of many nationalities, ignorant and brutish, and they were swayed by anarchical leaders. The ranger captain was urged to take his men to Thurber, but decided to go alone. Arriving at Thurber, he hunted up the mine officials for a consultation. Colonel Hunter, president of the mines, looked at Captain Bill, bent over from his wounds and battered up from illness and exposure, and shook his head. "You should have brought your men," he said. "You can't do anything with a gang like ours alone." "Well, Colonel, I'm using my men in other places. I'll look around a little and do what I can anyway." Loitering about the town, he discovered that a number of kegs of beer were going out to a high hill beyond the outskirts, headquarters of the striking miners. He learned that there was to be a sort of mass meeting there that night, when the leaders and chief agitators would be on hand. He decided to be present. It was well after dark when he set out, and a good crowd had assembled when he reached the place. It was out on a mountain where the timber had been cut off, about half a mile from Thurber, and there was no light except from a misty moon. At one place there was a big log used by the speakers to stand on, and about this the crowd and the beer kegs were gathered. Captain Bill, unnoticed, blended with the outer edges. It was near 11 o'clock, and a speaker had come to the conclusion that the crowd was in the proper condition to take some good radical advice, which might be followed by prompt action, so he proceeded to give it. He told them how they had been mistreated and what they should do. They were to begin by blowing up the mines in the superintendent's office, and he told them which mine to blow up first. Then he told them what they were to do to Old Hunter, and it was clear from the faces and the muttering of the listeners that they were ready to do these things. Captain Bill worked his way through the crowd until he was close to the speaker's log. When the agitator reached what seemed a good stopping place, the ranger captain suddenly stepped up beside him. The speaker stopped, dead still in his surprise. It was Captain Bill's turn. "Man," he said, "this rascal that has been talking to you is an enemy to you and to the country. He's trying to get you to commit murder and to get you sent to the penitentiary or hung. You can quit work, but you can't kill people and destroy property, not in this state. These walking delegates and leaders that are telling you to do these things are just a sorry lot of damn scoundrels, and I'm going to put them where they belong and where they're trying to get you. I'm captain of Company B, Ranger Service, and I'm here alone, but I'll have my men here if I need them, and I'll hang just such fellows as this man." Captain Bill turned to indicate his selected victim, but he was no longer there. He had melted into the crowd and was seen no more. A man from the assembly came up and urged the captain to desist, warning him that there were desperate men there and that he would be killed. "Don't mind me," Captain Bill proceeded. "That's been tried on me more than once without much success. You see, I'm here yet, spared, I reckon, to give you some good advice. Now, you men had better take it and give up these meetings, and if you've got to jump onto anybody, jump onto the fellows that's trying to get you into trouble. Good night." Captain Bill walked back to Thurber, and next morning a messenger came to his room to tell him that there was a big crowd outside hunting for him. He rose and dressed, and taking his Winchester, went out to see what was going on. When he appeared, he was waited on by some miners who wanted him to talk a little more to the men. He was told that a number of them had decided to go to work and wanted to know what kind of protection they would have. Captain Bill assured them of protection and fair treatment. Then he asked where their leaders had gone, the men who had been urging them to do murder. But they could not tell. Those ill advisers had vanished overnight. Within a brief time, the men were nearly all back at work, doing better than ever before. At other points, McDonald or his rangers quieted the strikers and prevented trouble of various kinds. Usually, Captain Bill went alone. It was his favorite way of handling mob disorders, as we have seen. It is told of him in Dallas how once he came to that city in response to a dispatch for a company of rangers, this time to put down an impending prize fight. "Where are the others?" asked the disappointed mayor who met him at the depot. "Hell, ain't I enough?" was the response. "There's only one prize fight." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 29. The Buzzard's Waterhole Gang. The Murder Society of San Saba and what happened to it after the Rangers arrived. But the San Saba affair was a different matter. It was in 1897 that certain citizens of San Saba County petitioned the governor to send rangers to investigate the numerous murders which had been committed in that locality, the number of assassinations then aggregating 43 within a period of 10 years. In fact, San Saba and the country lying adjacent was absolutely controlled at that time by what was nothing less than a murder society. San Saba County, situated about the center of the state, lies on the border of the great Southwest wilderness and is crossed by no railroad. In an earlier day, a sort of vigilance committee or mob had been organized to deal with lawless characters, but in the course of time the usual thing happened and the committee itself became the chief menace of the community. Whatever worthy members it had originally claimed either dropped out or were removed, and were replaced by men who had a private grudge against a neighbor, or desired his property, or were fond of murder, on general principles. In time, this deadly organization became not only a social but a political factor, and as such had gathered into its gruesome membership, active and honorary, county officials ranging from the deputy constabulary to occupants of the judicial bench. Indeed, it seemed that a majority of the citizens of San Saba were either associated together for the purpose of getting rid, either by assassination or intimidation, of the worthier element of the community. This society of death was well organized. It had an active membership of about 300, with obligations rigid and severe. Their meeting place was a small natural pool of water, almost surrounded by hills. It bore the curiously appropriate name of Buzzard's Waterhole, and here the worthy order of assassins assembled once a month, usually during full moon, to transact general business and to formulate plans for the removal of offending or superfluous friends. Sentinels were posted during such gatherings, and there were passwords and signs. These were forms preserved from the original organization, hardly necessary now, it would seem, since the majority of the inhabitants were in sympathy with the mob, while those who were not could hardly have been dragged to that ghastly spot. They preserved other things. They kept up the semblance of being inspired by lofty motives, and they maintained the forms that go with religious undertakings. Wherefore, being duly assembled to plot murder, they still opened their meetings with prayer. After which, the real business came up for transaction. Members in good standing would make known their desires, setting forth reasons why citizens in various walks of life were better dead, and the cases were considered, and the decrees passed accordingly. Sometimes, when a man's offense was only that he owned a piece of desirable real estate, a resolution was passed that a committee of 50 should wait on that citizen and give him from 3 to 5 days to emigrate, this to be supplemented by a second committee of 1, whose duty it would be to call the next day and make the said undesirable citizen a modest, not to say decent, offer for his holdings. It was not in human nature to resist a temptation like that. The man would be likely to go. He would accept the offer, whatever it was, and he would get out of there before night. The organization acquired a good deal of choice property by this plan. When an election was coming on, the society decided who was to be chosen for office and who for assassination, and committees were likewise appointed to see that all was duly performed. It was a remarkable society when you come to think about it, a good deal like Tammany Hall, only more fatal. To break up the Buzzard's waterhole roost and to discourage its practices in and around San Saba was the job cut out for Bill McDonald and his rangers during the summer and fall of 1897. Captain McDonald began the work by sending over 3 of his men, John Sullivan, Dud Barker, and Edgar Neal, to investigate. There was plenty of trail, and the rangers ran onto it everywhere. It wound in and out in 100 directions and gathered in a regular knot around the seat of justice. Perhaps there were town and county officials who were not in the toils of the deadly membership, but if so, they were not discoverable. Sullivan promptly got into trouble with the sheriff by re-jailing a man whom he found outside, holding a reception with his friends, when the state had paid a reward for his capture. Sullivan and the sheriff both drew guns, but were kept apart, and the district judge, who seemed to have been a sort of honorary Buzzard, holding his office by virtue of society favor, undertook to get Sullivan by sending him a long way off, after some witness supposed to be wanted, though why they should want any witness in a court like that would be hard to guess. Captain Bill himself now came down to look over the field. He had his hands full from the start. When he arrived, Rangers Barker and Neal were patrolling the town with guns, while a number of citizens similarly armed were collected about the streets. "Hello, Dud," he said. "Are you all going to war?" "Looks like it, Cap," returned Barker. Captain Bill looked over at the armed citizens and raised his voice loud enough for them to hear. "Well, Dud, if that's the best they can do," he said, "we can lick 'em, can't we?" "Yes, sir, if you say so, Cap." The armed citizens showed a reluctance in the matter of hostilities and began to edge away. McDonald now got his mail and reviewed the situation, for prior to his coming he had scarcely known what the trouble in San Saba was all about. By and by he went to his hotel. It was about 10 o'clock, and he was sitting out front when he saw flashes and heard shots across the public square. The mob was shooting up the town for his benefit. Captain Bill seized his gun and went up there. The main disturbance seemed to be in and about a saloon. The ranger captain pushed into the place alone, compelled every man of the assembly to put up his hands and allow himself to be disarmed. He then required them to appear for examination next morning. They did appear, and were discharged, of course, but nevertheless it was evident that a man who would not be scared and who was not afraid to do things was among them. Members of the society felt a chill of uneasiness. Worthy citizens, heretofore silent through fear of their lives and property, began to take heart. McDonald now interviewed the sheriff and county officials in general and delivered his opinion of them, individually and collectively, concluding with the statement that he would bring Sullivan back as soon as a message and steam would get him. The sheriff replied that Sullivan and he could not stay in the same town. "Then move," said Captain Bill. "The county will be rid of one damned rascal. It will be rid of more before I get through here." Captain Bill went to Austin himself after Sullivan, so that there might be no mistake about his coming. He presented the case to Governor Culberson and got his sanction, then sent word to his men at San Saba to meet them, and he arrived with Sullivan promptly on time. He had expected that there would be a demonstration by the sheriff and his friends, instead of which the streets of the little town were deserted. Perhaps the sheriff and his party had given out that war was imminent, and this was the result. It was clear now that to obtain evidence and convictions under such conditions as they prevailed in San Saba was going to be a long, slow job. With officials incriminated and good citizens intimidated, with witnesses ready to come forward and swear anything in defense of the murderers, knowing they would be upheld in their perjury, the securing of good testimony and subsequent justice would be difficult. The Rangers went into camp in a picturesque spot on the banks of the San Saba River, a mile from town, pitched their tents under the shelter of some immense pecan trees, arranged their chuckboards, staked their horses, and made themselves generally comfortable. Then they posted sentinels, for a fusillade from the society was likely to come at any time, and settled down to business. Evidently they had come to stay. The society postponed its meetings. Captain Bill now began doing quiet detective work, a labor for which he has a natural aptitude. Anybody can see from the shape of his ears and nose, and from the ferret look of his eyes, that this would be so. Good citizens took further courage and came to the camp with information. The ranger captain looked over the field and undertook a case particularly cold-blooded and desperate. A man named Brown, one of the society's early victims, had been hanged by that mob some 10 or 12 years before, and his son Jim, though he had never attempted to avenge his father's death, had fallen under the ban. Jim Brown never even made any threats, but he must have been regarded as a menace, for one Sunday night, while riding from church with his wife and her brother, he was shot dead from ambush. His wife, whose horse became frightened and ran within range, also received a painful wound. Captain Bill secured information which convinced him that one Bill Ogle had been the chief instigator in this crime, and that the father and brother of Brown's wife were likewise members of the society and concerned in the plot. He learned, in fact, that the plan had been for Mrs. Brown's brother to ride with her, and for her father, Jeff McCarthy, to carry her baby by a different route to keep it out of danger. The brother, Jim McCarthy, was to stay close to his sister, to look after her horse and keep her out of harm's way, while her husband was being murdered. It was due to the fact that Jim McCarthy did not perform his work well that the sister was wounded. McDonald in due course uncovered the whole dastardly plot. The murderers now realized the trouble was in store for them. Some of the men began quietly to leave the country. Others consulted together in secluded places and plotted to kill Bill McDonald. Sympathizing citizens encouraged this movement, and anonymous warnings, always the first resort of frightened criminals, began to arrive in the Ranger camp. Captain Bill paid no attention to such communications. He was used to them. He went on gathering and solidifying his evidence, preparatory to the arrest of Ogle and such of his associates as the proofs could warrant. Ogle, the tiger of the society, as he was considered, McDonald had not yet seen, for the reason that the tiger did not live in the town, and for some cause had lately avoided these precincts. He arrived, however, in due season. Perhaps the Brotherhood let him know that it was time he was taking a hand in the game. Captain McDonald, one hot afternoon, was talking to an acquaintance on the streets of San Saba when he noticed a stout, surly-looking man with the village constable not far away. Now and then they looked and nodded in his direction, and presently an uncomplimentary name drifted to his ear. "Who is that fellow talking to that sorry constable?" he asked. His companion lowered his voice to a discreet whisper. "That is Bill Ogle," he said, "the worst man of the murder mob." Captain Bill looked pleased. "Goodbye," he nodded. "I want to see Bill Ogle." He stepped briskly in the direction of the two men, who, seeing him approach, separated and loafed off in different directions. Captain Bill overhauled the constable. "See here," he said composedly, "I heard you call me a name a while ago when you were talking to that murderer, Bill Ogle, who was going down the street yonder. Now, an officer that throws in with a murder mob ain't worth what it would cost to try and hang, and if I hear any more names out of you, I'll save this country the expense of one rope anyway." The constable attempted to mutter some denial. Captain Bill left him abruptly with only a parting word of advice, and set off down the street after Ogle. Ogle had crossed the street and passed through the courthouse to a hardware store on the other side, where a number of his friends had collected. "Don't go over there, Captain," cautioned his friend. "You'll be killed sure." "Well, I'll go over and see," Captain Bill replied quaintly, continuing straight toward the mob store. As he entered, there was a little stir, then silence. Evidently, those present had not expected that he would walk straight among them. Here he was. They could kill him and put an end to all his trouble in short order. But somehow they didn't do it. There seemed no good moment to begin. Captain Bill walked over and faced Ogle. "Come outside," he said quietly. "I want to talk to you." Ogle hesitated. "What do you want to say?" he asked sullenly. Captain Bill laid his hand on Ogle's shoulder. "I want to say some things that you might not want your friends to hear," he said, and a quaver in his voice then would have been death. "Come outside." He applied a firm pressure to Ogle's shoulder and steered him for the door. The others, as silent as death, made no move. They did not offer to interfere. They did not attempt to shoot. They simply looked on, wondering. Outside, Captain Bill led Ogle to the middle of the street. It was blazing hot, and the sand burned through his boots, but he could talk to Ogle out there and keep an eye on the others, too. "Now, Bill Ogle," he said in his deliberate, calm way, "I know all about you. I know how you and your outfit murdered Jim Brown, just how you planned it, and how you did it. I've got all the proof, and I'm going to hang you if there's any law in this country to hang a man for a foul murder like that. That's what I'm here for, and I am not afraid of you, nor any of the men over there in that store that help you do your killing. You are all a lot of cowardly murderers that only shoot defenseless men from ambush. And I'm going to stay here until I break up your gang if I have to put every one of you on the gallows or behind bars. And I'm going to begin with you." As Captain Bill talked, the sweat began to pour off Ogle and his knees seemed to weaken. Presently they could no longer support his stout body, and he sat heavily down in the hot sand, trying weakly to make some defense. "Get up," said Captain Bill. "Haven't you got your gun?" "No, sir, Captain, I haven't." "Well, you'd better get one if you're going to go hunting for me. And there's men over there who helped you kill Jim Brown, and your greaser-looking constable and your sorry sheriff. Get your whole crowd together and get ready, and then I'll gather in the whole bunch. Go on now and see what you can do." "Yes, sir, Captain." Ogle made several attempts to get on his feet, finally succeeded, and went back to his friends. Captain Bill immediately set about getting out a warrant for his arrest, but, after some delay, found he could not get the papers until next morning. Ogle, meantime, had been to his friend, the district judge, who now appeared before the ranger captain with the statement that Ogle, whom he believed to be a square man, had said he wanted to leave the country for fear McDonald would kill him. McDonald, he said, having the reputation of being a killer and a bad man generally. "Yes, Judge," said Captain Bill, "that's the proper reputation to give me, so that some of your crowd of murderers can assassinate me and your court can deliver a verdict that I was a bad citizen and ought to have been killed sooner, the way you've done about all the rest of the 43 that have been murdered and no one tried for it in this section. Now, I intend to see that he don't leave this country unless he leaves it in shackles. He committed this murder and I can prove it. I've got one of the members of the mob as a witness." "You will stir up old trouble and get things in worse shape than ever," protested the judge. "If I can't get things in better shape, I'll lay down my hands," said McDonald. A little later, on the street, Captain Bill saw Ogle approaching. He was armed this time with a big watermelon. He approached humbly. "Captain," he said, "you've done me a great wrong, and I want you to accept this watermelon." Captain Bill did not know whether to laugh or to swear. Presently he said, "You scoundrel, I suspect this thing is poisoned. I believe I'll make you eat it, rind and all." Ogle backed away with his melon and presently set out for home. Fearing now that he would escape before the warrant could be issued, Captain McDonald instructed Rangers Macaulay, Barker, Neal, and Bell, members of his camp, to keep watch, and if Ogle attempted to leave the county, to hold him until he, McDonald, could arrive with the proper papers. These were obtained next morning about 10 o'clock, and Captain Bill, starting out with them, met his rangers with Ogle, who had, in fact, attempted to escape. He was taken to jail, and a strong guard was set. Consternation now prevailed among the society and its friends. In the cowboy term, they were milling. Members of the mob were to turn state's evidence. One Josh McCormick, who had been made a member by compulsion, having run into one of their meetings, had been brought from an adjoining county and would testify. A grand jury composed of exemplary citizens had been secured. And that was not all. Captain Bill one day went to the district judge, ostensibly for advice. "Judge," he said, "I want some legal information." The judge was attentive and took him to a quiet place. "Now, Judge," said Captain Bill, "you know that the Buzzard Waterhill mob holds its meetings over there once a month, and the monthly meeting is about due. You know that they meet here to decide to kill somebody or to run him out of the country and take his property, and that they've already done such deviltry as that here for years." The judge assented uneasily. "Well, then," continued the ranger captain, "I want to know if it will be all right for me to charge in there on that meeting with my rangers and kill any of them that might make any resistance and round up the rest and drive them into town and put them in jail. Just drive them afoot like a lot of cattle and let their horses be sent for later. Would that be all right, Judge?" The district judge was a good deal disturbed. "No, Captain," he said, "I don't think you'd better undertake that. I should advise against such a move." "Well, Judge," said Captain Bill, "that's exactly what I propose to do. I'll take chances on the results, and I'll bring in the prettiest bunch of murderers you'll find anywhere. Good day, Judge, and thank you for the advice." However, this program was not carried out, not in full. There was no material with which to make it complete. Within a brief time from his talk with the district judge, Captain Bill's purpose was known to every member of the mob. It was a time to take to tall timber and high trees. The society adjourned sine die. The rangers did, however, visit the Buzzard's water hole at the time when the mob meeting was due. Not a soul was to be found anywhere. Then, knowing certain members of the gang, and having learned the society's signals, Captain Bill and his men went riding over the country from house to house, halting outside to say, "Hello! Hello! Hello!" which was a signal call between members of the society. In reply to each such call, a door opened, and a man came out quickly, only to find the Rangers, who inquired if he were going to attend the meeting at Buzzard's waterhole, whereupon, as Captain Bill put it later, they liked to die, and vigorously pretended ignorance of the meaning of the hello signal. Next morning, the Rangers were back in San Saba, and when the news came in that they had been around calling on mob members, there was not only anxiety but mystery, for some of these members of the society lived a distance of 25 miles away. But a 50 or 75-mile ride in a night on an errand of that kind was merely a little diversion to a ranger. The grand jury's work was difficult. It found indictments against many of the assassins, but the district judge made an effort to annul most of these actions on one ground and another, and to trump up the charges against the Rangers. McDonald finally gave this official a lecture which he probably remembers yet if he is alive. About the same time, one of the gang leveled a Winchester at Ranger Barker, who, with his revolver, shot him 5 times before he could pull the trigger, and was promptly cleared, all of which had a wholesome effect on the community as a whole. With the arrest of Ogle, the anonymous letters became very terrible indeed. Captain Bill had brought his wife to the San Saba camp for the winter, and one morning appeared before her with one of these letters in his hand. "Well, I've got to leave San Saba," he said. "Why?" she asked. "Has the governor ordered you away?" "No, the governor hasn't, but read this." He handed her the letter which informed him that if he did not leave San Saba in 2 days, he would be filled so full of lead that it would require a freight train to haul him to the graveyard. Rhoda McDonald read the communication through. Then she said, "Bill Jess, if you leave here on account of a thing like that, I'll leave you." "Well," said Captain Bill sorrowfully, "I seem to be in a mighty bad fix. If I stay, I'll be filled with bullets, and if I go, I'll lose my wife. I suppose I have to stay." The examining trial of Bill Ogle was an event in San Saba. Josh McCormick was chief witness for the state, and was a badly scared man, in spite of the fact that the Rangers had taken him to their camp and guaranteed him protection from the members of the Buzzard's water hole crowd. Other witnesses on both sides were frightened enough, for nobody knew what might happen before this thing ended. It was the program of the mob forces, of which Ogle and his lawyers were the acting principals, to impeach the state's witnesses and thus break down their evidence before the court, as was their custom. Unfortunately for them, they selected as one of their perjurers old Jeff McCarthy, father of Brown's wife, himself accessory to the crime for which Ogle was being tried. Captain Bill knew of McCarthy's relation to the affair, though the evidence had not been sufficient for his indictment. Furthermore, Captain Bill believed that the old man, like McCormick, whose uncle he was, had been forced into the band and had acted under compulsion throughout. McCormick was placed on the stand and told what he knew about the society and its crimes in general, and about the killing of Jim Brown in particular. His absolute knowledge did not extend to the connection of the 2 McCarthys with the killing, and they were not mentioned in his evidence. When he left the stand, a number of nervous witnesses were called by the other side to swear that they would not believe him on oath. Finally, old Jeff McCarthy was reached. He was frightened and trembling, and in a wretched state altogether. Captain Bill watched him closely while he was making his statement concerning the worthless character of his nephew, McCormick, and the old man shifted and twisted to evade those eyes that were piercing his very soul. Now and then the ranger captain leaned toward him and lifted his finger like the index of fate, prompting the district attorney meantime as to what questions to put to the witnesses. The old man became more and more confused and miserable, and when at last he was excused, he tottered from the stand. He lingered about the place, however, seemingly unable to leave, and by, when court adjourned for the day, McDonald found him just outside the door with others of his kind. "Jeff," Captain Bill said in his calm drawl, "you did not tell the truth on the stand. You know every word you said was a lie." Old Jeff McCarthy gasped, tried to get his words, gasped again, and failed. I don't blame you so much, Captain Bill went on, for you were afraid this mob would kill you if you didn't testify according to orders. Now, wasn't you? Again, the wretched old man made an effort to reply, but he was past speech. Captain Bill's finger was pinning him fast. They frightened you and made you join their gang, didn't they? And now you would like to get out, but you don't know how. Ain't that so? The old man was on the verge of utter collapse. He backed off and slunk away. After that, old Jeff haunted the ranger camp and finally, when he could stand it no longer, made full confession to Captain Bill of his connection with the mob, revealing the mob's secrets, its signs and passwords, the names of its members, and its gruesome oath. They will kill me, he said, but I don't care. I'm happier now than I've been for years. I don't reckon they'll try that, said Captain Bill. That thing's about over around here. They formed a guard and escorted the old man home, for he was full of fear. When the court of examination adjourned, Ogle was held without bail. Through the efforts of District Attorney Linden, it was decided to transfer Ogle's case to Llano County for final trial, Linden making his fight for this change on the grounds that no fair trial could be obtained in the San Saba court. In Llano County, Ogle's case was fairly tried, and he received a life sentence. 2 accessories to the killing of Brown were arrested, but just then war was declared with Spain. The Rangers were hastily ordered off to protect the Rio Grande frontier, where a Mexican incursion was expected, and without Captain Bill to keep up the vigorous action and a sharp oversight on the witness stand, convictions were not obtainable. However, the San Saba campaign was a success. The society that murdered men for spite or gain or pastime no longer existed. When the next election of county officials came around, the old lot was wiped out clean, and men of character and probity came into power. The roads that led to the Badlands were kept dusty with the emigration of men who had formerly gathered at Buzzard's waterhole, and in their stead came those who would give to San Saba nobler enterprise and worthier fame. 8 Rangers were among the new blood that came to rehabilitate San Saba County. That long winter of 97 to 98 had not been altogether spent in chasing criminals. These 8 had found wives, or rumors of wives. In due time they were all married, and with 8 established resident Rangers, how could any county help becoming as serene and safe as a Sunday school? Ranger Ed Neal was elected sheriff. Ollie Perry was chosen constable. Dud Barker, Ed Donnelly, Forrest Edwards, and Bob McClure also settled in San Saba and caused Company B to go recruiting for Rangers. Bill Ogle is still in the penitentiary at Huntsville, Texas. As late as May 1908, he wrote to Captain McDonald as follows. Huntsville, Texas, May 21st, 08. Captain W.J. McDonald, Austin, Texas. Dear Sir, it has come to my ears from some of my friends who have recently visited Austin in my behalf that you are bitterly opposed to my being released from the penitentiary. I regret very much that you are taking this stand against me. My friends also told me that one of your reasons for being in opposition to my release was that you had fears of your own life should I be pardoned. Captain McDonald, I want to assure you that I have no feeling of bitterness against you, and you may rest assured that I would never harm you in the least or try to injure you in any way should I regain my liberty. I feel that in doing what you did, you were doing your duty as an officer. My conduct in the penitentiary ought to be a guarantee to you of my intention to lead a correct life when I get out, and I feel that if you will investigate my standing here and find out what the officers here think about me, you will be convinced of this. I trust that you will reconsider this matter and soften your heart in my case, and you may rest assured that I will appreciate anything you will do for me as long as life shall last. I would be pleased to hear from you, and I hope that you will give me some little encouragement. Thanking you in advance for anything you may say or do for me, I am, yours respectfully, Will Ogle. Captain McDonald's reply to Ogle's letter was in part as follows. Austin, Texas, June 4, 1908. Mr. Bill Ogle, Huntsville Penitentiary. Dear Sir, your letter of the 21st inst. Received, and contents duly and carefully noted. I note what you say in regard to what your friends say about my opposing your pardon, claiming that, in case of your release, I had fears of my own life. Now, Bill, my advice to you is to make a clear, truthful statement, giving all the facts connected with numerous murders committed by this mob, and therefore secure your liberty. You know I am not in the Ranger Service now, and it makes no difference to me who is released, and I so notified the Board of Pardons. You say you have no feeling of bitterness against me, and that you would not attempt to harm me. You can rest assured that I have no fears in that line. I only did my duty as an officer, as you say I did, and I have no animosity against you, and would not have gone before the Board of Pardons had I not been sent for. I understand your conduct has been all right while in jail and in the penitentiary, and I am sorry your conduct wasn't better before you got into that mob, because you know that was an awful thing. Now, don't you? You asked me to consider this matter, and that you will appreciate it as long as life shall last. I certainly will not utter any protest unless the governor asks me what I know about it, and I'll then tell the truth about it. Very respectfully, W.J. McDonald. What Captain Bill had said before the Board of Pardons was, I don't know the gentleman that is presenting this petition and making this talk to you, but I do know the names of a good many of those signers, and I know Bill Ogle is guilty of this murder, and I know that a good many of those other fellows ought to be where Bill is now. End of Chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 30, Quieting a Texas Feud. The Reese-Townsend Trouble, and How the Factions Were Once Dismissed by Captain McDonald. As the old century drew near its end, a wave of disorder and crime that amounted to an inundation swept over the eastern and southeastern portion of Texas. Murders, lynchings, mobs, and rumors of mobs were reported daily. The Panhandle, even in its palmiest days, had been a young men's Christian association as compared with the older, more thickly settled portions of the state. In the Panhandle, crime was likely to be of a primitive, elemental kind, the source of crime that flourished in the old days, when the patriarchs pastured their flocks on 100 hills and protected them with a club. In the long-settled districts to the eastward, crime had ripened, as it were, and manifested itself in more finished forms. Feuds had developed, and race prejudice. Communities had been established which found it necessary to hang their only respectable citizens in order to preserve peace. In other places, old ladies, supposed to have a few $100s, were murdered by relatives who could not wait for them to die. These are the things that come only with long settlement, and where certain human impulses have been carefully bred and nourished. The Reese-Townsend feud in Colorado County gave the state no end of trouble. The Reese and Townsend families killed one another in the regulation way when good opportunities offered. They had a fashion of gathering in the streets of Columbus, the county seat, for their demonstrations, and sometimes on a field day like that, they killed members of other families by mistake. But errors of this sort were not allowed to interfere with the central idea of the feud. They apologized and went on killing one another just the same. It was when a boy who belonged to neither faction was shot and killed at one of these reunions that Captain Bill McDonald and his Rangers were ordered to Columbus to put down what seemed about to become a general war. Captain Bill failed to receive the order in time to get his men the same day, but did not wait. He wired two to follow him on the first train and set out for Columbus alone. Arriving on the streets of Columbus, he saw detachments of armed men gathered here and there. the streets being otherwise deserted. He set out at once for the home of District Judge Kennan, to whom he had been ordered to report. After the exchange of greetings, McDonald said, "We haven't much time, Judge, from appearances. I saw a lot of our men as I came along, and it looks like we're going to have war." "You're right," Judge Kennan said. "We are expecting it any minute. Where are your men, and how many have you?" "None, Judge. I came alone, but I expect 2 in the morning." "In the morning? Why, man, by that time the fight will be over. And what can you do with 2 men here? Nothing less than 25 or 30 will help this case." "Judge," said Captain Bill in his deliberate way, "I believe I can stop this thing if you will come down to the courthouse with me. Anyhow, it's my duty to try, and we'd better be getting over there now, Judge, for this ain't going to wait long. If we can't stop it, we can see a mighty good fight, anyhow." They set out together. The courthouse in Columbus stands in the middle of a big square, with a street on each of its 4 sides. On one corner of the square was gathered the Reese faction, and near another corner the Townsend crowd had assembled. Both were fully armed. They were making no active demonstrations as yet, but were evidently organizing for business. It was a still, sunny summer day, and both crowds were in easy calling distance of the courthouse. "Now, Judge," said Captain Bill, when they had arrived at the courthouse, "who is your sheriff, and where is he?" "His name is Burford, J.C. Burford, and he's over there with the Townsend crowd. He belongs to that faction." Captain Bill stepped to the window and called in the strong official manner of a witness summons, "J.C. Burford," repeated 3 times. There was a movement in the Townsend crowd, and a man crossed over and ascended the courthouse stair. McDonald introduced himself as the sheriff entered and added, "Now, Mr. Burford, why don't you stop this row? Looks as if we're going to have a killing match here right away." "Captain, I can't. I am powerless to do anything with these men. If I undertake to disarm them, it will start a fight that nobody can stop." "Well, Burford, if you'll do as I tell you, I'll stop it in 30 minutes, or I'll resign my job as ranger." "All right, Captain, I'll do whatever you say," assented Burford. "Then call your crowd over here. I want to talk to them." Sheriff Burford stepped to the window and signed to the Townsend faction. They trooped over and ascended the courthouse stair, carrying their guns. "Mr. Burford," said McDonald, "which are your regular deputies here?" The sheriff indicated his 3 deputy officers. Captain Bill motioned to them to stand apart from the others. "Now, Sheriff," he said, "disarm the rest of these men." The officer looked a little bewildered. "I don't know about that," he began. "Didn't you agree to do what I ordered?" Then, to Kennan, "Didn't he, Judge?" The judge nodded. The sheriff still hesitated. "Never mind," said McDonald. "I'll do it myself. Here, boys," he went on in his mild, friendly drawl, "come in here and stack your guns in this wardrobe. It's a good, safe place for them. They won't be likely to go off and hurt anybody in there." What was it about the manner of the man that made men obey? Those aroused, bloodthirsty Texans, full of an old, deep hatred and the spirit of revenge, marched in and put away their guns at his direction, with scarcely a word of dissent. "I don't blame you all for having your guns until now," Captain Bill went on, as he locked the wardrobe and took the key. "But we want to stop this war if we can. It ain't good for the population. Now, I'll just go over and look after the other crowd." He went out of the courthouse and crossed the street to where the Reese crowd was gathered. He carried his Winchester, and the faction watched him curiously as he approached. "I guess you boys are going to war, ain't you?" he said cheerfully as he came nearer. Nobody replied, and Captain Bill came up close. "Boys," he said, Your guns are all right up till now, but the governor has sent me down here to stop this trouble, and I want you all to help me." "How can we help you?" asked one of the Reese faction. "Like them boys did over yonder just now, by giving up your guns, then by going quietly home." There was a little murmur of dissent, and one big husky fellow said, "Well, you'll play hell getting my gun." In less than an instant, a Winchester was under his nose, and Captain Bill was crisply saying, "I will, hey? Well, I'll just put you in jail anyway, to show how easy it is to do that." The big fellow gave a great jump and nearly fell over with surprise and fright. His gun dropped as if it had been hot. The leader of the Reese faction spoke up quickly. "Boys, he's right," he said. "The governor sent him here, and he's obeying orders. He has no interest in one side or the other." McDonald marched the Reeses over to a store nearby, where they laid down their guns, and the clerk was ordered to take charge of them. The big man under arrest promised all manner of things if Captain Bill would let him go. He was set free with a warning. Peace now seemed to be restored, and in the general gratitude of the community, refreshments and invitations were tendered to Captain Bill from both sides. He decided, however, to remain on duty during the rest of the day and night. His 2 men arrived next morning, but everything was still quiet, and there appeared no sign of a renewal of hostilities. The Reese Townsend trouble, for the time at least, was over. Footnote 10. Report of Adjutant General Thomas Scurry of Texas, 1899. During the month of March, 1899, Captain McDonald and 2 men were ordered to Columbus, Colorado County, for the purpose of preventing trouble between the Townsend and Reese factions. Captain McDonald went alone, his men not being able to reach him in time, and his courage and cool behavior prevented a conflict between the 2 factions. For fuller official details of this and other work of that period, see Appendix B. End of Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. By Albert Bigelow Paine. The Trans-Cedar Mystery. The lynching of the Humphreys and what happened to the lynchers. Captain McDonald was still at Columbus when he received a telegram ordering him to report at once to Assistant Attorney General Morris and the local officials at Athens, Henderson County, Texas, for the purpose of investigating the lynching of 3 respectable citizens, a father and 2 sons named Humphrey, in a timbered tract between Trinity River and Cedar Creek, known as the Trans-Cedar Bottoms. Henderson County is in East Texas, and the Trans-Cedar Bottoms constitute just the locality and neighborhood for murder of the Humphrey kind. Shut in, thickly timbered and lonely, it is a place for low morals to become lower with each generation, for scant intellect to become scantier, for darkened minds to become darker and more impervious to pity, indeed, to any human impulse except crime. The Humphreys had not fitted an environment like that. They were honest, sturdy men, fearless and open in their dealings. They were a menace to a gang who made moonshine whiskey, stole whatever they could lay hands on, and would swear a man's life away for a lean hog. It was necessary for the welfare of the neighborhood that the Humphreys be disposed of, and they were taken by a mob one night and hanged, 3 of them to one tree, they having been placed upon horses and the horses driven from under them. Then, when the ropes had proven too long, and the feet of the 3 Humphreys had touched the ground, the mob had bent back the legs of the victims at the knee and tied the feet upward to the hands, so that the Humphreys might swing clear. Bill McDonald knew something of the Trans-Cedar country and the character of its settlement, for, as we have seen in a former chapter, he had passed his youth and his early manhood at Henderson and at Mineola, both within 75 miles of the very district. He set out alone by first train, and arriving at Athens, learned the details of the ghastly crime which already, through the telegraphed reports, had stirred the entire state. He learned that the lynching had taken place about 25 miles from Athens, near a little post office named Ely, and he hurried to that place without delay, taking with him one Guy Green, an Athens lawyer, familiar with the neighborhood. With Green, the ranger went straight to the scene of the murder, and made an examination of the tracks and various clues that remained. 2 days had passed since the crime, and many of the signs had been obliterated. Still, there were enough for a man with the faculties of Captain Bill. He identified no less than 4 trails, one, as he decided, made by 5 horses, another by 3, a third by 2, and a fourth the track of a single horse. The trails wound in and out, crossed and recrossed, and were evidently made with the idea of balking pursuit. Captain McDonald did not consider them especially difficult, and having satisfied himself that they could be followed, he went on to Ely, for it was near nightfall. At Ely he joined Assistant Attorney General Ned Morris, District Attorney Jerry Cook, Tom Bell, Sheriff of Bell County, and Ben E. Campbell, Sheriff of Dallas County, who had come over to aid the investigation. He was assured that the work was going to be hard, that the greater portion of the inhabitants were either in sympathy with the lynchers, or were so much in terror of them that it would be almost impossible to get direct evidence. Captain Bill looked thoughtful as he listened. "Well," he said, "I'm going to stay here till I get it, and I'm going after it just like I was going for a doctor. You can give it out that I mean business, and that nobody need to be afraid to testify. I'll take care of them." He discussed the case with the officials, and learned that one Joe Wilkerson was suspected as having been connected with the murder, it being well known that Wilkerson had pursued the Humphreys and bemeaned them, finally accusing them of stealing hogs and swearing to some meat which the Humphreys had earned by digging wells. In the evidence, it had developed that the Wilkerson hogs, though mortgaged by him, had in reality been sold, and that he had thus attempted to evade the consequences of this illegal act by saddling the Humphreys with a still heavier crime. The Humphreys had not been convicted, but Wilkerson had never ceased to vilify them. Later, one of the Humphrey boys, George, had been set upon by some of the Wilkerson crowd, and in defending himself, had killed, with a knife, one of his assailants. The courts, there were honest courts in Athens, had cleared him, but in the Trans-Cedar tribunal he had been doomed. These facts constituted about all the foundation of known motive upon which MacDonald would have to build his evidence. It was while he was discussing these things with the attorneys on the night of his arrival that a man rode up to the gate just outside and called his name. Captain Bill rose, but the others protested, declaring that it might be a plot to shoot him in the dark. However, he went, 6-shooter in hand, and sticking it in the face of the caller, demanded his business. The man protested that he meant no harm, but had come from one Buck Holly, who lived 2 miles down the road, and said he knew Captain McDonald, and wanted to see him. The ranger captain reflected a minute. "I don't know any Buck Holly," he said. "I knew a scoundrel by the name of Bill Holly some years ago up in the Panhandle, and if that is who it is, I don't want to see him. I judge you fellows have got a gang down the road there to shoot me from ambush. Who are you, anyway?" The man said his name was Manasco, that he was staying at Holly's, and that he had a brother named Bill Manasco in Amarillo. "I know Bill Manasco," MacDonald said, "and he has a brother that was sent to the penitentiary. Is that you?" The visitor acknowledged that he was the man, that he had been recently released. "Well," said McDonald, "that's about the kind of crowd that I would expect to find Bill Holly running with, and you can tell this Buck Holly, as you call him, that I suspect him of being connected with this mob, and that I used to make him stand hitched in the Panhandle, and that I'm going to do the same here." Manasco said good night, and Captain McDonald never saw him again. Somewhat later, when he met Bill Holly on the streets of Athens, he said, "Look here, Bill, I'm afraid your partner, Manasco, didn't tell you the message I sent the night I came. I said I didn't know Buck Holly, but that I knew a sorry bulldozing scoundrel by the name of Bill Holly, and that I supposed he was down the road there to take a shot at me from ambush. You weren't in this lynching mob, I reckon, but they're your friends, and you'd help 'em if you could. Now, Bill, you've been courting a funeral a good while, and if you try any of your nonsense here, you'll win out." He searched Holly for weapons and relieved him of a big pocket knife, the bully protesting that he was no longer a bad man. Captain Bill learned, however, that he had recently whipped his wife, taken her clothes, and driven her away from home, and later had attempted to kill her father for interfering in her behalf. The ranger captain was out early the morning after his arrival in Ely, and on the trail. The tracks of the 5 horses were followed to the houses of Joe Wilkerson and his tenant, and to the homes of John and Arthur Greenhaw. In Wilkerson's lot, the officers found part of a well rope, the remainder of which had been cut away. It matched precisely with the rope used to hang the Humphreys, the freshly cut ends being the same on both. The Wilkersons and one of the Greenhaws were taken into custody forthwith, and other arrests followed, as the criminals were tracked home. But it was hard to get evidence. A few, who were anxious to testify, hesitated through fear. Others, subpoenaed and examined, were evidently in sympathy with the mob, and withheld their knowledge accordingly. Captain Bill had been reinforced by Private Olds from Company C, and now began systematic investigation. He established his court of inquiry under a brush arbor, a framework of poles with brush atop to keep out the sun, and there, for 2 months, held high inquisition. It was a curious, exclusive court. The ranger captain gave it out that he would invite such attendance as he needed, and that mere spectators would kindly remain away. His wishes were heeded. Little by little evidence collected. Men willing to testify gained confidence from Captain Bill's assurance of protection, and told what they knew. Men unwilling to testify found themselves unable to hide their facts where they could not be reached by the keen, persuasive probing of the man with those ferret eyes, that quiet voice, and those alert, extended ears. The testimony brought out the facts the Humphreys had known of an illicit still run by 2 men, one Polk Weeks and a man named Johns. Also that they had known of John Greenhaw stealing cattle and hogs, and that John Greenhaw had once drawn a gun on the elder Humphrey, who had taken it away from him, unloaded and returned it, instead of killing him with it and rendering the community a service. These things, added to the other provocations already named, had made the Humphreys sufficiently unpopular in a neighborhood like the Trans-Cedar Bottoms to warrant their being hung to a limb, trussed up to swing clear of the ground. In the course of time, practically every resident of that district had been before the Brush Arbor Court of Inquiry, and if a shorthand report had been taken of that testimony, it would have furnished material for many a character study and tale of fiction. Guilty knowledge of the crime actually killed a man named Eli Sparks, whose conscience tortured him day and night to the point of giving testimony, yet whose fears upon the witness stand caused him to withhold the truth. He was a large, red-faced man, evidently greatly excited when questioned, and concealing more than he told. Soon after his first examination, he met Captain McDonald and offered to testify again, saying that he had been too frightened to tell the truth the first time, but thought he could do better now. The ranger captain scrutinized him keenly and made the prophecy that Eli Sparks would not live 30 days, unless he got rid of the load on his conscience. He died in just half that time. Not, however, until he had fully confessed a complete knowledge of the details of preparation of the crime, and how once he had gone with the mob when they had intended hanging the Humphreys, but for some reason had postponed the event. The poor wretch did not go the second time, but his guilt nevertheless dragged him to the grave. Another who came to the Brush Arbor inquiry was a banker who testified that the Humphreys had received their just deserts for the reason that they were thieves, and should have been hung long before. "How did you come to escape, then?" asked McDonald. "I understand that you were once indicted for cattle stealing yourself, and that you actually got the cattle. Is that so?" Under severe pressure, the witness admitted that there had been such a charge, and that the cattle had, by some means, got into his possession. He got away at last and disappeared out of the case entirely, though he had been active up to that point. The efforts of the men believed to be concerned as principals in the crime, to establish their innocence, were sometimes wary, sometimes crudely absurd, and always fruitless. The mesh of fact that was weaving and linking itself about them became daily more tightly woven, more impossible to tear away. Knowing themselves closely watched, they dared not attempt flight. To do so would be to confess guilt, and capture would be well nigh certain. Like Ahab, having compassed the death of a neighbor, they lay in sackcloth and went softly. Finally, it came to pass that 3 of these children of Belial turned state's evidence. That is, they confessed fully, sacrificing their comrades, under the law, to save themselves. 11 men, including these 3, were brought to trial. Yet conviction was not easy, in spite of the direct character of the evidence. The accused men employed lawyers who were ready to balk at no methods that would save their clients, and there were plenty of witnesses willing to testify as instructed. Efforts were also made to influence and coerce the state's witnesses, and McDonald found it necessary to threaten certain counsel for the defense with subornation proceedings before he could get the way clear for action. Even then, it was thought advisable to transfer the cases to Palestine, in the adjoining county, for trial. Sentiment in the neighborhood of Athens being regarded as too favorable to the accused. In the final trial, John and Arthur Greenhaw and Polk Weeks, who were not only murderers, but cowardly traitors, were given their freedom in exchange for their evidence that sent their 8 associates to the penitentiary for life. Polk Weeks, in giving his evidence, appeared much disturbed, but confessed how he had climbed the tree and tied the ropes, and tied them too long, making it necessary for the legs of the Humphreys to be bent upwards to clear the ground. John Greenhaw corroborated this, but grinned as he told it, remembering how amusing it had been. He did not live to enjoy his freedom, for he was shot soon after his discharge by a son of one of the murdered Humphreys, young Willie Humphrey, who was never punished for that righteous act. End of chapter 31, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 29, 2022. Chapter 32 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Other Mobs and Riots. Rangers at Orange and at Port Arthur. 5 against 400. A riot at Orange, Texas followed the Trans-Cedar episode. Orange is a lumber town on the Sabine River in the extreme southeast portion of Texas, and many Negroes are employed in the sawmills. A white mob, composed of the tougher element in and about the city, had organized with the purpose of driving the Negroes away. The Negroes received anonymous warnings, and as they did not go immediately, were assaulted. Some 20 or more of the mob, one dark night, surrounded a house where a number of the colored men were assembled, and opened fire, killing one man and wounding several others. Ranger Captain Rogers of Company E, with his men, was ordered to Orange, but soon after his arrival, while making an arrest among desperate characters, was disabled through injury to an old wound. Captain McDonald then came down from Athens with Rangers Fuller, Jones, Old, Macaulay, Saxon, and Bell. They lost no time in taking a firm grip on the situation, and landed 21 of the offenders in jail, with evidence sufficient to convict. But it was a hard, profitless work. Whatever the citizens might want, Orange officially did not care for law and order. A gang controlled the law of the community, and the order took care of itself. Private Fuller found it necessary to kill one man who interfered with an arrest, and attempted to use a knife. Later, Fuller was summoned to Orange, ostensibly to answer to the charge of illegal arrest, but in reality, for purposes of revenge. Captain McDonald protested to the governor that it was simply an excuse to get Fuller over there to kill him. It turned out accordingly. Fuller was washing his face in a barber shop when the dead man's brother slipped up behind and shot him through the head with a Winchester, killing him instantly. The assassin was made chief deputy sheriff as a reward, and in due time was himself killed by the city marshal, who, in turn, was killed by the dead man's family, which process of extermination has probably continued to this day, and perhaps Orange has improved accordingly. There was room for improvement. The cases against the 21 men arrested by Captain Bill and his rangers were all dismissed as soon as the rangers got out of town. Port Arthur, also on the Sabine River, below Orange, is a city of oil refineries, and is a port of entry, as its name implies, its outlet being through Sabine Pass. In March 1902, trouble broke out there between the longshoremen and the operators of the refineries. As a result, the longshoremen struck, and when the operators introduced Mexican laborers, the strikers, numbering about 400, drove them away and issued a manifesto declaring that no more Mexicans need apply. It was at this stage of the proceedings that Captain Bill was ordered by Adjutant General Scurry to take several men and be on hand when the next Mexicans arrived. He took 4, Privates Grood Britton, Jim Keaton, John Blanton, and Blaze Delling, picked men, and arrived on the ground a day in advance of the next 100 Mexicans, then on the way. The Rangers proceeded immediately to the refineries, which are located several miles from the city, and saw nothing of the longshoremen that day. It was likely they would be on hand next morning when the Mexicans would arrive. Threats had been made that these Mexicans would not be allowed to leave the train for the refineries, and that if any such attempt was made, blood would flow. When the train pulled in next morning, Captain Bill and his men were on hand, fully expecting trouble. Everything was quiet, and the Mexicans were marched by the Rangers to the refineries, and went immediately to work. Then, there still being no sign of interference, Captain Bill said, "Well, boys, let's go down in town now and see what's become of the mob." The mob was not hard to find. It had assembled on the street, and was a good deal excited. Men were talking, and gesticulating, and denouncing in words noisy and violent. As Captain Bill and his men drew up, a voice loud enough for them to hear said, "There are them damned Rangers now." The little company of 5 continued to advance until within easy talking distance. Then McDonald said, "What are you men doing here, gathered in a crowd this way, on the street?" A longshoreman asked, "Are you the Rangers?" "That's what we are," said Captain Bill. "Come down to protect the Mexicans, I guess." "That's what the Adjutant General sent us for," returned Captain Bill pleasantly. "Well, we're not going to let them work." "They're already working," smiled Captain Bill. "How many men did you bring with you?" asked the leader of the rioters. Enough to whip this crowd, if a fight is what you're looking for, Captain Bill answered, still pleasant. Where are they? Here, said Captain Bill, indicating his brigade of 4, 5 with himself. Hell, said the leader of the longshoremen. There are 400 of us. Well, that makes it just about even, drawled Captain Bill, more pleasant than ever. If you think you want to fight, get at it. The leader of the strikers looked at the little army thoughtfully. Then he turned to the others. Boys, he said, I think these rangers are all right. Let's all have a drink. The rangers politely declined this invitation, but continued on friendly terms with the strikers. There was no further trouble, and a few days later, Captain McDonald and one of his men left Port Arthur. The remainder of his force stayed a few weeks longer, but the war was over. End of chapter 32. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 13, 2022. Chapter 33 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Other work in East Texas. Districts which even a ranger finds hopeless. The Touchstone Murder. The Confession of A.B. Engel. It was only a short distance, as distances go in Texas, only 100 miles or so, in a southeasterly direction, from the Trans-Cedar country, made celebrated by the Humphrey lynching, to certain sections of Walker, Houston, Madison, and Trinity counties, where similar social conditions have developed. In Cottrell's Cutoff, for instance, and around Groveton, there has developed a special talent for assassination. Men walking along the road in daylight are sometimes shot from behind. When it is nightfall, the assassin may lie in wait by the roadside. If he gets the wrong man by mistake, it is no difference. It keeps him in practice. Sometimes the victim is called to his door at night and shot down from the dark. These are a few of the methods for removing individuals not favorably regarded by the active set, and many other forms of murder are adopted or invented for particular cases. Even Captain Bill McDonald found these districts hopeless as fields for reform, he said. If a whole community has no use for law and order, it's not worthwhile to try to enforce such things. You've got to stand over a place like that with a gun to make it behave, and when you catch a man, no matter what the evidence is against him, they'll turn him loose. In Groveton, for instance, when I was there, they had only 2 law-respecting officers, the district clerk and the county attorney they killed. Good citizens were so completely in the minority that they were helpless. Cottrell's Cutoff was probably one of the most lawless places you could find anywhere, though it was named after a judge. It's a strip cut off of Houston and Trinity counties and added to Walker, and its name is the only thing about it that ever had anything to do with the law. Many murders have been committed there, and no one ever convicted for them, so far as I know. Captain Bill was ordered to investigate a Cottrell's Cutoff murder during December 1903. A man had been assassinated from ambush in the fashion of that section, and such attempts as had been made by the local authorities to uncover the murderers had been without result. But such murders had become so common there that the few respectable citizens of the locality had decided to appeal to Governor Lanham for aid, and their plea asked especially for Captain McDonald. McDonald went down, looked over the ground, and sent for one of his men, Blaze Delling, to assist in handling the situation. the community being simply infested with men of low, desperate natures. Already the ranger captain had taken up the trail and had arrested 3 men, and these were brought for trial. What was the use? Before the final trial, the 3 principal witnesses suddenly sickened and died. The district attorney found himself without a case. The prisoners were discharged. It was about this time that County Attorney H.L. Robb, himself a victim later, asked that Captain McDonald be sent to Groveton in Trinity County to unravel the mystery surrounding the murder of an old lady, committed about a year before. Captain Bill went reluctantly, for he was tired of that section and cared not much for a cold trail at best. On arrival at Groveton, he learned the facts so far as known. A feeble old lady named Touchstone, living alone, had been murdered for a stocking full of money supposed to be hidden somewhere on the premises. She had only a life interest in the money, anyway, but the heirs to her trifling hoard, of probably not more than a few $100s, had been impatient and had frequently demanded their shares. They were a devilish brood, but the old lady did not seem to fear them and carried a stout stick for defense. She had been found murdered, one afternoon, her throat cut, and her body left lying in the dooryard, where it had been mangled by hogs. Naturally, the relatives were suspected, but thus far no evidence had been found against them. There was evidence enough, however, for a man who had eyes trained to follow clues and to distinguish signs. In a comparatively brief time, Captain McDonald felt warranted in causing the arrest of one Abe Engel and several others. Engel had married a granddaughter of the murdered woman, and all were relatives. In the course of time, Engel's heart failed him, and he confessed the crime in full. In his sworn statement, he said, "We all talked the matter over about going and robbing Mary Jane, Mrs. Touchstone, and Hilhudo said, 'Let's have an understanding.' George Engel, Wash, and Joe Tullis, Hilhudo and Mrs. Tullis, and myself, all relatives, were to meet over at Mary Jane's to see where she kept the money, and to get it. That was our intention, to get the money on Saturday night. Hilhudo was to be there when we got there. It was just dark when we got started, and we went through the fields in an easterly direction in a trail through the woods. The understanding was that Joe Tullis and I were to do the watching, and Joe was on one end of the gallery, and I was on the other end, he being told to watch the east end of the road, and I to watch the west end. Hilhudo was to be there, talking to Mary Jane, while George Engel and Mrs. Tullis were to go in at the front, and Wash was to go in at the back of the house. She, Mrs. Touchstone, had some meal spread out on the floor to dry. She was sitting down, I do not know on what, talking to Hill. Mrs. Tullis said, "Mary Jane, we have come to see whether you have that money yet or not." Mary Jane started to get up, but Hilhudo, George Engel, Wash Tullis, and Mrs. Tullis grabbed her and carried her out on the gallery and told me and Joe to watch the road good, and we told her, Mrs. Tullis, we would as far as we could see. She, Mrs. Touchstone, started to holler, but Wash put a handkerchief over her mouth. He had a white handkerchief in his right coat pocket. The confession then relates how they put out the fire, fearing its light, by throwing a bucket of water on it, and how they jerked off a bonnet which the old lady had on. It proceeds. They, her precious relatives, carried her to the edge of the gallery and asked her to say where the money was, and she said she did not have any, and they pushed her off, and as they pushed her off, Hilhudo struck her with a stick. It was at this point, probably, that they cut their victim's throat. A detail which Engel's confession does not mention, through delicacy, perhaps. He says, "They went out and examined her, going through her clothes carefully in search for her possessions. Hill Hudo, Wash Tullis, George Angle, and Mrs. Tullis did the examining, and they got 1/2 and 1/4 of a dollar. George Angle and Wash Tullis spent the money. Hill Hudo, Wash Tullis, George Angle, and Mrs. Tullis looked over the house and went through the trunks in the bed. If they got any money, I do not know of it. They came out of the house and looked under the house to see if they could find any dirt dug up or any fresh signs, but they could not find any, and we went out at the west end of the gallery and climbed over the fence and took the trail through the fields, and Hill went the back way. Many half-burnt matches were found under the house by Rangers McDonald and Delling to confirm this statement. The confession proceeds. The stick and the bucket were thrown out near where she was. The stick was her walking stick, and the bucket the one Wash put the fire out with. Hill threw the stick out, and Wash threw out the bucket. Hill said he would leave the bucket out there, and the people would think she had just went out to slaughter the hogs, and fell out. It was understood that night, by all 6 of us, that Wash and George would come back and get the hogs in there, and that they would dig a hole on the left of the gate as you go in. He details how Wash Tullis and George Angle changed their shirts before breakfast, for the removal of ghastly evidence, of course, and how, after breakfast, they changed their trousers. He relates how the hogs were to be told into the yard, and adds, "The understanding was that we were to find her by the Buzzards, but Jim Ray found her before the time." Now, it would be natural to suppose that a confession like that would hang the confessor and his confederates as high as Haman. It did nothing of the sort. Angle's relatives prevailed upon him to retract his confession, and under the law, as administered in that district, they were all discharged except Angle himself, who was sentenced for 3 years for having committed perjury by swearing to a confession which he subsequently declared a lie. It is hardly to be wondered at that men like Bill McDonald should lose interest in a neighborhood where conditions like these exist. What use is it to track and bring home criminals only to see them go free, perhaps vowing vengeance against their captors? A detective was assassinated in Groveton, and Ranger Dunaway, on invitation of Attorney Robb, went over to look into the matter. On their way to the courthouse, both Robb and Dunaway were fired upon from the window of a law office. Dunaway was severely wounded, and Robb, fatally injured, lived but a short time. It would be monotonous to detail the instances of crime and of the captures made in the neighborhood of Groveton, Madisonville, and neighboring communities, to record the careful and brave work of Captain McDonald and his Rangers, which led only to failure in the end, through the lack of public and official cooperation. When the men who administer the law, and a controlling number of the citizens, do not want justice, then perhaps it is just as well that law-abiding citizens should move away and let the rest murder one another to their heart's content. A father and son waylaid and killed an old man named Tummins in Madison County, and were arrested single-handed by Captain Bill. The 2 were discharged on the plea of self-defense. A young man by the name of Hunter Gibbs was entrapped and assassinated near Madisonville, and his murderers were traced home and arrested by McDonald and his Rangers. They were eventually discharged. A man named Wright Terry, this was in Groveton, after killing an officer and a doctor, and nearly killing a drummer, was brought to book by Captain Bill, and might have gone free, like the others, if he hadn't, good-naturedly, agreed to plead guilty and take a life sentence, rather than discommode his friends. But enough, let us turn to pleasanter things. End of chapter 33, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 15, 2022. Chapter 34 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. A Wolf Hunt with the President. Captain Bill sees the President through Texas and accompanies him on the best time of his life. Quanah Parker tells stories to the hunters. It was early in April 1905 that Governor Lanham summoned Captain McDonald and informed him that a wolf hunt had been arranged for President Roosevelt by these two big ranchmen, Tom Wagner and Burke Burnett, somewhere in their pastures up in Comanche County, Oklahoma, and that he, McDonald, was to accompany the President as a special bodyguard, particularly through the state of Texas. Captain Bill looked unhappy. "Governor," he said, "you know I'm a hell-roaring Democrat and don't care much for Republican presidents in general, and this one in particular. I'd rather you picked another man for the job." "All the same, Captain, we've picked you, and you'll have to serve," said Lanham. Captain Bill saluted. "Just as you say, Governor," he said, "only if I'd done the picking, I'd picked a man that wanted the job. There's enough of 'em." Captain Bill proceeded to Fort Worth to join the President's party. Colonel Cecil Lyon introduced the Ranger Captain to President Roosevelt, and Burke Burnett, also present, said, "Now, Captain, you've got a very precious charge, the President of the United States. He's in your hands. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anybody assassinate him." Captain Bill smiled in his quaint fashion. "Burke," he said pleasantly, "if anybody gets killed on this trip, I'll be the man charged with it, and the President of the United States won't be the victim either." Without delay, the President and party took the Fort Worth and Denver train toward the Panhandle. Once inside, out of the throng and underway, President Roosevelt, with his accustomed good nature and friendly fellowship, promptly struck up a conversation with his master of affairs. "Look here," he said, "you were introduced to me as Captain McDonald. You're not Captain Bill McDonald of the Rangers, are you?" Captain Bill nodded. "That's my name, Mr. President," he said. "I've been captain of a company of Rangers for a long time." "Is it possible? Well, I've heard a good deal about you." Theodore Roosevelt has been accused of a good many things, but no one ever accused him of not being able to make friends, or to keep them. Captain Bill smiled, as who wouldn't. "Why, Mr. President," he said, "I didn't think you'd ever heard about the Rangers." The President's teeth shone in an expansive appreciation. "Yes, indeed I have, and I've heard all about you. I remember very well when you captured Kid Lewis and his partner, Crawford, up here at Wichita Falls, and kept the crowd from lynching them as long as you stayed there." After that, conversation was easy, and Captain Bill's opinion of his distinguished guest improved steadily. They discussed hunting, marksmanship, the Rough Riders, the capture of bad men, and all the subjects of the strenuous life of the frontier. With the President had come a bodyguard of 4 Secret Service men, whose chief duty, at this time, was to protect him from the crowds who pressed upon him here and there when the train halted and he went out, as he did when there was time, to greet the people and perhaps make a brief address. Captain Bill noticed that the Secret Service men did not seem quite equal to these occasions. Perhaps they were not accustomed to handling the range-bred enthusiasm of that elemental region. When the presidential party pulled into Wichita Falls, the platform was thronged. The crowds made a rush as the train came to a standstill, trying to climb over one another, it would seem, to get near the President. The Secret Service men were helpless. They pushed and protested, but accomplished little. Captain Bill stepped out on the platform. Hardly a man in that crowd but recognized that lean, weather-beaten face and that white hat. A good many remembered that picture from a night and a morning 9 years before, when, at their jail, a lone ranger captain had risen up in wrath and ruled the mob. Some there remembered Bill McDonald a good deal longer than that, for 20 years or more, when he had found that place a lawless settlement on an untamed frontier and brought order out of human chaos and put a governor on the wheels of law. When he spoke, now, they listened. "Get out of the way, boys. Stay down there, you fellows. Don't crowd up here," he said, and a sudden impulse of order was the result. Now and then he added a word of caution, but it was hardly needed. Captain Bill knew his crowd, and the crowd knew Captain Bill. The president observed and marveled. At Vernon there was another crowd, rollicking and noisy, and again the ranger captain held the disorder in hand. When the train started once more, President Roosevelt said to his bodyguard of 4, "Boys, you ought to take a few pointers from Captain McDonald in handling a crowd." And the boys agreed to do it, knowing all the time, as everybody there knew, that it would need Captain Bill's 20 years' special acquaintance with that crowd to achieve his results. At Vernon they took a train for Frederick, a little station in Comanche County, from which place they would ride a distance of 25 miles to the camping place, located on a creek called the Deep Red. At Frederick, the president relieved his special guard of 4 and sent them back to Fort Worth to wait his return. It was on April 8th that they arrived at Frederick, where a good share of the hunting party and an enthusiastic crowd had gathered to welcome them. The hunting party set out immediately for the camp, arriving about nightfall. Whoever chose the camping place made a good selection. The Deep Red, a branch of Red River, is a fine running stream with plenty of timber and good grass. From all about the howling of their game, the small gray wolves or coyotes, which infest that country, the surroundings were ideal. There were about 15 in the hunting party, which included their hosts, Tom Wagner and Burke Burnett, also young Tom Burnett, who was in charge of the horses, himself a daring horseman, Lieutenant General S.M.B. Young, known to the Indians as War Bonnet, Lieutenant Fortescue, formerly of the Rough Riders, Dr. Alexander Lambert of New York, Colonel Cecil Lyon of Texas, Sloan Simpson, postmaster of Dallas, John R. Abernethy of Tesca, Oklahoma, later, by the President's appointment, United States Marshal, certain ranchmen and cowboys, by no means forgetting Chief Quanah Parker, of whom we have heard before, in these chapters, now specially invited by the President's request. Chief Quanah was then about 60, tall, straight as an arrow, and a fine rider. It was a pretty extensive camp altogether. There were 100 horses and a chuck wagon, a regular cow outfit, a buggy for Burke Burnett and General Young, 2 hacks, one of which belonged to Chief Quanah, and other vehicles. Then there was a pack of 40 greyhounds, some staghounds, and about a half-dozen long-eared deer or foxhounds for special work. The excitement and joy of the tents and blazing campfires, and the howling of the wolves, made everybody eager for morning and an early start. So, when supper was over, and the guard set for the night, the great national hunter and his friends and protectors lay down to rest, the campfire still throwing a wide circle of light, on the fading edges of which the coyotes gathered, and looking up howled their anguish to the stars. It was a little more than daylight next morning, a bright, cool morning, when the hunting party was up and away. The hunters were mounted, all except General Young and Burke Burnett, who were in the habit of following the chase in their buggy. The dogs to be used for the morning run mingled with the riders, the others being confined in the chuck wagon in a large cage, to be kept fresh and used in the afternoon, when the first detachment should be run down. At the head of the party rode Tom Burnett, and, Boney Moore, and behind these came President Roosevelt of the United States and Captain Bill McDonald of Texas. It was no trouble to find a wolf in that locality. One was soon started up, and the hounds were away, with a party of horsemen and Burke Burnett's buggy following pell-mell in the general helter-skelter for which the President set the pace. As the ranger captain saw the chief executive of the nation go careering over ditches and washouts and through prairie dog cities, his admiration grew literally by leaps and bounds. He wished, however, he hadn't promised to bring the President home intact. Bill McDonald was considered something of a writer himself, but he was not entirely happy in this tam o' shanter performance. Still, he stayed in the game. "It looked mighty scary to me," he said afterward, "but I wouldn't quit. The others followed, but some of them would go slower." It was great excitement, great sport, and great fun. A wild race across the prairie, a final bringing of the wolf to bay with a worry and death by the dogs, and general rejoicing by all. But when the next wolf, or it may have been the third one, was cornered, there was a genuine exhibition. It was not killed by the dogs, it was taken alive by one man. John Abernethy was that man, and he took that wolf with his hands. This was the manner of it. Whenever the dogs ran upon the wolf would turn and snap savagely, and if those teeth of his happened to touch any part of the dog, they left their mark, and sometimes that part of the dog remained with the wolf. This made the dogs careful and shy. But Abernethy was not careful. At least, he was not shy. He ran up close to that cornered wolf and fell upon him, and when the wolf snapped at him, just as he had snapped at those dogs, Abernethy, by a quick movement of his hand, caught the wolf by the lower jaw and held him fast, and in such a way that jerk and writhe and twist as he might, he could not get free. Then Abernethy, who was about 30 years old and a muscular man, quick of movement and fearless, holding fast to the wolf's jaw, carried that wolf to his horse, mounted, and rode away, still carrying his captive alive. Well, of course, President Roosevelt admired that beyond any feature of the expedition. He had Abernethy do it again and again, and Abernethy never made a failure. Sometimes he tied the wolf's jaws together with a handkerchief, just held him and tied him in a deft, workmanlike way, and made off with him hanging on his saddle. It looked easy enough to see Abernethy seize the wolf, and presently a young fellow in the group of hunters decided that it was easy, but when he tried it, he got only a knife-like slit across his hand and abandoned the contract. Then the President wanted to try it himself, as of course he would, but there are some things which even a president cannot be permitted to attempt. However, he was not to be kept altogether out of danger, and in the characteristic incident which follows, those who will may, perhaps, find some allegorical significance. As the party rode along, this was during a quiet recess between wolves, they came upon a big rattlesnake about 5 feet long and thicker than a man's wrist, coiled up on a prairie dog hill. When the President saw it, he got down from his horse and, taking his quirt, a small rawhide riding whip about 2 feet long, he went up to the big rattler and struck him. The snake was coiled and sprang, but Roosevelt stepped aside and quickly struck him again and again, then stamped his head into the earth. There were plenty of rattlesnakes around there, for the country was one great prairie dog colony, and when they came upon another, the President, like Abernethy, repeated his special performance. The others did not like it. It looked too risky, and that night, when the President was not in the vicinity, Cecil Lyon and Captain McDonald quietly removed the quirt which had been left hanging on the presidential saddle, and said nothing of the matter at all. But the President was a good deal disturbed when he wanted to use the quirt next day, and wondered and grumbled about it until finally Captain Bill confessed the fact and reasons of its disappearance. "We were afraid you'd get snake bit, Mr. President," he said, "and we're having too much fun to have it stopped by an accident like that." Theodore Roosevelt saw the joke and laughed. Then he led them away on a race that, if not as dangerous as coquetting with rattlesnakes, was at least more boisterously exciting. They got 4 or 5 wolves that first day and the next, most of them also taken alive by Abernethy, and these they carried to camp and lariated out. It was a good start for a menagerie, and they added to it daily. It was on the second day that Chief Quanah's family arrived. His favorite wife, 2 Nicey, and the 2 others whose names are not remembered, but may have been some nicey and quite nicey enough, together with a small boy and a papoose. And these, in their hack, followed the hunt with the others. It was a genuine jubilee when a coyote was started up, and was followed by that boisterous company. The buggy of Warbonnet and Burnett hitting only the high places. 2 Nicey and her matrimonial alliance bouncing along in the hack, with the dog wagon, wildly excited, a regular canine explosion, bringing up the rear. Then, what excitement when the wolf was finally run down and killed or captured! What rejoicing by everybody, including 2 Nicey, quite nicey, and pretty nicey, or whatever their names might be. But now it developed that the 3 Niceys could serve a good purpose on a hunt like that, as well as for mere decoration. They had eyes, marvelous eyes, that could see a wolf far across the prairie when the eyes of white men could not distinguish even a sign. There was no need of a glass when the wives of Quanah sat in their hack and scanned the horizon. Certainly that was an unusual hunting party, and very likely a unique experience for all concerned. But perhaps the best part of the hunting was the evening, after all. Then it was that they gathered about the big fire, cowboy fashion, with Chief Quanah Parker in their midst, talking to them, repeating the traditions of his father and his tribe, the tale of his mother's capture, the story of his own life and battles, his view and his religion of later years. In a former chapter we have told of the massacre of Fort Parker and the capture of the little girl, Cynthia Ann Parker, who was adopted by the tribe, married a chief, and in time became Chief Quanah's mother. Gathered about the campfire on Deep Red Creek, in a wide circle of loneliness, with Tom Burnett, who understands the Indian language better than the Indians themselves, acting as an interpreter, and the President of the United States listening, the son of that little captured girl told that story, now, and he supplemented it with the story of his father, a sequel that will not be out of place here. The tribe had loved the little captive white girl, the story runs, and the little girl had learned to love her captors. She had learned their speech and forgot her own. Then, by and by, when she was no longer a little girl, a great chief named Nakona had wooed her and made her his wife. Nakona was a mighty warrior and made frequent raids on the white settlements and carried off much property, cattle and horses. But finally his last raid came. Captain Saul Ross, later Governor Ross, stationed at Fort Griffin with a troop of rangers, 60 trained Indian fighters, was watching for an opportunity to fall upon Nakona unawares. The opportunity came when Nakona, with his braves and many of their squaws and children, were camped one day at the mouth of Talking John Creek in Hardeman County. There was good hunting on Talking John Creek, and Nakona and his braves, fresh from a raid on the white settlements below, had stopped there for a few days to rest and recuperate before taking up the final homeward march. They felt secure and had no thought that rangers were anywhere in the vicinity. Then suddenly there was a clatter of horses' feet, a crack of carbines, and Captain Ross with his 60 fighting devils were upon them. There was no time for preparation. Most of the Indians fled wildly, leaving their squaws and their captured plunder. Nakona's wife, who had been the little captured Parker girl, was in the camp with him, also their 2 children, Quanah and his little sister, Prairie Flower. With the first charge of the Rangers, Nakona seized his rifle, leaped upon his horse, and rushed after his braves, in the hope of gathering them for battle. That his wife and children would not be harmed by the white men he knew. He knew also that the case was desperate, and he realized this more fully when he found that his braves were hopelessly scattered and in full flight. Nakona prepared to meet his death. The mounted Rangers were already close upon him, and he would die like the great chief that he was. Beneath a large mesquite tree, he dismounted, and seating himself, began chanting the death song. Captain Ross and a detachment of Rangers rode up. Nakona still chanted on. Then suddenly it may have occurred to him that they meant to take him alive. They would imprison him, perhaps hang him. He would die fighting. Rousing as from a dream, he ceased his chant, and throwing his rifle to his shoulder, fired. The bullet missed, but it brought a quick answering shot from a Ranger at Captain Ross's side, and the chief dropped forward, his face in the grass. So died Nakona, bravely, as a chief should die, and was buried where he fell. In time his grave became a landmark, and Nakona's wife, who had been Cynthia Ann Parker, no longer of the white race, but an Indian in language and habits and affiliations, was brought by her new captors once more to dwell among her own kind, bringing with her the boy Quanah and his little sister Prairie Flower. The mother was never satisfied with civilization and always longed to return to the tribe. Little Prairie Flower, homesick and delicate, pined away and soon followed Nakona to the spirit land. The boy Quanah was sent back to his father's people, for he was a chief in his own right. In time he became a great leader of the Comanche tribe, and, unlike his father, a friend of his mother's race. He surrounded himself with the comforts and many of the luxuries of white men. His home today is truly a white man's home, with handsome furnishings, a piano, and pictures. His voice has been heard in the white man's councils, and a white man's city was named in his honor. But the language of white men he has never learned. Altogether, that wolf hunt was a great success. 17 wolves completed the result of the 5 days of hunting, most of them taken alive and lariated out around the camp, a lively and musical collection that delighted all parties concerned, except possibly the wolves themselves. As for President Roosevelt, he enjoyed this vigorous, isolated vacation continuously, but it was not easy to preserve the isolation of that camp. Every day visitors came riding or driving across the country from somewhere to seek an audience with the nation's chief executive. There were men who wanted office for themselves, men who wanted office for other people, men who wanted every sort of presidential assistance under the sun, men who came merely out of curiosity and for the purpose of relating how they had visited Teddy in his hunting camp and taken a hand in the sport. A guard of soldiers from Fort Sill was supposed to picket the reservation, but would-be visitors eluded the men and somehow got through the lines. They did not get past Captain Bill, who met them and serenely but surely turned them back. If they had business, Washington was the place to transact it, he said. The president was here only for pleasure. Some went willingly enough, others protested, but all went. The president's days in the field, and those rare evenings about the campfire, were not to be marred by business or any mere social diversions. And when it was all over, Theodore Roosevelt, in his enthusiasm, pronounced it all bully, and repeated it, and said he had never had a better time in his life, which was probably a correct statement. And when they all rode back to Frederick, he led the way again, and they set out with a whoop and a run and a yell regular cowboy style, and as they came into town, where there was a great crowd waiting, the people went fairly wild, as, of course, they would. Then the president had to talk to the crowd again. He had said a few words on his arrival, and tell them what a good time he had had, and what a great country this was in general, and that part in particular, and how much he thanked them for letting him come there, and how he was going on to Colorado for a bear hunt, but how he never expected to have any better time than he had had right there in Comanche on the Deep Red Wolf hunt with Tom Wagner and Burke Burnett and Bill McDonald and John Abernethy and Quanah Parker and Too Nicey, Some Nicey, and Plenty Nice Enough. No, he didn't say all that either, but he said the right thing for the occasion, just as he always does, and especially on an occasion like that, where he is happy and full of life and the wild freedom of the open. And every man within sound of his voice was his friend forever, from that moment, regardless of his politics, and no man of all there was a warmer admirer and friend than Captain Bill McDonald of Texas, who was a hell-roaring Democrat and hadn't wanted to go. He did not accompany the president to Colorado, though the arrangement would have just suited both sides. But after all, he was a ranger, and there was other kind of game on which it is always open season, waiting to be brought home. He accompanied the president's party a distance on their journey. Then he said, "Well, Mr. President, I'm getting out of my jurisdiction. I guess I'll leave you now." "But, Captain, you are coming to see me in Washington some day," said the president as he grasped his hand. "I don't know, Mr. President. I don't know how to put on a plug hat and one of these spike-tailed coats and pigeon-toed shoes." "Well, don't try. Come exactly as you are, and there are a few of those spike-tailed fellows around the Capitol that I'll let you take a shot at. Now remember, you're coming, just as you are." End of chapter 34, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 19, 2022.